Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Bound by Consequences by Michele. Narrated by Samantha Summers and Tim Page. Prologue. Cyrus. My hands shook in the dark room, and my pulse raced. Nervous? No. Try absolutely terrified. So much so my throat threatened to close and stop my breaths. This was it. The time was now, and every second counted. More than that, every move had to be perfect. Everything. Absolutely everything was on the line. There was no room for error. Under my covers, the sounds of the house were non-existent. Silence. Ghostly quiet, like one was going to jump out and scare the crap out of me. I'd been waiting for this moment for what felt like forever, but I couldn't move. It was as if my body was carved from concrete and frozen in time, paralyzed, helpless. This is it, Cyrus. Snap out of it. You've got this shot, and only this shot. Don't waste it. Life or death. Choose. My mental pep talk was not calming my nerves. If anything, it was making them worse. Closing my eyes, I sucked in a few deep breaths, quietly, not to wake up my sisters. On the third inhale, my mind cleared, and I knew what I had to do. It became evident there was only one option. Once I mustered the courage to open my eyes, some kind of power flowed through my veins. Determination. Strength. Life. My baby. That was why I had to get away. No one would take my baby from me, no one. From the moment I realized there was a little life inside of me, I changed. My whole existence changed. This wasn't about me or my life anymore. This was about this tiny being growing in my womb. Every thought I had was directed toward keeping my baby safe. He or she was all that mattered. No one would take my baby from me. Especially not my parents, nor this life I'd been born into. A life I never had a choice in having. A lifestyle my unborn child would never have. The baby deserved to have a voice in what her life would be. It was my job to give that to her. This job was the most important one in my life. Silent as a mouse, I scooted out of the twin-sized bed, my heel landing on the floor. Carefully, my steps missed the floorboards that creaked. I'd memorized the noises since I was a little girl sneaking out of bed at night and knew with my eyes closed where each one was. My sisters were sleeping soundly in their beds as I looked to make sure. They couldn't know what I was doing, or they'd tell one of our moms and dad. Leaving was wrong in their eyes. But they didn't have another being to fear for. They didn't understand. To them, whatever our father said was the final word, and no one went against him. There wasn't anyone I could share this with. A single wrong move, step, or even breath, and any of them could figure out what I was up to. With one slight noise, I'd wake them, and this would all be over. I'd be stuck in this house until my mother could take care of the problem. Only my baby wasn't a problem to take care of. My baby was a reason to clearly see the problems led in this life. And there were so many. Well, screw them. We were getting far away from here. Reaching under the mattress, my hand felt around for the black garbage bag I'd snuck there earlier today. My options were few, so I did the best I could, improvising. I opened the plastic, realizing for the first time how damn noisy the thing was. The way the bag crinkled and groaned only reminded me it might not have been the best choice, but it was what I had to work with. I waited with bated breath for anyone near me to stir after the bag was opened. I'd wanted to pack a few things before bed, but the room was never empty. One of the 5 sisters I shared a room with would come in and out like rabid bunnies. There was never a good time, and instead of getting frustrated, I waited. So this would have to do. No one moved, but my heart was doing enough moving for everyone in the room. I was scared and nervous, but determined. I made my way to the dresser on soft feet. I grabbed the knobbed handles and pulled slowly. The wood creaked every time I opened it, so I tried to prepare for it, halting just before the noise. I studied the opening. Could I manage? Unfortunately, it wasn't opened far enough for my hand to reach in. Please don't wake up my sisters. Please don't wake up my sisters. There was no easy way to do this. If I went fast, the sound would be loud. If I went slow, the sound would be elongated. Each would catch attention. No-win situation. But I needed a few things to get me through at least a day or so. I had hoped my plan would work, but there were so many moving parts that at any time one could jump its course and I'd be screwed. Fast, Cyrus, my gut told me, and I listened. The only person I had to depend on right now was me. Right or wrong, I had to go with my instincts. I pulled the drawer open. Sure enough, the sound echoed in the room. I turned quickly and scanned my sisters. 4 didn't move. But I had to hold my breath at the 5th as she rolled over to her side, tucking her hands under her head. Only when she settled did I let the air out of my lungs. It was close. So damn close. Too damn close. But I made it through one hurdle. Now only a million more to go. Grabbing a few pairs of underwear, a couple of dresses, some granola bars I'd scrounged for, and the small wad of cash I'd saved doing odd jobs and not telling my parents about them, I stuffed everything in the bag. While I had very little experience outside of the family, I knew I would need money. I didn't have nearly enough. But what I had was mine, and I planned to stretch every penny as far as I could. I left my pajamas on and threw a dress over the top of them, and then I snatched a pair of socks and put them on my feet. My tennis shoes were by the front door, and I would get them on the way out. There was only one more thing that meant anything to me. We didn't have any possessions or little things we liked. Frankly, to treasure an item was simply forbidden. Nor did we have the money for any extras in life. It was why we all had to work, all the time. But I had a small box in the bottom of the closet on the right-hand side that I wanted to take. It didn't have much, but it was mine. One of the sole things that was only mine here. Having sisters, so many of them, we weren't individuals. We were simply seen as the girls, a collective unit, never as individuals. Being unique in any way was wrong. We shared everything, even underwear, which I hated, but there was nothing I could do about it. Here, you lived the life you were told, and that was that. No one fought it because the consequences were painful. 1, 2, 3, 4. I counted the steps in my head, making sure to step over the board that rose about a half an inch from the others. Every time I wasn't thinking about it, I'd trip and fall. I hated that small gap. It was utter torment in the light of day. This was harder. I had stubbed my little toe more times than I could count. Everyone knew that was the worst toe to hit. It always shot pain right through your foot and caused tears to spring to your eyes. Right now, stubbing that toe would lead to the end of this entire plan. So I stepped over the lip. Making my way to the closet, I turned to make sure no one had woken up. Luckily, the 5 did not move. Thank goodness for small miracles and heavy sleepers. Part of me wondered if the noises in this house were all set there for the sole purpose to alert people if we moved. It was a scary thought, but it could also be very true. This next hurdle was going to be the extra tricky part, though. Our closet door had this tick sound when you turned the knob. It only went once, thank goodness. Before going to bed, I'd opened it just a bit so I wouldn't have to turn the handle and, therefore, no noise. But right before going to sleep, my sister Sybil shut it, saying she hated it when the door was opened. She always had been focused on the details, especially with chores. Her wanting the door shut was a trait ingrained in each of us when we were taught how to keep a house. She put a kink in my plan, but so be it. Just another obstacle to cross over to get to freedom. I'd come this far and I was going the distance. Either I was getting caught or I was out. Those were the only 2 options. Turning the knob, my stomach about dropped to my knees as the click went off. It was so loud that I knew someone would wake up from it. Sucking in my breaths as if it were to help the sound stop, I bit my lip in anticipation, wondering if I'd get caught. There would be nothing I could say to my sisters to allow them to let me leave. Nothing to get them to not tell our parents. This plan would be done and over with before I even got downstairs. Knowing my parents, if they caught me, I'd be put somewhere in shackles until they deemed me ready to come back to the family. More than what they would do to me, they would go through with their plan to take care of my problem, as they called it, and I wouldn't have a choice about it. They'd hold me down and take my baby. Leaving had never been an option. But this time, I wasn't leaving for me. I was leaving for my baby. I chose her, and I'd choose her over me any day of the week. Margaret, my younger sister, turned and faced me head on. My heart stopped. Body began to shake. This was it. She was awake, and I'd never get the chance to leave again. Except her eyes stayed tightly closed. I paused, taking in her demeanor. Her breathing didn't change, the pace even and deep. She was still asleep. She only turned. Constance, my other younger sister, didn't move along with Elizabeth and Daphne. The air left my body in a whoosh as my older sister, Sybil's eyes met mine. They were narrowed and confused. She was studying me. The world at my feet started to crumble, sucking me in deep. This was it. It was over. I wouldn't get out of here and my baby would be dead. No. Just no. Sybil threw back the covers and got out of bed, coming right for me. At this point, I wasn't paying attention to the noise she was making or what would happen next. The sense of defeat overwhelmed me. A sour taste came to my mouth as my tears hit the backs of my eyelids. I was done. This was over. She was going to rat me out. No, no, no. I wanted to scream it from the rooftop. This couldn't be happening. So close, yet so very far away. How could I make her see? How could she understand? I needed to escape. Would she listen to reason or just run off to our parents? My guess was the latter, and my heart shattered. It didn't crack or break, just completely shattered into powder on the floor. Sybil came up to me and whispered, "I'm coming with you." She stood tall in front of me, her face serious. She didn't blink and didn't miss a beat. Stunned, my lips wouldn't move to form words. She wanted to come with me? To get away from here? She was the oldest of all of us, and I'd always thought this would be her life forever. She always did everything to a T, following every single rule thrown at her. Yet here she was, wanting to come with me. Was this real? She didn't wait for my response. Instead, she went to the already opened dresser, pulling out a few things, and then she made her way to the closet. "I'll get a bag on the way out," she whispered, while looking over to make sure our other sisters were still asleep. All I could do was nod, still too shocked to figure out what the hell was going on here. This was huge. Mammoth. It was more than I could have asked for. I was so happy I didn't have to be alone, but also scared. If we didn't make it out of the house, we'd both end up punished. That couldn't happen to her. It was my idea, not hers. The fear of her getting in trouble almost stopped me in my tracks as I considered calling the entire thing off. My hand went to my belly, not feeling a bump, but knowing that my child grew inside of me, which got my butt in gear. Failure was not an option, not for me, not for Sybil, and more importantly, not for my unborn child. We were going. I stuffed pieces of Sybil's belongings inside my bag because she didn't have enough room in her arms. Sybil loved to have things, possessions, but hers were rocks, acorns, things found in nature. It was all we could have. Given the risk she was taking in joining me, I would give up as much space as I could to give her room for her trinkets. We said nothing. We made not a sound as we walked down the small hallway on very careful feet. Fear wrapped around me like a snake ready to strike at any given moment. It felt like walking on eggshells, knowing one wrong move would break the egg and send the people in this house on alert. It was the unknown that scared me when it came to this place. Sybil stopped me with an arm to my shoulder, then leaned in. "Dad's with her tonight," she mouthed, pointing to the door. Sybil's attention to detail meant she knew our father's schedule, too. She was so much smarter than anyone gave her credit for. Here, though, women got no credit for being smart at all. My hand clenched around the bag, and my heartbeat picked up speed. We couldn't make a noise outside this door. Our father was a light sleeper, saying he needed to keep an eye on all of us. He'd bolt out of bed in a second, and there would be hell to pay. See what I meant about a booby-trapped house? On a nod, I looked down at my feet, thankful for the small bit of light coming in through the minuscule window, and found the floorboard we needed to stay away from. Pointing down to it as a reference for my sister, she nodded as we both stepped over it. We were able to get just beyond the bedroom door. But my relief was short-lived as we arrived at the stairs. The home was older than dirt, and my father had my brothers fixing things all the time. I flashed Sybil numbers with my fingers on which stairs to skip. While she probably already knew this, she didn't quibble. She nodded as we descended. Not sure how we made it all the way down without a sound. But once we were on the landing and took the final step, we both turned to each other and smiled. A slight feeling of accomplishment washed over me briefly. But we weren't free yet. Sybil darted off through the house. My guess was to find a bag for her things. I went to the front door and slipped on my shoes. Sybil came moments later, slipping on hers. Relief felt like a warm blanket. Our exit was within reach. We had this. We were going to get out of this hellhole. Only the door kept us from the freedom we needed so badly. Unlocking the door, the tick of the lock reverberated through the space just as the light from upstairs came on. Fear threatened to consume me. Frozen. I couldn't think and I couldn't move. Panic wrapped around me like a cold blanket, threatening to take the breath out of me. Our time was up. We either opened this door now or we'd get caught by whoever was awake. So many thoughts and emotions ran through my head, but it was Sybil's push that got me going. The slight nudge was the reminder I wasn't alone, and I wasn't about to come this far to give up now. Without allowing myself time to think, I reacted. We opened the door and ran. As fast as our feet could take us into the dark of night, we were gone. The only thing on my mind was, to hell with the consequences.
1. Micah. The wheels touched down on the tarmac, causing the plane to jolt around and for us passengers to shift a bit in our seats. The woman next to me squealed so loud it echoed in my ears. It wasn't that bad of a landing. I'd had worse. Lots worse. This was just a small glitch, a bump in the road. If this scared her, being on an Osprey and landing in a dirt field with no wheels to the ground and no runway teetering from side to side would give her a heart attack. Her fears, her reaction, though, were nothing compared to the pounding inside my chest. It had absolutely nothing to do with this plane or the rough landing. It was all about the place. Sumner, Georgia. Home. Or at least it was at one time. Once upon a time, that word felt like a curse. Sumner was everywhere I didn't want to be, plain and simple. Only that was then. Now it all seemed like a distant memory. Another life. Another person living it. Another world. It had been 4.5 years since I'd stepped foot on Sumner soil. Even on leave, I chose other places to go, much to my mother's dismay. My father and mother would come and meet me at times, but it would only be for a couple days. It was best that way. Short-term, seeing my folks kept the topics from getting heavy with the shit going on at home. I was certain they wished I had come home before now. Truthfully, I left behind a shit show of my own making. The fact of the matter was, they weren't the only ones who wished I had returned earlier. I had quite a bit to answer for, and to more people than my parents. With things being complicated out in the field, and me needing to keep my mind on the next mission, the heavy needed to stay in the recesses so the present could overrule. Shit at home meant nothing when bullets were flying and your fellow Marines needed you to have their back. They came first. Everything else had to take a back seat. Compartmentalize and press on. That was something I had mastered since being away. Thankfully, my parents were far more understanding than I ever expected them to be. Unconditional love was a myth to me before, but now I truly felt it. Everything was different for me now. Not that anyone here knew shit about the man I had become, and I preferred it this way. Things were complicated enough for me where home was concerned. My father was a member of the Ravage Motorcycle Club. He had eaten and breathed the way of the Brotherhood since before I was born, something I couldn't understand as a boy. The club had consumed my life since being brought into this world, sucking everything up with it. My father was always out with his brothers and would leave my mother home alone while he did whatever it was he did. There wasn't a single day, moment even, that the club wasn't thrown in my face, or at least that was how I viewed it back then. The more the club came first, the more the jealous rage built inside of me. Every party we attended was at the clubhouse or another club member's home. We had no one outside of the club. Even the kids at school stayed away from me, saying their parents feared my father. The curious kid I was felt trapped, smothered in a way. Every memory was encompassed by the club, and in the end my feelings for it turned bitter and resentful. Why couldn't I have normal, or at least what my child mind envisioned to be normal? With all of that and my adolescent attitude, my mouth spewed things that could never be taken back. Vile things, hateful things, against the club, against my father, against everything. I was so over all of it then, and I'd let it be known to anyone who'd listen. I was the rebellious punk-ass kid who no one could stand. Time heals all wounds, the saying went. Only in time the conversation in my head didn't improve. The older I grew, the more stubborn I became. There was no changing my mind. There was no opening dialogue to allow me to see how things really were. From a boy into a young man, the indignation and irritation inside of me only continued to grow. When I left for college, the only person to miss me was my mother. Returning, I was sure my parents were hopeful I had changed my mindset about their lifestyle. Then there was the reality of when I came back. While I wasn't sure how it would all pan out, the path I was on didn't make the situation much better. My mouth once again got the better of me. Lacking the maturity to understand that some things were best left alone, I stirred up more shit than I ever imagined. Consequences, they never crossed my mind. The pain I would cause others didn't matter. The position I put both of my parents in, being torn between their son and their family, wasn't something that even registered in the recesses of my mind. I came home with an arrogance, entitlement. That was the best way to describe my attitude after college. These people owed me. In my mind, I should have returned and they would fall in line with me. Except Ravage didn't work like that. Too stuck in my own thoughts and expectations, I couldn't see what had been right in front of my face. That in no way was how anything occurred. The longer I was home, the worse I continued to make my situation. The damage was done. And for the first time, I recognized the problem was me. Except I didn't leave it at that. Like the punk-ass they all thought me to be, I had one final nail to put in my coffin. Dropping the bomb I held in my hands, I recklessly tossed the Ravage world on its very axis before taking off. I didn't face it like a man, though. No, I let it be known I had sat on information for months, and when I finally made the choice to reveal my secrets, I did so by mail. I had made up my mind that Sumner was not the place for me. In the days and weeks before I left, I learned a lot about myself. Losing Emery and what I thought were my given rights as the son of a Ravage member, I realized just how immature I had been. I wasn't the man for her, my parents, or the club I so desperately hated and respected equally. The conflict inside of me was too much to bear. I knew what I had to do, and that could only be done away from home. When I left Sumner behind me last time, I did it with the sole intention of getting my head screwed on straight. That was what no one knew. Finally, I could clearly see the damage I had caused at every turn. I recognized the pain I inflicted. More than anything, I simply knew the man I was then wasn't the man to stand up and fix what I had destroyed. Those words I tossed out, that attitude I carried around, and all the problems I caused, well, I'd have to answer for. The time to pay the piper, so to speak, was long overdue. Knowing retribution would come the moment those hateful words spilled from my lips didn't stop me then. Now I knew I'd done wrong, and I was more than ready to get everything out, to be released from these chains that held me down for so long, and I would do so by any means necessary. It was time to release myself. I was a boy lost in a world of chaos. Now I was a man who understood my naivety, immaturity, and downright defiance were wrong and out of place. It was a very powerful realization. The announcement bell pinged as we gathered our things, getting ready to exit the plane. All I hoped was there wouldn't be too big of a delay. I missed my parents. We may not have seen eye to eye, but they were my family, and it was time for me to rebuild the bridge that had once burned to the ground. Time to let the past lie and move on. The noise of the speaker coming to life rang through the space. "If everyone would kindly keep your seats, we have a local hero in our midst, and the captain would like him to exit the plane first." Some flights did this, while others didn't. It wasn't something that bothered me, nor was it something I craved. It was just part of the job, a way civilians like to show respect. We didn't do this job for the recognition, though. We did it because we believed in the United States, our country. It's the land of the free because of the brave, as my mother would say. I was a United States Marine, I served my country with honor, courage, and commitment. There wasn't a single thing in my life I was more proud of than my time in service. The crowd looked around with groans on their lips. This was something else. Some people were pissed that the captain would take 5 minutes to let someone off first. Everyone was so caught up in the hustle and bustle of their lives, their very freedom, that to be on this plane was something taken for granted. I know the cost of these luxuries we have in America, things most people will never even be able to imagine. Just like now, they give you the snide eye or say something moronic, but all I could do was think, I fought so you could act like an ass and say whatever you want. It wasn't worth the time to get angry about. Life moved on. The world pressed on. The flip side to the inconsiderate fucks were the others. Those were people happy to sit and wait, with some even giving us a round of applause. Each person had a different view of seeing a Marine or supporting the military in general. It was the freedom for them to choose their path. That was why we did what we did, why we spent sleepless nights in the smoking hot desert and put our lives in jeopardy every minute of the day. I stood for the red, white, and blue, my country, the one I fought for so the people on this plane could moan and groan about being inconvenienced. It was what it was. It wasn't like my sea bag didn't give it away. The large, waterproof green duffel bag had been my life for 4 long years. While packing it certainly took practice, I had packed up and carried mine on. My high and tight haircut, standard military order also, did nothing to hide the fact that I was a member of the service. The United States Marine Corps, to be exact. Hoorah! The cockpit opened, and the captain stepped out and walked straight to me. Rising from the chair, I stood in the aisle as the captain offered his hand. "Thank you for your service." Shaking his hand, I nodded in answer. There were no words that needed to be said. "Get home." Yep, it was time to go home and see how my life would be now. What had changed? What was the same? Who would hate me, which I knew a lot would, and by some miracle, who would give me a second chance? The hate, the consequences, they were all part of it. Could I overcome the shadow of the boy I once was? This was yet to be determined. My goals, my thoughts, my entire being was different than the person I was when I left here last time. They didn't know that, though, and I wasn't so sure anyone cared to give me an opportunity to find out who the man I was today happened to be. Without missing a beat, my eyes scanned the space ahead of me. My mother, also known as Blaze, was the first person I saw as I exited the plane, tears streaming down her face, her hand in a fist over her lips as she tried to breathe. She'd always been beautiful, and that hadn't changed one bit, even with tear streaks running down her face. She loved me in a way I didn't understand before, but I treasured it now. Next to her was my father, Andrew, but he went by Tug. He had a wide smile on his face. We had shit to work out, but he was obviously happy to have me home. There was a time I never thought we would be in this place, but I'm damn sure glad we were now. It took a long time. When he told me he was proud of me 2 years ago after meeting me for a visit, the tension in our relationship began to slightly uncoil. There was a lot more to go, but it was a start, and I'd take it. What I didn't expect was the shock to my core as I saw the members of the Ravage MC and their women all standing behind Mom and Dad, some with signs, holding them up high. All of them. Cruz and Princess, GT and Angel, Buzz and Bella, Breaker and Shayna, Reese and Tanner, Ma and Pops, Cooper and Bristol, Deke and Riley, Austin and Riker, Green and Leah, Knox and his woman, who I hadn't yet been introduced to, but Mom had told me about her. Axel, Raiden, Booker, Maisie. Every single one of them stood in front of me. A huge gut punch was Emery and Jax. Jax hated me and had every right to. I'd hate me too if the shoe was on the other foot. That bridge gap would take years to heal, if it ever could be. I wasn't going to hold my breath, or death would meet me faster. I'd earned his backlash for a lifetime, that was certain. Emery. The memories flooded through me, but I pressed all the emotions down. God, the woman who I'd thought about so many times over the years. She was stunning even now. There had always been something about Emery to me. Her smile and ease to be around. I'd always thought she'd be mine, but that wasn't the plan. She would forever be the one who got away. As long as she was happy, then I was happy for her. It was time to let that go for good. No going back. That door was bolted shut forever. It blew my mind seeing everyone welcoming me home. Just like the people who grumbled and were impatient, I was once in that mindset. I couldn't see outside of my own boundaries or understand real loss, real sacrifice, and just how big the world really was. This right here was something that I didn't understand before I left for the Marines. It wasn't something that I could wrap my head around because I was blind to see it. Now I understood. They were all family. My family. A family I had taken for granted. A family that truly meant everything to me now. I once was blind, but now I see, and I saw it all so clearly. A family that was as strong as they came. One where blood most certainly wasn't thicker than a Ravage MC bond. One that wouldn't be letting me slide into the fold easily. That I knew for a fact. The Ravage MC didn't back down, especially from protecting those they considered family. Never back down had become sort of a motto with them, if one could call it that. I crossed lines I knew better than to cross. I burned bridges that could possibly take an eternity to rebuild. Hard work wasn't something I feared or shied from. Fuck, I had a lot of explaining to do. It would be painful, I had no doubt, but I wanted this, and wanted to be part of the Ravage MC family. "Hey, Mom," I greeted strongly, even though inside I was stunned by them all. She said nothing and pulled me into her arms, holding me tightly as I dropped my sea bag to the floor so I could embrace her. There was nothing better than a mother's love and a mother's hug. She had always been my biggest supporter. She was the definition of unconditional love. I didn't deserve this, but I was damn sure thankful for it. Her sobs were choked as she started to hiccup, her body shaking. "It's okay. Calm down, Mom." "Yeah, right. She's been bawling since we got in the damn car," my dad commented behind Mom with a small grin on his lips. He was teasing, something else new to experience as father and son. We didn't have this ease between us until recently. This was something I craved as a boy, even though I couldn't recognize it at the time. My dad and I were oil and water, fire and ice through my childhood. We never seemed to click, to bond. Now that we had, I couldn't stop the small smile from forming on my face because this was everything. The small things that I learned could see me through any hard times. "Women," I responded, my lips tipped, and his chuckle could be heard throughout the airport. It took my mom a few beats to pull herself together, and when she pulled back, her hands came to the sides of my face as she lifted on her toes and kissed my cheek. "Don't start that shit," she fired back. It was my turn to smile. My mom took no shit. Even from my father, who was a force to be reckoned with, she held her ground. It used to eat at me. I didn't see what they had. I didn't understand it. What I saw was this strong woman who held her own against anyone and everyone, except him. I felt like my mom gave everything to my dad, who just tossed her to the side. I saw it all so differently now. My mom, she's the strongest woman I know. In the lifestyle they led, she was absolutely where she wanted to be. My dad, he knew his woman through and through, which meant he never crossed lines because she wouldn't take his shit, and he knew it. Only as a boy I didn't see the connection between them, so I twisted everything up. She also happens to be the only person I think strong enough to be a real partner to a man like my father, forever and always. I saw it all clearly now like never before. Then it started. Clapping. I had no idea who started it, but once it got going, I had to pull away from Mom because the entire airport erupted in it, loud and boisterous. Whistles started and grunts. From the Ravage family and complete strangers in the airport alike, the cheering continued. It was a welcome home that nowhere in my mind did I expect, nor did I deserve it from these people. I'd done them wrong, yet here they were and not one scowl in place. I take that back. Jax had one, but I had tried to get his woman, so it was expected. My father pulled me in for a one-handed hug as nods from the brothers and their women started. It was surreal because never in a million years did I think this group of people would be here, happy I was home. I thought they'd want me 6 feet under. Hell, who knows, they probably still did. It would really suck ass to go through everything I have to come home and get killed so quickly, but we never knew when our end was coming. I would face it all, even death, because now I simply knew. Cruz stepped up. Even though he clapped, his expression was stern. The features in his face almost locked tight, but there was this glint to his eyes, contained fury. Honestly, he had every right in the world to be. I single-handedly turned his world upside down. I left town knowing I held everything in my hands, so to speak. Instead of facing Cruz man-to-man, I sent the information home to my father. I didn't give the man the respect he deserved, and I allowed my father to drop the bomb to the entire club. The moment Cruz learned he had a grown son was the same moment the entire Ravage MC learned their rebellion charter president, Crow, was more than family by the club. No, he was Cruz's blood. For months I held the information close to my chest, and yet I didn't share. Instead, I took off to build my life in the Marines and left my dad and the entire club to take care of the fallout. No explanation, no more discussion, nothing. There was no doubt in my mind that there would be a day of reckoning. He had a lot of questions, and it was my job to answer them, or at least try to. It had been 4 years ago, and the things I thought were important back then frankly didn't mean shit today. Would he understand? Could he understand? Time would tell. He held out his hand, and I took it. His grip was hard, but so was mine. My body had changed over the years, and I didn't get pushed around very easily. I wasn't the little boy who left Sumner all those years ago. Not only had my mind grown, my body did as well, toning itself to a well-oiled fighting machine. I didn't need a gun to kill. My hands did the job just fine. So much training went into me becoming the man I am. The United States Marine Corps made me into a weapon, and with that inside of me, I stood proud against all enemies, foreign and domestic. That was my new reality. Cruz pulled me in and patted me on the back. Quietly but firmly, he issued the command. "Tomorrow, noon at the clubhouse. Don't make me come find you." "Yes, sir." The answer was automatic. It had become second nature. This was more than that, though. He deserved the respect that I'd never given him. He was the president. He earned that position, and for me not to give him that respect would go against everything I'd learned being a Marine. Not to mention he was a fellow Marine. He served in the Corps, too. Didn't mean I'd like what happened tomorrow, but no use in sitting around wondering when the ball was going to drop. Get in and get it done, whatever the consequences would be. That was how we worked our missions. We planned, went in, did the job, and got the fuck out, trying to come out unscathed. This meeting, though, I would be scathed in some way. I had to pay a penance, atone for the storm I'd brought down. That was a given. I'd be stupid to think they were going to allow me into the fold and forget everything my kid mouth ran off. "Today we celebrate in your honor." He shocked me once again as he pulled away, and his features relaxed. "What?" "Family. We're eating and welcoming you home the right way." Cruz completely and utterly baffled me. Cruz, more than anyone else here, had to hate me. Why would he want to have a party for me? The fact that everyone was here and, dare I say, happy to see me was enough to make me wonder if I was dreaming. But a Ravage welcoming party? Never in my drunkest moment could I have seen this coming. "You sure about that?" "Yes." His eyes turned dark, but he didn't scare me, not anymore. He'd been a Marine. He'd know exactly the training I'd had. It was one connection he and I had together now. But that stare told me he didn't forget a damn thing. He was just putting it aside to welcome a brother's kid home. I understood that. They were all here because Tug was Ravage. Therefore, Ravage would do anything for him. That included letting a shithead such as myself get the welcoming my father had earned with his cut. "Yes, sir," I answered as he stepped away. Handshakes were given with several "thank you for your service" comments made. There were also several threats about getting what was coming to me. These came from GT, Cooper, Breaker, and Reese. Had to admit, if anyone were to actually make me tremble, it would be Reese, but I held my own. They were livid, and just because they were here seeing me home didn't mean they had forgotten a damn thing I did. Whatever they planned to dish out, I was prepared to take. My mind was as strong as my body. I would endure. As Emery approached, I swore Jax growled. I tried not to smirk at his jealousy, but it was there all the same. She slapped Jax playfully on the arm. "Knock it off, he just got home." Emery's arms opened wide to me, but one glance in Jax's direction told me he wasn't happy. I grabbed Emery's hands and clasped them in front of us. This was another way to show Jax respect, and I wasn't here to go after his woman. That boat had sailed. I knew my place, and I wasn't about to cross those lines. Thanks for coming. Maybe in due time I'll get that hug. A tear welled in her eye as she nodded. Yeah, so glad to have you home. Me too. Releasing her, she made her way over to Jax, who lifted his chin. While I didn't expect it, I nodded back to him. It would be a hard one gaining his respect, but I hadn't backed down from anything difficult in 4 years. Not about to stop now. It would take more than a party to earn the trust and respect of the club. The road would be long and wide on that one. The brothers and their women surrounded my parents' SUV on the drive home. The respect, though, was for our country, the red, white, and blue. I got that, I accepted that. And seeing the flag on the back of a few bikes was a reminder of everything I'd been through, everything that had changed, everything that was worth anything. This was family. Come hell or high water, I'd face it head on to fix what I had fucked up.
2. Ensley. Remy, get back here! My little girl ran through the apartment, laughing so hard she had to gasp for breath every once in a while. Arms in the air, her little naked bottom on display, she took off down the small hallway and turned the corner into the tiny galley kitchen, which was her faulty move. There was no out this way, only a wall to block her escape. This was both one of my favorite times of the day with her, and the most exhausting. She was only going to be little so long, and I wanted to be present for every second of it all. Working full-time and raising a rambunctious little one meant sleep was never plentiful. Chasing her around our small place was fun, even if I was more than ready for a quiet moment to myself. The apartment was tiny, and with 3 people living here, space was tight. 2 bedrooms and 1 bath set in the town of Sumner, Georgia. The middle of nowhere, yet the middle of somewhere, if that made any sense. It was exactly what we needed. A safe, secure place to live. Remy squealed and squirmed as I picked her up, tossing her into the air. I blew raspberries on her belly as she tried to squirm out of my arms. I'll teach you to run away from me. She laughed the entire way down to our bedroom, which was about 10 feet. Remy and I shared the postage-sized space, with a double bed for me, a small dresser, and Remy's crib. There was barely any room to walk around. But it was functional. I'd utilized the space by taking the doors off the closet and positioned the dresser inside. Considering there was an entire wall of closets, we were able to hang our clothes on the other side and still have room underneath. I added shelving inside the closet, above the dresser for more storage. It was mostly my baby girl's toys that cluttered the room. We were still working on cleaning up her messes. Considering she didn't like that one bit, maybe I'd get her to do it by the time she was 20. Maybe. I chose to pick my battles, and this one wasn't something I would stress over. I didn't have many possessions, clothes for work and home, a single piece of jewelry from my mother, a box of the meager mementos from my past, and a few pictures. That was it. But I didn't need anything, because I had Remy. She was my light in the dark and the reason I got up in the morning. Stuff wasn't my thing. People were important. When it was all at risk before, I clung to hope and fought to have this life with my daughter. These moments were what mattered, and I would forever be grateful for all of them. I held my people close to me, never to let go no matter what I had to do to make it possible. It was a bit of a downfall for me, but the way I was raised, it was reasonable. Walking away from everything I knew taught me what was important. The lesson had been a painful one, but it made me the woman and, more importantly, the mother I was today. Remy bounced on the bed as I sat her on it. "I'm gonna eat you," I teased, opening and closing my mouth like some crazy-ass monster was, in fact, going to eat her. She turned over on her belly and started to make a dash to the top of the bed, kicking her feet, but I jumped on the bed and wrapped her in my arms. Into her neck, I pretended to eat, all the while kissing and making crazy sounds. It was one thing I absolutely loved about being a mom. Being silly and stupid, all to make my baby girl laugh, which was, in my opinion, the best sound ever. Remy would never have a childhood like mine. She would never live that life. That I'd live and die for. "Mommy!" she cried out as I laid her back on the bed. "You have to put your clothes on, Bug." "Nakey!" she yelled at the top of her lungs, causing me to burst out laughing. That was Remy. She'd stay naked all the time if I let her. Hopefully I could break this habit before she'd grow up and decide she'd want to be a streaker. I was pretty sure how to prevent streakers wasn't on Google. And if it was, color me stupid. Rather than fight her, I figured this was a phase that would pass in time. Kind of like sucking her thumb. Another battle I hadn't yet chose to fight. "I know you, Bug, but you can't run around completely naked because you'll pee on my floor." "No!" Her head shook back and forth rapidly. But I knew my girl. While there were times she wanted to sit on the potty, she wasn't there yet. She'd get sidetracked and pee all down her legs onto the carpet. Then we'd have to do bath time again and repeat the entire process with the addition of cleaning the carpet. Grabbing a diaper, her head continued to shake. "Sorry, baby, but until you go potty on the big potty all the time, you need to wear this." "Icky!" "If you think so, then tell Mommy when you have to go and I'll take you to the potty." I'd read online that children really didn't start potty training until they were in their later 2s to early 3s. Was it bad I wasn't ready for my little girl to grow up so fast? It felt like I just had her yesterday, and that step turned her officially into a kid. No, thank you. She'd always be my baby, no matter what. As much as it would kill, I wouldn't stop her either. Knowing that watching her grow was truly a gift, my soul simply appreciated each milestone. "I go." Damn, I loved hearing her words. She was beginning to talk in short bursts of sentences, but it was mostly one word at a time. Every day it was something new with her, like an adventure waiting to see what would be next. "You tell Mommy and we'll go." Fastening her diaper, I pulled a shirt over her head. "See, that's not so bad." She stood up, wrapped her chubby little arms around my neck and squeezed me hard. I loved those hugs. It made everything, the good, bad, and ugly, worth it. That one hug ruled my world. "Hello." Remy's head lifted at the sound of the female voice as she released me, rolled to her tummy, then inched off the bed. This was another new one, climbing off the bed by herself, and she landed on her feet every time. Not a single stumble. It made my heart stop each time, fearing she'd hurt herself. Remy made some sounds while she moved, but the one I could make out was, "KK!" There's my girl. Entering the living room, my sister Katie stood there hugging my daughter tightly, a wide smile on her face. Katie loved Remy just as much as I did. She proved it every single day. No one better in this world to have at my side than Katie. She was my calm in every storm. She was my strength through so much. But especially with my journey to having Remy here today. "How's it going?" she asked me, rocking Remy back and forth like she did every evening when she came in. "Good. I work from 7 to 7. Are you sure you're good with her?" Katie laughed. Please, I've been giving this little one stories before bed forever. We always have fun. Katie shrugged. And she sleeps most of the time while you're gone. Win-win. You'll tell me if it becomes too much, right? Katie had been my rock since the moment I was born, it seemed. She and I had been through so much together. I'd do anything in the world for her, and she would do the same for me. With her only a year older, we were thick as thieves. It won't. Thick or thin, sis, my sister replied, warming my heart because those words meant everything. See what I mean? Right. Cyrus. My heart stopped, and my body broke out in a cold sweat. The world tilted on its axis just from that one little name, a name that never needed to be said again. I'd left Cyrus behind in order to be Remy's mom. I was Ensley now, and proud of it. Cyrus was cursed, stained, damaged, and the life I had now was full of blessings and a future so bright it was blinding, even though times were hard. Taking a deep breath to try to calm myself, I pinned her with a stare that would melt ice. She shook her head. Ensley, sorry. It's hard sometimes, she stammered before I could say a word. She knew she couldn't make mistakes, knew it down to her bones. Too much was on the line for her, for me, but mostly for Remy. It's been a couple of years now. We aren't those kids anymore, Katie. You have to remember, Sybil and Cyrus are strangers. They are ghosts. Don't think about them. It only takes one wrong move, one slip-up. I paused and sucked in a deep breath. He can't find us. And if you slip up in public... Katie's eyes widened. He won't. I swear he won't. I'll do better. I've got this. Just the thought of him finding us made me panic inside. The room became hot like the fires of hell, and my hands wouldn't stop trembling. It took several deep breaths later before I was able to breathe. No, he won't. That was something I'd die to prevent. Remy popped her head up. Eat, she announced, touching all of her fingers to her lips. We'd taught her simple sign language. I'd read somewhere that kids could get frustrated not being able to communicate. We looked up simple signs and began using them with Remy. She learned quickly. I told Katie Remy was gifted. Katie agreed, and we rolled with it. All moms think their kids are the smartest, most talented, and the list goes on. Remy, though, she was something extraordinary, even if only to Katie and me. Katie and I smiled. Our little one loved her food. I'll get started. But no more of that, Katie. My sister nodded as I turned to the kitchen. This was our family. The three of us making a go out of life, away from where we were, each trying to build a good life. So far, we'd managed well. Happiness was all I wanted. And we'd found our small slice here, in a small town in Georgia.
3. Micah. Pulling up to my parents' home, the motorcycles following us spread out across the lawn. As my dad parked, I listened to the signature sound of each one giving one last twist to the throttle for a solid rev to the engine before being shut down. The steady tick of a motorcycle engine wasn't something I focused on. Until my first deployment, it wasn't something I even thought about. The sandbox, as we Marines called it, was a special kind of hell. Waiting for battle was a mindfuck like no other. To sleep, I wouldn't count sheep. Instead, I would let my mind replay the sound of my dad's Harley over and over. In time, the sounds from the recesses of my memories comforted me, calmed me, and finally sleep overcame me. Having Ravage here and each of them parking their rides, it calmed me too, No matter what the future held, I would endure like the steady tick of those engines. The clubhouse looked exactly the same as when I left, and it brought back a bit of nostalgia. I'd wrapped myself up in so much of the negativity that the positive things, such as being home, were swept aside. Seeing it now filled me with a comfort I'd forgotten for way too long. Swinging on the tire swing and dangling from the large oak tree was one of my favorite things to do. Getting as high as possible was the only way to go, then jumping off and practically breaking my foot. Okay, that part wasn't positive, but since I had no broken bones, it was all good. Crutches weren't so bad, I had learned, especially with Emery offering to help me any way she could. That constant support and encouragement from her was something I took for granted, much like everything else in my childhood. The large porch had a swing that my mom and I would sit at and watch the cars pass. Those were two of the few times I hung outside without my nose behind a screen. Video games was where I got lost most of the time. Now, thinking about it, there was so much time wasted in front of a television instead of being active in life. Instead of seeing what else existed, I closed my mind to anything outside of my views. My very skewed, angry views. Tons of emotions hit me one after the other in rapid succession. The onslaught gripped me tighter than I ever could have imagined. I thought I had made peace inside of myself, yet the guilt was eating at me. Yes, it was time to face Ravage and their wrath. Redemption Road was definitely bumpy and full of loose gravel, but I didn't plan to come out of it with road rash. Nope, no matter what I had to do, I was ready to find the end of this highway of my own personal hell and right every wrong I had done. The SUV turned off, and my father turned around in the seat. "Glad to have you home, son." "Good to be home, sir." My father chuckled. "Sir, I like that shit." A small smirk played at my lips. "Yeah, it's a hard habit to break." "Don't need to. Come on." My father exited the car, my mother and I following, grabbing my bag in the trunk. My dad was relaxed. We were truly a family in a way I had never experienced before. Finally giving my father the respect he deserved had changed so much between us. I liked where we were headed. I sucked in the crisp Georgia air. Yeah, this was home. For the first time in my life, it actually felt like the place I was always meant to be. "Come," my mother called, motioning me into the house, and I followed. Chaos ensued inside the kitchen as everyone was bustling all around, grabbing this and that and taking it all outside where there were tables and chairs set up. After throwing my sea bag in my room, I went to the kitchen where my mother was carrying two huge bowls, one pretzels and the other potato salad. Snatching them away from her, she smiled up at me. "Thank you." She beamed as I moved out the door and set the things on the table where everything else seemed to be. "You don't need to be doing that," my mother said on my second trip into the house. "Ma, I got this. You tell me what you need and I'll do it." While she smiled, there was a tenseness that came over the room, and when I turned around, I figured out why. Princess had entered the space. She was one woman no one messed with. I'd seen her in the ring many times fighting, and she knocked men twice her size out. After all these years, it didn't seem to change because her tank showed off her muscular arms. Princess loved her family, loved the club, loved everything the Ravage MC stood for. She was in 1,000% and gave her all to protect every bit of it. That was why I knew she had a lot to say to me. I'd give her that. After all, the bomb I dropped impacted her just as much as the brothers in the club. "Princess?" my mom warned, but Princess didn't even look at her, only having eyes locked to me. "It's all good, Mom. Let her do what she's got to do." Mom shook her head. I knew she wanted to shield me from the confrontation, but she had to know there was nothing she could do. I wasn't a little boy anymore. My mom didn't need to shield me from shit. This moment with Princess would happen, and keeping her away from it seemed to be a bit of a challenge. "Stop," my mom warned as she stood in my path. It was actually cute that she was trying to protect me. Reaching my arm out, I snagged my mom around her waist and pulled her behind me. She grumbled the entire time, but I didn't give a fuck. If fists were going to fly, she needed to be far away from it. My mom was my world, and I wouldn't let anyone get near her. I stared down at Princess, waiting for whatever she had to say. She stared at me, vivid disgust shining in her eyes. I earned that. Every single rotten ounce of it I deserved. I fucked with her family. It was wrong. I was wrong. So as long as she needed to stare at me, beat on me, cuss me out, I would take it. She said nothing as we continued to stare at each other. When the right hook came at me, I could have easily dodged it. Instead, I let it connect to my face. While it didn't feel good, it also didn't hurt. Much. My mother screamed. Wetness fell from my mouth, but my eyes stayed glued on Princess, not reaching up to wipe the blood off. Princess shook out her hand, which surprised me. "Damn, boy, you been eating your Wheaties or something?" That was something new and surprising. I held my mother behind me. "Something like that," I responded. "Good, maybe it knocked some sense into your ass," she clipped. "Marines did that, not the cereal." The left side of Princess's lip tipped, surprising the shit out of me once again. "We'll see," she replied, turning on her motorcycle-booted foot and moving outside. My mother came around to my front and started fussing over my lip. "Stop." The tone came out a bit sharper than it should have. Part of me was still out in the field with my Marines, and changing back over to civilian life may just take some getting used to. Her eyes widened. "Sorry, no excuse for that, Mom." She gave me a soft smile that tore at my heart. I loved this woman, and she'd put up with a lot of shit from me. I really needed to get myself in check and make sure that didn't happen again. "It's okay." I started to say it was not okay, but she put her finger to my lips. "Remember I talked to the counselor. She told me that was to be expected. It's okay." My head shook. "No, it's not okay. You're my mother, and I will do everything in my power never to talk to you that way again." She reached up and placed a kiss on my cheek. "I have your back, Micah. We will get through this." She reached over and handed me a platter. "Now take this outside and let's eat." I held the door for her, and we did just that. My mother fawned over me and started rushing around to get me things. She handed me a red Solo cup, which I took, and I leaned into her ear, whispering, "Love you, Mom, but I can get it myself." She pulled back, a tear in her eye. "Nonsense. You haven't been home in years, and who knows what happened over in that sand pit. You'll let me do this for you, understand?" A smile came to my lips. "Yeah, Ma, I got it." She needed this. Something simple. While I didn't like her working so hard around me when I was perfectly capable of handling getting my own food, I gave it to her and kept my mouth shut except to tell her thank you. Knowing she had worried with every deployment and didn't get to see me directly upon my return, having me right in front of her was important. She wanted to take care of me. I got it. I'd return the favor soon. There was no doubt in my mind that with my mother, there was a lot to fix. Not as much as my father, but it was still there, and I would show her how much she meant to me no matter what it took. The brothers, for the most part, kept their distance, which was understandable. I had no qualms with it. That was their play to have. "So you done being a douche?" Austin asked, coming to sit by me at the picnic table. A small grin lifted my lips. She, much like her mother, had never been one to hold back. "Can't say you won't think of me like that again, but for the most part, yep." She shoulder-checked me, but I didn't move. "So some time in the sand pulled your head out of your ass, huh?" Lifting the Solo cup, I took a swallow. Growing up did that. The sand was my job. "I'm pissed you didn't tell me about my brother sooner," she tossed out. I knew someone would bring it up at some point. I just didn't expect it to come from Austin first. My grin died. "Look, I know everyone wants to know the story. Everyone has questions. Everyone wants to kick my ass. I get that. Understand that. Know this is no disrespect, but I'm talking to the club first about the details." Her face turned, and I knew she was going to let loose on me, so I kept going. "Know this, Austin. I'm not the same man anymore. I did wrong. I have to atone for it. More than that, I have to answer for it. I will. There is nothing I can say that will ever take back how I handled the situation. I have to live with that, the same way I have to live with the brothers in arms I watched die literally inches from me. What I can tell you, when I first stumbled upon the information, I didn't believe it. I thought I was being set up. By the time I sorted out the facts, things were already out of hand for me. I needed a change, so I did what I had to do for myself, but I didn't want to leave this information to be shared by a stranger, or worse, an enemy. I felt like the only way to bring it to the table was through a brother, that brother being my dad. Did I handle it all wrong? Absolutely. But what is done is done. Her face changed just a bit, and if I were to blink, I probably would have missed it. The shock. She allowed it to register, albeit briefly, but it was there. "Really?" she asked, puzzled. "You understand the value and meaning behind brotherhood?" "Yeah, believe me or don't, it's the truth. As for the details behind it all, I'm talking to the club first. Then you can come at me with whatever you have." "I could just punch you in the nuts, force you to talk," she threatened, with a look in her eyes that made me know she was serious. "You could." I relaxed my shoulders before I continued, "But you won't?" A light shone in her eye, and she got me. Respect was something I lost all those years ago and needed to gain back. The Ravage MC was the focal point in both of our lives since we had been born. The difference between Austin and I was that she fully understood it. She embraced everything Ravage, while my child brain didn't. Now, I got it. "You're lucky." She had no idea how lucky I really was. Hopefully she'd never find out.
4. Ensley. Sickness. It was all around me. Every breath. Every touch. Every surface. Every cough. Everywhere. One not-so-great perks of my job. Wearing a mask and vinyl gloves were a must at all times. I didn't even keep a water bottle at my desk, knowing the coughs and sneezes would infect it immediately. When I left every night, I'd scrub myself here in the nurse's station, then take a shower as soon as I walked in the door. It wasn't that I was a germaphobe. It was more like a, I don't want my kid to get sick thing. No one came into the hospital because they felt great and were ready to run a triathlon. Being in this place was the most contagious, infectious area of the city. But it was my job, and for the most part, I liked it. Smiling up at the man in front of me, not that he could tell because of my mask, he proceeded to sneeze repeatedly. My eyes closed with each one, just picturing all the sickness being thrown my way. With practice, I had learned to fight the instinct I had to press back in my chair and get away from the people. They couldn't give me the proper information to check them in if I couldn't manage to stay in front of them. Thank God he had tissues to control the spreading. Not that he caught all of them. The particles in the air wreaked havoc on my mind. It all made me want to reach for my hand sanitizer, but it wouldn't do much considering my hands were covered with gloves. At least the janitorial staff stayed on top of their rounds, cleaning and disinfecting. "Go on over to the waiting area and you'll be called when it's your turn." He nodded, his eyes puffy and watering, but he slowly staggered on his heels toward the lobby and took a seat. The place was busy, but it always seemed to be at night. It was usually when people started to let loose a bit and ended up with stupid shit happening. There was some wicked shit that happened in the ER. Of course, there were the normal sicknesses, occasional stabbings or shootings. But the ones that stuck out to me were the, how in the hell did that happen? For example, the man who stuck a screwdriver up his dick. It wasn't a large one, but a smaller one like someone used on their glasses, that got lodged inside. Why he did this was beyond me, and it took surgery to remove. I couldn't imagine as a man having to come to the emergency department with a tool stuck in my junk. Of course, there were bizarre things that I swore were a figment of someone's imagination until I faced it at work. Like the gerbil incident. That one still makes me cringe. A damn rodent stuck in my asshole? No thank you. Who the hell in their right mind would even try that? People seemed to do the strangest things sometimes, and personally, I was just happy that my job was at the intake and not in the surgery room having to do extractions. That was putting it nicely. The night moved fast as usual. It was what I liked about the late shift in the ER. There wasn't much downtime, so the night began and ended quickly. I didn't hate my job by any means. I was grateful for it. It gave Remy and I stability and health insurance, two huge things that were a necessity for us. Therefore, here was where I worked. The doors swung open, and my lips tried to form words, but instead my eyes widened as I sucked in a deep breath. Austin. What happened? Austin, a friend of mine, had a woman she was practically carrying in as she was unable to walk much. The woman had long blonde hair and was beat to shit. Black and blue marks covered so many different parts of her body, and blood came from her mouth and nose. Swelling had already begun. Every move seemed to be agonizing for the woman. She works at X. Asshole at the club beat her up, Austin explained in a rush. Is my cousin here with you? I asked out of habit. Her head shook as she beamed, talking about her man. No, Riker's not. He's on a run for the club. My mom's parking the SUV. She'll be here in a sec to handle the paperwork and cover the bill. Let me see what I can do to get her back ASAP. Sit her in that wheelchair there. I pointed quickly while gathering the materials necessary to get her checked in. The poor woman groaned as Austin slowly lowered her to the chair. Surprisingly, she hadn't passed out yet. I had seen that once before. A man had an accident with a chainsaw. He managed to make it to my desk before twisting the wrong way and releasing the grip on the towel to get the pen from me and sign the intake paperwork. As the blood-soaked fabric fell, so did his hand that had been held in place after being severed in his accident. The pain hit. He let out a wail and promptly passed out. I didn't make it around the desk in time to catch him before he hit the floor with a thud. Needless to say, they rushed him back to the emergency room, and in the end, he was lucky they were able to save the hand. I waited with bated breath, wondering if this woman would fall out in front of me. It was obvious she had internal injuries and was in complete agony. Lifting the receiver, I dialed the on-call nurse in the back and spoke quietly. I have a woman up here who's been beaten badly. She's a friend. Can you get her back? Sure thing. Give me 2 ticks, she responded, hanging up the phone. She's coming, but I need all of her information. I've got it. Princess, Austin's mom, held up a manila folder as she entered the waiting area. She was a sight, that was for sure. Long black hair with bright red streaks, leather pants and jacket. Austin told me she never knew her mom not looking exactly like this. Not only that, Princess was a tough cookie. I remember when Riker first introduced me, I wanted to hide. Intimidation and complete awe encompassed me. I was out of my element being away from home, and here was this powerhouse of a woman. She was so strong, so confident, and completely blunt. Just then the nurse swung the door open, and I pointed to the blonde woman. She nodded before she leaned down and said some words, then wheeled her into the back. Grabbing the folder and opening it, I got started on the intake process so they'd have the woman's information when she got into a bay. Princess stood over me, seething. Yes, seething. I could tell because her nostrils would flare, and she kept making fists. The woman was about to explode with each second that ticked by. It was apparent to everyone in the room that she was struggling to remain in place. Knowing Princess as I did now, I knew she simply wanted to be in the fight with whomever hurt this woman. Is Riker coming here when he's done on the run? I asked quietly, still learning about this motorcycle club life my cousin led. Her features softened just a bit. He'll be taking care of this. She angled her head to the beat-up woman. Problem. So, no. A sense of pride washed over me. Good. 3 hours later, Austin was wheeling out Sandy, the blonde who was patched up as best as possible. I'd hug you, but you look like you're in a hazmat suit. To this, I chuckled. Feels like it.
5. Micah. When I woke up this morning, there felt like a shift in my world. Given my task for the day, meaning getting the shit beat out of me, it was most likely going to be a bad day. One that had been coming a long time, and I just wanted it over with so we could move on. Leaving Sumner wasn't an easy choice. Living here was the only thing I'd ever known. Only I had this stirring of my soul that called for me to go out and see more of the world. I wanted to get out, far away from this place. Growing up, this wasn't anything I thought about as my home in adulthood. Going to college, I thrived away from here. Then something inside me changed, but it wasn't enough. The pull to come home had finally started, but when I got here, things weren't what I expected. Taking a hard look at myself in the mirror, I realized Sumner wasn't the problem. Ravage wasn't the problem. The problem was the man looking back at me in the mirror. The military was my out. At least I saw it that way at the time. Looking at it now, the Marines turned out to be my saving grace. I'm the man I am today because of my time in the service. There are things I saw that I never imagined experiencing, things I never want to relive. But in all the bad, now I see just how good I always had it here with Ravage. I'd hated the Ravage MC for so many years, and all I could think about was getting far away from it, to be rid of the thing that took over our lives. Sure, I went to college, but I had to come back. Only my mindset was wrong. I came back to prove I had it better than Ravage, and in the end it left me on my ass, knowing I didn't have shit but a whole lot of attitude. My hate was misplaced. I knew that now. It didn't mean that I walked away unscathed. The Ravage MC never let things slide, and before I left, I dropped a bomb on the club. The club had questions, and I had answers, ones they wouldn't like hearing. But it was time for it all to come out. It was time for the consequences of my actions. I got in club business, and no one without a patch needed to be in club business. I crossed a line. The man I had become knew the only way to move forward was to face what lay behind me. "Hey, Micah." The soft knock came to the door as it creaked open, just like when I was a kid. My beautiful mother stood there reminding me of the past. "Hey, Mom, I'm already up." The Marines taught me discipline and control. That included sleeping light and waking early. Not to mention keeping my shit well put together. "You've made your bed?" Mom asked as I rose from it. I stopped myself from laughing out loud. As a kid, she couldn't get me to make my bed ever. If I did make it, that meant I tossed the comforter over the top, hiding the disheveled sheets beneath. "Yeah, habit," I muttered, looking back and seeing that I could indeed bounce a quarter off it if I needed to. Corners folded sharp and everything tucked in tight. I was at the ready for my day, and my rack was at the ready when the time to take my boots off happened to come. She shook her head. "Wish you would have done that in high school. It was hard enough to get you to eat with us." A sigh escaped me. She wasn't wrong. I was a little shit, you can say it. My mom wrapped her arms around me and hugged me tightly. I returned the gesture. It was one of many things I missed while gone, her comfort. She'd always been such a rock for me, and I never gave her the recognition she deserved. Her body began to shake as I reassured, "It'll be all right." Whether it would or not was up in the air, but somehow, someway, I'd make it okay for her. "Sit," she ordered, sitting on the bed, one that was very small and didn't fit my frame one bit. It was a good thing my body adjusted to sleeping in difficult conditions. Luckily, though, the closing for the house had already gone through, and I'd be getting the keys later today. I followed her instructions, sitting next to her and wondering what she wanted to get off her chest. It could be a number of things. "Do you remember what we talked about? The conversation about why you hated the club?" she asked me. How could I ever forget? Even years ago, my memory was sharp. Her hand came to my shoulder. "Micah, talk to me, just you and me. Tell me what's going on with you." Blowing out a breath, I picked out some more of the pictures, some with me paying attention, others with me not, each one a memory of my childhood, one that I wished I could go back and talk to my mother about. May as well get it out now. "You didn't like Dad gone so much." Mom jolted like what I was saying was out in left field, then cleared her throat. "I was fine with it." Raising my brow, she shook her head. Okay, there were times it was hard, but it was hard raising you, and with him gone, a lot was put on my shoulders. But you never talked to him about it. How do you know that? My mother's eyes narrowed. Because he always left again, and sometimes longer than the time before. I heard you, Mom. Heard you in your room crying sometimes. Her chin went down to her chest as she shook her head. You weren't supposed to hear that. But I did. I hated it. I hated that the club took him away from you and made you sad. Her head lifted like a light bulb had just gone off in her brain, like the pieces of my puzzle were finally coming together for her. And that's why you have such an issue with the club. I nodded. Her soft hands came to my face and cupped my cheeks. Life is hard. There are no road maps that tell you what path to go down. It's all trial and error. Sometimes you win a path, and sometimes it turns into a mistake you can't fix. I knew what I was getting into with your father. I knew he'd be gone because that's part of his job. Yes, sometimes we're hard because it's overwhelming being alone with a small kid running under your feet all the time, but I've never once thought badly of your father or the club because of it. Those were my feelings, and I didn't project them on anyone else, not even you. I'm sorry that you heard, but I wish you would have talked to me then, not bottled it all up for so long. My chest hurt. She was right. I should have talked to her, but once again I was young and didn't want anyone to see her differently. I thought I was protecting her, but instead I turned my mind into knots. Club life had these men on such pedestals. You didn't ask questions, and you didn't ever do anything to make you look weak. That's how it seemed when I was a boy. Like, what kind of family doesn't allow someone to have a bad day? Now, as a man, I could see it was not that way. The vision was skewed. They had each other's backs, so no one was ever alone, and there was always strength in numbers. I just couldn't see it back then. Sorry, I whispered, feeling tears well in my eyes. Not that I'd let a single one fall. No, I'm sorry because my actions caused you to have a skewed outlook on the club, your father, and me. That's not something you need to carry around with you, and it pains me that it has. I didn't tell you this to make you sad, She reached out and cupped my face. No, I'm not sad or disappointed with you at all. But at myself, yes, because I didn't see it. Yes, ma'am. I talked to your father about those times. I told him about you hearing me cry when he left and how you felt about it. I also told him how I felt about it. That's good. You needed to. Her hand comes to my knee and squeezes. You sure are hard with muscles. She chuckled, then continued. Your perception of that time shaped the way you looked at the club, your father, and me. I started to say something, but she squeezed my legs to halt me. They were preconceived notions and not an actual depiction of our lives. I know you said you saw it back then, but if you truly did, why did you start looking into the Ravage MC? Why dig into our family if you knew you hadn't seen things quite right? They're going to ask you that. This was heavy. There are a lot of ways I can answer this, Mom, but just know that I will answer anything they ask me truthfully. It's club business, and I get that now. Therefore, I'll talk to them. Know that I'm okay. I'm not the same scared boy who got his heart broken. Not even close. I respect that. Know that I love you no matter what. She leaned over and wrapped her arms around me once again. You need to make sure that you're ready for whatever they throw at you. Being your mama, I want to let my inner lion out and protect you, but I can't. There isn't a damn thing I can do in this situation, Micah, and that kills me. I'll be fine, Ma. I promise. You don't have to worry about me. Her hand squeezed. I'll worry about you until I take my last breath on this earth. That's what being a parent is. You feel for your child and would bleed for them to take all of their pain away. One day you'll understand it when you have your own kids. That won't be any time soon, Mom. I gave a slight shoulder shrug because I honestly wasn't sure kids were in my future, but that was a conversation for a different time. Her smile lit up the room, making the heavy of the conversation evaporate. You never know what life will throw at you. Come get some breakfast. Life wouldn't be throwing me that particular thing for a long damn time. My father was sitting at the table with a cup of coffee in his hand and the remote in the other. He turned down the television, his attention coming to us. Sleep good? I can sleep anywhere, I answered, moving to the table. Another gift from Uncle Sam and military training. Hot, cold, dirty, clean, gunfire, all of it prepared me to sleep light and wherever the location took me. My mom went to the countertop and grabbed a huge platter. Instantly, I darted over and grabbed the platter, taking it to the table. "Thank you." She kissed my cheek as we took our seats. "That's not what I asked you, Micah," my dad interjected as I scooted my chair up to the table. Mom stilled, sucking in a breath. She was so on edge about me being here and what would happen. Hell, it seemed she was even freaked out about how my dad and I would get along. Sure, there were lots of bridges that needed to be rebuilt, but that didn't mean I'd back down from any of them. My father and I had our issues, but the biggest one was the respect I had for him and he had for me. That I knew had to be mended to the point it was sealed tight. We were making strides, but things weren't simple between us for sure. No, bed's small, but it sure as hell beats laying in the dirt with bullets flying at your head. My father smiled, obviously liking that answer, which puzzled me because bullets flying was never funny, but maybe it was my frank honesty. Hell, if I knew, it was like learning them both all over again. My mother, on the other hand, gasped, obviously not liking that analogy. "I'm not ready to hear about that. Not yet." Sorry, just answering the man's question. I reached over and took my mother's hand, giving it a squeeze in hopes of giving her just a bit of assurance. My father took his food off the platter and passed it to me. Scrambled eggs, bacon, toast, and pancakes. It had been over 4.5 years since I'd had a home-cooked meal from my mom, and I was starved for it. After living on MREs and takeout when I was stateside, this was heaven. I had eaten enough meals in the chow hall to last my lifetime. This was a 5-star gourmet meal. "Now that's honest, and we can get you a bigger bed," my dad added, forking his food and taking a bite. I nodded, understanding the reason for his question. "Thanks, but my house is ready for me to move in today. The realtor that handled the rental while I was gone said it's empty now and ready. Once I get the keys, I plan to go to storage and get my stuff out." "You're not staying here?" my mother asked, not hiding the sadness in her tone. "Mom, I'm 27 years old and need my own space. It's nothing against you, but I need to start my life, and I can't do that in my childhood room." "Do you have money for that? To be living in the house instead of using it as rental income?" Dad asked. I nodded, taking a bite of eggs. Since I was an officer, the housing provided wasn't bad, and neither were my paychecks. I had banked a bit during these 4 years, not to mention the money from before I left. Things were not tight at all. Once I got my regular clients geared up, it would all work out even better so that nest egg could grow. I continued scooping and eating another bite of eggs. Mom made the best freaking scrambled eggs. It was the milk that made them extra fluffy. Something that not everyone could do, and I could eat a damn dozen of them. After swallowing, I answered, "Yes. Got money banked, contacted a few of my previous clients, and was able to secure some jobs." Dad coughed. "Computers?" he asked almost hesitantly, which wasn't like him, but it was also the reason I ended up leaving in the first place, and it had him on edge. But I met him head on. Our eyes connected. I needed him to feel me, to get me, to understand me. What I did for clients could get me in trouble, but digging into the Ravage MC was worth making me lose the respect of the entire club. "Yes, I'll be doing the same as before. It's what I'm good at." "Maybe too good. You dug into shit you didn't have any right to be in. That shit is gonna cost you." His tone was different. As a boy, I thought my father's voice always thundered. I had learned that was another thing where my mind heightened every sense, including the sounds he made. But this was altogether not as usual. He was firm but not angered, more concerned. My heart hammered in my chest. It wasn't in fear, no. It was in shame and guilt. Those two things could be worse than any fear imaginable. I'd let my father down. I broke a sacred trust in the club. Some might even view me like an enemy to people I desperately wanted to be family. "I know." "You're not scared?" Dad asked, his brow raised. He didn't know what I'd been through. He didn't know the challenges I faced daily. He didn't know anything of the past 4 years, except the watered-down version I shared. This would be just something else to add to the list. "No, not scared, Dad. Just ashamed. That's an entirely different thing." My father smiled, and that was that. He seemed good with my answer, and it was the honest truth. Whatever they dished out, I could take. I understood the need for payback. I understood the need for revenge. A cell went off, and my dad reached into his pocket, pulled it out, looked at the display, and left the table. This meant it was the club. They were probably wanting to make sure I didn't hightail it out of here before they got a chance to beat the hell out of me. As a kid, that would have been the outcome. Now, as a grown man, hiding would never be an option for me. My mom reached over and grabbed my hand. "I'm scared for you." Inside of me cracked. I never wanted to cause her an ounce of pain, sadness, or fear. Clutching her hand, I stared deep into her eyes. "I'll be just fine, Ma. Promise." "It's not going to be pretty, Micah." Her head shook. "You didn't see them after you left." Reassuring her wasn't going to be easy. She loved me and had never stopped, no matter what I said or did. She'd always been there for me. I know, and no, I have no clue what's going to happen. But know this, just like being out in the field, I'll do my damnedest to come back home. A stray tear left my mom's eye just as my dad returned. I couldn't get a read on his face. "Meeting is moved until tonight," he ordered, looking at me, then to my mom. "Gotta run, club business." He leaned down and kissed my mom on the lips and then took off. Memories of the past crashed into me. My father leaving, my mother crying, feeling left out of the fold at every turn. But this time it was different. There was no pain, there was no guilt or anger in my father leaving. There was just my dad going out to take his brothers' backs. I wished I'd have seen this before. "Sounds good." My mother smiled. "We can spend the day together." "Sure, but I've got to go get the keys to my place and go to the storage unit." Her nose scrunched a bit. "Not liking you not living here." "Grown man and need my own space." She sighed. "Fine, but we're spending time together today." That was what we did, spending the day together and getting into my new place.
6. Ensley. This place always smelled good. They changed it every time I stepped into the building. Today was a fall scent with some kind of pumpkin-apple combination, and maybe some kind of marshmallow or something. It was divine. Some people thought going into an assisted living home, the smell of death and despair was all around. Nope, not at the Rosewood where my friend Gladys lived. This place was like a 10-star resort that I'd love to come for vacation. Instead of that, we just visited and enjoyed it from afar. Remy tugged on my finger, then put her arms up in the air to be picked up. I lifted her and positioned her on my hip as I turned to the woman on duty. "Hi, we're here to see Gladys Withendall." "Hey, Ensley." Reba, who'd known me since I started coming, came from the back room, wiping her hands with a paper towel and totally ignoring the receptionist. "Hey, Reba, how are things?" "Good. And you brought Remy today. Gladys is going to be so happy." Reba clapped her hands excitedly. She'd worked here for years and absolutely loved her job. Some people just acted like they enjoyed what they did every day when they really didn't. Reba did, hands down. "Gee!" Remy squealed, kicking her legs. It was the closest she'd come to saying Gladys. It was a very hard name for a little one. Therefore, Guy it was. Remy loved her Guy. "She is too," I said with a smile. "Go on in. I'll get you down." Reba went to the computer, and the buzzer to the inner door sounded. I hustled to the door, pulling it open just in time. Remy squirmed, knowing exactly where she wanted to be. "Hang on. We need to go see Gladys, and then we can play." "No," Remy whined, and I kneeled to her eye level. "Yes, we need to see Gladys first, or we have to leave. They won't let us play without Gladys." This was partially the truth and a little white lie. We wouldn't have to leave. But that was only because they knew us here. The playground in the courtyard was Remy's favorite thing to do. It was for all the grandkids who would come to visit. "Hey!" Remy called out, and several of the men and women turned, Most were used to Remy. She was young. But some didn't like the noise much. We just went along with our business. Remy looked at me for long moments, then calmed when she put her head on my shoulder. She had a short fuse, but it burned out quick. It was one thing I hoped she'd keep through the years, at least the burning out quick part. We made it to Gladys's room and knocked softly. There was no answer. "Are you looking for Gladys?" an older woman asked, moving down the hall. "Yes. Do you know where she is?"
"It's so sweet to see grandkids and great-grandkids. She's down in the poker room."
I should have known my Gladys would be where the action was. She was never one to steer away from it, always being the center of it all, hell, even bringing it. She was a spitfire, and it was why I was so drawn to her in the first place. Thank you. Knowing exactly where that room was, we took off, Remy coming back into herself by sitting up and then getting down to walk while holding my finger. As we passed, several of the residents had their hands up for Remy to give high fives to. She always had a smile on her face doing it, and I'd always wondered what she thought about it, having all of these people who loved seeing her when she visited. One day, maybe she'd tell me. The poker room held 3 tables, 1 roulette wheel, and several video poker machines. The residents didn't win money, though. Instead, they were able to choose different things they wanted to do that were the extras. Gladys liked her massages, considering a very young, blonde man, Nate, gave them to her. She said he was just so precious. Right. Gladys was sitting at a round table with 3 other women and a dealer. The dealer was actually a worker here, but she wore a uniform to make the place feel as real as possible. Like I said, 10-star resort. "Hey," I announced, coming to the table as Remy took off to Gladys.
"There's my girls."
Gladys cheered as she tossed her cards down, then turned and wrapped Remy in her arms tightly. When we left our families over 2 years ago, I never knew we'd have this extended one. The Ravage MC and Gladys. I met Gladys in the emergency room about a year ago. It was twisted and jacked up, and you probably wouldn't believe me if I told you. But I'm going to tell you anyway. Gladys came in with her friend, June, who was in her late 60s and apparently very sexually active. June, somehow, some way, got a condom stuck up inside of her and she couldn't get it out. Gladys told me,
"It was because his dick was so scrawny. Couldn't hold the damn thing on if he tried."
It was that moment that Gladys and I bonded. It was totally messed up, but a great friendship came out of all the laughter.
"And how's my baby girl doing?"
Gladys cooed to Remy.
"Pay!"
Remy yelled, and Gladys smiled.
"Sorry, ladies. My little one needs to play. I'll catch you on the flip side."
Gladys set Remy down and grabbed her hand, coming toward me.
"Looks like we're off to play. Lead the way."
Standing behind Remy and Gladys, I wanted to snap a picture. It was so perfect. Little Remy holding onto Gladys's hand, all the while looking up at her and smiling. The guilt that burdened me from time to time started rising. It was the one thing that I hated from my little girl, having a biological family. When Katie and I left, we knew there was no going back. We didn't want to. It was the family part that we missed. Having everyone around and playing with the younger kids. There was always someone around whenever you needed them, and someone was always bored enough to do what you had planned. Now we were on our own and doing great. But I wished my girl had more of a blood family. Don't get me wrong. Riker has pulled us into his world with open arms, and we loved it. It was a family of our own choosing. I just hoped that, later on, Remy didn't hate me because of the choices I'd made.
I did them all for her, and I'd make sure she knew that when the time was right. This right here, though, was precious, and I burned it into my memories, pulling out my phone and taking a discreet shot of the two. There you go, Gladys grinned, leading Remy into the playground. This home was fantastic. The play area rivaled the most top-notch daycare by a mile. What I loved was the sitting area off to the side, which was where Gladys led us. Remy would come up 5 million times showing us her finds from the area, and we each loved it. She was busy, and we were able to spend time together. So how's my bigger girl doing? It felt good having her call me her girl. While I loved my mother, she wasn't the loving type and rarely showed any affection, even something as simple as a pet name. Nothing. She was more of an order her children kind of mom. I couldn't remember a time when she hugged me just because. It had always been in front of someone she was trying to impress. This small bit from Gladys meant the world, and she didn't even know. Good. Work's busy. Remy keeps growing like a weed. Katie's good. Overall, I shrugged. Good. You do realize there are more words in the English language than good. I smiled. Yeah, but good is the way I describe it. Tell me how you're doing. Oh, hell. There's always something going on here. Freddie's been seeing Margot and Sharon, which caused a huge problem in the dance room for partners. It was a hoot to watch. Then we have June, who's spreading herself around the place. She lowered her voice, which is nothing new. Love her to bits, and as old as we are, I say go for it. Just don't get the rubber stuck again. A chuckle left me. June's getting more than I ever have. Gladys laughed out loud. She's getting more than I've ever had, too. And I've been alive a lot longer than you, child. She always did this, telling me about everyone around here. But the one person I cared most about, her. What's going on with you, Gladys? Just living and loving it. I won a massage the other day and can't wait to get it from Nate. She wiggled her eyebrows suggestively. Hell, with how Gladys was, I wouldn't be surprised if Nate gave her other favors. Not that I'd ask. Some things I don't need to know. Gladys could get her some, then go for it. Life was too short, and she needed to live it. Mama! Remy yelled as she sat at the top of the slide, waiting for my eyes to come to her. Go ahead. Remy smiled and went down the slide so fast, her shirt started waving in the breeze. Remy didn't wait for me. She just took off to the sandbox. She'd have it in her hair, shoes, and every crevice, including her butt crack, before we left. As long as she had fun, I didn't care. Everything washed off. So, Ensley, tell me more than good. I knew she wouldn't let that go. She might have only known me for a year, but she knew me more than my real mother ever had. Gladys was that mother figure I'd always craved, yet never had. In fact, Gladys was the complete opposite of the woman who'd given me life. My biological mother lived a life that I never wanted to be a part of, not to mention to have Remy live it. There was no way in hell I'd allow that. Considering how much my family looked down on me when I was pregnant, they never would have given Remy the time of day. More than likely, they would have shipped Remy off with another family member to pass off as their baby or what they wanted to do, terminate the pregnancy altogether. Good, huh? I chuckled as Gladys lifted her gray eyebrow at me, so I talked. Katie's been working. At the store? My head shook. Yeah, she talks a lot about a guy named Sam, but I don't think anything is going on there. It seems to be more of a friendship than anything else. Shame. You girls need to find what makes you happy. Happiness. There was only one thing that made me happy. I have Remy, and she's all I need. Nonsense. Every woman needs to get laid. I burst out laughing. I haven't had that in years. Well, at least 2.5 years. She nodded toward Remy, and she wasn't wrong. What about Remy's dad? Talking about Remy's dad wasn't something I did. Ever. Once. Only once did I talk to Katie about him. About that night. About the night that blew me out of the water, leaving me aching on the inside that I'd never have it again. That was it. Nothing else was ever said. That night was like none I'd ever had. The last one I had with Ari, my old best friend. I'm going to kill Ari. This was the second time she'd done this exact same thing. She found a man drinking across the bar, and he's the only thing on her radar. I didn't exist. Just when I was starting to loosen up a bit, she had to leave me. This entire situation was new to me, and Ari promised she'd stay by my side the entire time. We were just supposed to come here and dance. Now she's dancing with a man. Cute man. But still. Sidling up to the bar, the bartender came up with a wide, flirtatious smile on his face. One which I returned, leaning into the bar top and getting close. Books were my go-to in learning about men. I'd get them from the small little take-one box down the way and sneak it into the house. When everyone was asleep, I'd pull it out and read. One can learn a lot from books. Ramen diet. Ari got it for me last time, and it was pretty good. Of course, I would sip it until all the ice melted. The handsome man with long hair winked. Sure thing, beautiful. He took off as a deep breath tried to come in, but it felt shallow, like the sigh was more in my head than actuality. Even with all the noise around me, thoughts began to invade as my drink showed up, and I drank it way too quickly, needing the escape from the words tormenting me. Another? You all right? He asked me, and I wanted to punch him, but that would damage his pretty face. Just because a woman drinks didn't mean a damn thing was wrong with her. Absolutely. His gaze lingered longer than it should before he took off to make my drink. A subtle come on, but definitely one of them. A tap came to my shoulder, and inside I wanted to jump. Earlier, when Ari and I were dancing, I'd been blowing men off left and right. I really wasn't in the mood to do it again while I was sitting here drinking. Turning my head slowly, a man on the shorter side stood next to me with a goofy as hell grin. Go away. The order came with an eye roll. No, he wasn't ugly, but he did nothing for me. Sure, I could go back to being polite and doing everything the man said, but out here, I didn't have to do any of that. I could make up my own mind and do what I wanted to do, not what a man told me to do. He might be a good guy, but just from one glance at him, I knew he wasn't for me. Romance books had so many different heroes in them. The ones who got to me were the men who were strong and dominant. The ones who took what they wanted and made a woman feel like she wasn't so alone in a world of chaos, yet didn't take over their lives. They were loving and caring, doing anything and everything for their woman. I'd yet to find one, so maybe they were just in my imagination. The guy started to talk, but it was the deep baritone on the other side of me that caught my attention. Turning toward him, my breath caught for a moment, and words wouldn't form on my lips. It's as if I was suspended in time, unable to do anything but stare at the beauty of this man. I'd never described a man as beautiful, but he was. Just ignore him, he said to me as my brow quirked, my voice coming back after clearing my throat. All I could think was, don't sound stupid. You've got this. Now why would I want to do that? The hunk of a man's face was very well defined with solid angles and planes, giving him an imposing look. When his lip tips in a smirk, my panties instantly dampen. It's one of those a woman will never forget in her entire life. One that makes you stop and take notice. One of those that was burned so deep in a woman's mind it never escaped. One I thought was a figment, a ghost, almost like the books I'd read. Of all the men I'd ever been around, none of them made me feel even a speck of whatever this tingle was. The eyes were his other weapon, deep brown with layers upon layers, pulling me and captivating me completely. No answer? I jabbed, wanting to hear more from him and curious what his story was. Everyone had a story. Some weren't so pretty like mine, while others were intriguing. I wondered which he was.
You're the sexiest woman I've seen in years. You think I'm letting you go?
To this I threw my head back, laughing. Flattery will get you everywhere. What's your name?
Micah. You?
Cyrus.
Beautiful name for a beautiful woman.
To this I laughed full out. Beautiful name? No, more like a life sentence. He leaned into my ear.
Sexy Cyrus. Yeah, I think it's damn perfect.
My belly did a small flip, and my heart rate picked up. Fuck. I was in trouble. Yeah, I was in serious trouble that night. Little did I know, he'd leave me with a bundle in my belly.
7. Micah. How the hell are ya? Dryerson put his hand out and I clasped it, pulling him into a man embrace, or whatever the hell you called it. I didn't give a fuck. I was just happy to see the man. Fucking great, I responded as he pulled away with a wide smile on his face. Dryerson was my brother. We were Marines with the team fighting together, and we trusted each other with everything inside of us. We depended on one another every damn day, and we didn't let the other one down, ever. We never left anyone behind. Come hell or high water, we all got out, even if it were on a stretcher unresponsive. Those were the memories I hated reliving, but they were always there just at the edge, waiting for some moment to trigger them all to come flooding back. Get your ass in here. I opened the door to my new home, and Dryerson stepped inside. The place was sparse, and Dryerson didn't know it yet, but he was going to help me get my things out of storage later. When I got home from college, I'd bought a home in Sumner. It turned into a rental property while I was gone in the Marines, and there was a realtor who handled everything for me. When I knew my service time would be ending, I called her up about a year before and had her get it ready for me. The 2-story home needed to be cleaned and updated. Paint, cabinets, flooring, beams, appliances, countertops, bathrooms, everything was new. No offense, but I wanted my ass to be the only one that sat on my toilet. After sharing everything for 4 years, I needed that. Luckily, my realtor handled everything. I just paid the bills. It worked out in the end. It saved me a ton of time and money for that matter. Looking like you need some furniture, man, Dryerson commented, stepping into the entryway, then into the living room with cathedral ceilings. Ceiling fans whirled above, and the exposed wooden beams gave it a homey look. The living room fed into the kitchen, which was stocked with all the appliances. The realtor had them delivered yesterday before I got here. Stainless steel all the way, and the countertops looked like marble with whites, browns, and blacks swirled around, but really it was fake marble. It looked good and wouldn't take much to replace, but it went well with the cherry color of the cabinets. Even I had to admit the kitchen was huge and included a large island in the center. Off to the side of that was a connected dining room, but it would probably end up being a pool room or something. I'd either eat at the island or the couch, once we got it anyway. Yup, now that you brought my ride here for me, I'll go get the trailer, and you're gonna help me get it out of storage, man. You're fucking kidding me. I finally get my ass here and you're gonna put me to work already? He teased in his sarcastic way. Fuck yeah. Your ride is sweet, Tucker. Fuck me, driving that thing was a dream. I smiled. Wait until you see what it does. His brow quirked as he shook his head. He knew me, knew what I needed. He got me. This place is gorgeous. Why the fuck you need such a big house? He questioned. It wasn't huge. It had 4 bedrooms and a basement room that could be turned into another if needed. 3 baths and 1 half bath. Then the office, dining room, kitchen, and living room. Not atrocious by any means. Plan on living here a long time. Want to get settled and put in some roots. Sumner is home and always has been. It's damn time I get my shit together, and this was the first step. Drierson stepped through the room to the sliding glass door. I knew what he'd see and his reaction. Holy fucking hell, this is your backyard? He didn't ask, just opened the sliding door and stepped through. I followed, smiling. One of the main reasons for this place. Behind the home were 2 things. Off to the right was a small pond that had a dock. It wasn't huge, but it would make a great pool on the hot Georgia days. Off to the left were trees, lots of trees. It was the best of both worlds meshed into one. The biggest bonus, though, was the wraparound porch where I could see myself sitting back, drinking a beer and listening to the frogs at night. Peace. After hearing as many explosions as I have, peace wasn't too much to ask. This place was my peace. Fuck, man, this is unbelievable. So much better than the sandbox. I moved to stand next to him. Hell yeah, it is. The house itself is completely different, but this view, it had always been its selling point for me. Saw it and knew it was mine. A great place to restart my life. To grow. Grow? Like wife and kids and shit? He asked, crossing his arms over his chest and giving me a brow quirk. Not tomorrow or anything, but in the future. I wanted a place where everyone who comes into my life would have a place and be safe. For me, this was it. What happened to your dick? He asked, and I punched him in the shoulder. He staggered a step, then righted himself. What the fuck was that for? Being a dick? Like I said, not tomorrow, but I want to have a home. Not hotel rooms, not a crash pad, not a bachelor's dream. A home. I'd missed it for years. I left home and went to college, came back, lived in this place when it wasn't the greatest, then went off to the Marines. While my parents' house is my childhood home, I needed a place that could grow with me. Are you getting all sappy and shit? Do you want me to punch you again? It'd be better than this shit, he grumbled. Drierson had several things stacked against him growing up, and he didn't see himself ever settling down with a family. I, on the other hand, did. I wanted the wife and kids. I always wanted to be part of the Ravage MC, a family of their own making, one that I was born into and shit on. They may not want me around. They may tell me to fuck off, but my mind was made up. The Ravage MC was my family, and I'd do my damnedest to get it back. Sumner was where I was meant to stay. If I had to jump through hoops to get to the other end, I'd do it. Drierson turned from the view to me. You talked to that club of your dad's yet? While I didn't give Drierson the information I'd found on the Ravage MC, I did tell him what I had done, how I was as a child, how I was as a teen, how I was 4.5 years ago before I left. Being in the desert with a group of men, we talked because there really wasn't much else to do. Tonight, my dad's going to call in a bit, and I've got to go. Do you really think they're going to beat the shit out of you? Drierson knew the Marines. He did not know the Ravage MC. I'm sure there will be some hits. And you want to belong to this? I slipped my hands inside my pockets. Yeah, it's where I belong. No, you don't get it, but you stick around for a while, you will. Hell, you'll probably want to join, too. He chuckled. Not sure about that one. Had enough of being ordered around by your ass. He shoulder-checked me and turned to go back in the house. Now show me my room. On a chuckle, we made our way through the house. With no beds, he was getting an air mattress. Mine was coming out from storage. Anything was better than a dirt floor, though. He'd get used to it. This civilian life was something we'd both be getting used to.
8. Ensley. Seriously, not that one again, Katie groaned as Remy held up the DVD of Trolls. Sure, we'd seen this movie 732,000 times, but it was Remy's favorite, and it did have Justin in it, so it wasn't all bad. I've got this feeling, I began to sing the song the movie was famous for, and Katie's head flew back on the couch as she looked up at the ceiling. Lord save me from Justin Timberlake. I burst out laughing. Katie was a bit overdramatic. Okay, honestly, a lot dramatic. But we loved her. It was also fun to give her shtick. You know you love him. Don't even pretend you didn't Google him. She started to talk, but I talked louder. And that you didn't look up if he was getting back together with his boy band friends so you could watch them. Her blazing, yet teasing eyes came to me. The Backstreet Boys did it in Vegas. Why not them? And don't forget New Kids on the Block. Who? Katie asked with a puzzled look on her face. You know, the ones who started this whole boy band thing. It's why we have them today. Even that BTS or whatever you like. They are seriously dreamy, Katie cooed. She'd had an obsession with them since hearing them on the radio. Living the sheltered life we did for so long, being out in the world with freedoms and simple things like music, mesmerized us. Me, I liked the old school stuff. Right, so trolls it is. Remy jumped up and down, then ran to me and handed me the disc. Let Mommy get the popcorn and M&Ms, and we'll get started. The smile on my little girl's face could light up an entire stadium of people. Damn, I loved her. Would do anything in the world for her. Come help me. Remy nodded, pulled the disc from my hand, and gave it to Katie, then joined me in our small kitchen. So, if I were to crack this, Katie started. You do that and she cries all night. I'm leaving, and you can take care of her wounded soul. I barked, pulling the popcorn out of the microwave and putting it into a large blue plastic bowl. Handing the giant bag of M&Ms, because, let's face it, a handful just wasn't enough, to Remy, we made our way to the couches. Remy sat in the middle of Katie and me. So, here we go with the trolls. Katie pressed the button to the remote to the DVD player and started the movie. I need wine or something, Katie mumbled, getting up from the couch and moving to the kitchen. We have that red stuff in the back of the cabinet, I called out. Maybe I want rum instead. It'll work a ton faster. That she knew where it was, because it was both of our favorites. Something else we had learned about since making our escape. Indulging in adult beverages from time to time was not a bad way to spend an evening. Make me one with orange juice, Katie smiled. See, you need booze to get through it, too. Shut it and hurry up. You're gonna miss the best part. Great. The happy tree, happy forest, and happy trolls who love to hug and dance and sing. Yeah. Katie came into the room, her tone completely hilarious. You know you love it. She handed me the drink and then sat next to Remy on the couch. Remy, of course, had the popcorn in her lap. We all shared together. Oh, great. The spoiled brat who needs to be slapped across the face, Katie groaned. I need to be one of those goons who eats those little shits. It was my turn to burst out laughing. Movie nights were something we started when Remy was very young. Back then we could choose whatever we wanted to watch and not have to worry about little ears. I wanted my little girl to have traditions, things we could do year after year and build upon them. I also didn't want to shelter her from the world in such a way she would be shocked if she were to see something. The way Katie and I grew up was like living in a bubble. Everything we had exposure to was controlled by our father and the community we lived in. No outside influence, ever. The movie night was more than once a year. But it still became a routine thing. Growing up, we didn't have things like that. Movie night was an absolute no unless it was something the prophet wanted us to see. Only then would it be okay to watch movies. Especially not something as colorful and upbeat as this movie. That was a big no-go. Could you imagine watching this back home? Katie's hand paused, heading to her mouth with a wad of popcorn in it.
No way. M-O-M.
She spelled out the word, because it was something we didn't say in front of Remy. She'd never know my mother, and I never wanted to give her the impression that she would. Never would I trust my mother with my daughter.
Would let us. None of the M-O-M-S would.
They'd rather throw themselves on a burning fire than tell D.A.D. anything that would make him angry. That was a complete understatement. Our father ruled with an iron fist. Literally. One step out of line and he'd beat the hell out of you. I still had scars to prove that fact. Who would have thought we'd be out to live the life we want when we want to live it? Did you ever think we would be free of all that? Katie chewed the popcorn in her mouth as I took a drink from my glass.
No, never. I never saw a way out of there. At least you got to go out with Ari.
Snuck out was more like it, and it was only twice.
Right, but you had some idea of the outside. Me? That life was all I knew.
Yeah, I had a small taste of it, but I never saw myself living that life even before I snuck out. Katie leaned back and put her head on the couch, turning to face me. I followed suit. This happened regularly when it was movie time with the trolls. The next thing would be Remy taking our popcorn away and moving to the floor so she could hear the movie.
What did you see in your future then?
I never saw myself marrying anyone there. Ever. One husband and one wife. I never wanted to share something that should be precious.
M.O.M. liked that.
Did she really? She never smiled. She never showed an ounce of being happy. Ever. I pulled in my lip, then popped it out. She was always mad, especially when the other M.O.M.s had their alone time. Katie sighed loudly, just as Remy got up and moved to her spot on the floor. She knew the drill.
Yeah, so you saw yourself out of there?
Katie asked, genuinely curious.
I did.
You know I hid some books in my room. Katie nodded. Well, inside those stories was where I wanted to be. I wanted a partner who was hard on the outside and soft on the inside. The heroes were always tough, but in their hearts they loved their wives with everything they had. One wife, I mean.
I wanted to grab one of your books and read it, but I was too scared. She, I referred to our mother, would have hit you. You saw what she did to me.
Just remembering that time had shivers skating down my spine. No, I didn't want to remember that.
Yeah. Keep going.
My eyes closed as I breathed in deep, recanting my dreams. In one of my books, the man was a protector, not only to his woman, but to those around him. While he had blood family, he also didn't, and protected them all the same. He was stability, safety, and comfort. Most of all, he was filled with love. That emotion is a powerful thing and tells a lot about a man. He'd sweep me off my feet, taking me far away from our home where we'd get married outside under a large tree, have a family with 4 children and be happy. That's all I wanted, was happiness.
You aren't happy?
Katie asked a very poignant question. For the most part, yes. I have Remy, you, Riker, and Austin. But I want to believe that there is a man out there for me. One who has all the sticking points I wished for when younger. Hope. That's what I have. Hope that someday I can give Remy everything. Katie's hand reached out and took mine, giving it a squeeze.
Girl, you've done an amazing job with her. She has everything she needs.
It would be nice for her to have a father figure.
Like we had such a great one. And I think we turned out pretty damn good.
Katie wasn't wrong. We did. Remy doesn't need a dad, but it sure would be nice for her to have one who was totally the opposite of ours. True there. I just want to have fun. Sometimes I feel like a teenager again with all the freedom we have now. My brow quirked. Not too much fun. We both know where that could lead. I do know that. We just missed out on a lot. She paused as I let that sink in. Do you ever think we'll go back and get our brothers and sisters? This stunned me. Never had I thought of going back. If one of them were to contact me, that was another story. But to go in and break them out? Never. No. Really? Since we got out, I've always thought we'd try. A deep sigh left me. Well, I'd love to take a big white van in there, open the door and say, "Anyone who wants out, let's go." But it can't happen. If we go back there, they will lock us up. You know that. We wouldn't come out of there alive. And could you think of what they'd do to Remy? Katie visibly shook. No, I don't want to think of that. I just want them to live a life that wasn't planned for them. One where they could go to school and get a job. One that wasn't popping out babies to rule the world. I'd like that too. But we have to focus on what we have now. The risk is too great to ever step foot anywhere near there. You talked about hope a few seconds ago. Me? I hope those who want to get out can. We made it. Maybe they can too. I pulled Katie into my arms and hugged her tight. Yeah, maybe. We didn't know what this life had in store for us. But we did know it was a destiny of our choosing.
9. Micah. Walking into the clubhouse, my dad was at my back, which was a nice gesture, but whatever would be, would be. I'd already made peace with it a long time ago. It was Judgment Day, and I wouldn't go away unscathed. It was 4+ years in the making, and the brothers' anger had time to stir and fester, growing to the point of explosion. Judgment Day. All eyes came to me, and there were a range of emotions I could read, but it was the ones that I couldn't that held my attention. Training was ongoing in the Marines. They put me through so much shit it made me wonder what the really bad guys could come up with. Torture training was constant. One thing I never did, not once, was give in. No way in hell I'd start now. They could do whatever they wanted, but I figured since they wanted me to meet them in the bar or the clubhouse, they wouldn't be draining my body of blood just yet. I was wrong right off the bat. To the hole, Cruz ordered. The hole? What the hell was that? Not saying a word, I followed the brothers, head held high as I walked through the courtyard, past a huge building, the garage, and then into the large field that had a corn silo. Cruz opened the door, and everyone filed in one by one. The smell of dirt and mold was the first to hit my nostrils. Then the dampness fell on my skin. We were going underground. Seeing the steps in front of me, I was right. This was a place these men absolutely 100% were in charge. I should have been scared, but I'd spent 4 years practicing for this moment, come what may. Following down the stairs, light shone from the bottom of them. All the brothers were standing around the corners of the room. It was fairly large in size. There were toolboxes on several of the walls, and in the center sat a chair. "Sit," Cruz ordered, crossing his arms over his chest and standing in front of me as I followed his order. The tension in the room was thick, and if my younger self were sitting in this chair, I would have pissed myself. No doubt about that. Me, though, I kept my peripheral vision on alert, but my sole focus was looking up full on with Cruz. He had a right to be pissed. He also had a right to want to murder me. Cruz started. 4.5 years ago, you took off to become a Marine, but with you took a secret, one that you didn't tell the club before you left. Not only that, you had to get inside Ravage's computer systems to find that and whatever else you found. Then you sent your father in with an envelope saying that Crow was my son. You were already long gone by then, but let me guarantee you this. Shit didn't just go away. It stayed with us all over the years." He said nothing for a moment, and neither did I, not knowing if he wanted me to speak or not. Everything that came from his lips was spot on. There was no refuting it. "On top of that, since you were a child, you've disliked my club. Your mouth got away from you on more than one occasion. We want answers. We want to know why you did what you did. We are not leaving here until we get everything." "Yes, sir," I answered, this time knowing by his chin dipping down just a touch that it was my turn to speak. "There is not a single thing that I can say that changes anything that has been done, but you all deserve answers. Being a kid, I only saw the bad stuff when it came to the Ravage MC. The main thing was my mom and how she'd cry at night. Then when I did come here, I was the outsider looking in, never really part of anything. But I didn't put the effort in to change that either. When I came back from school, I hadn't fully grown yet. I thought I had and wanted a life with Emery." Jax growled, but I kept my focus on Cruz, my hands on my thighs and boots to the ground. In trying to figure out my way with her, the anger from before came. I was losing her for good this time. I wanted to hurt the club, but what it came down to was finding out about Crow and Cruz. When I first came across the information, I thought I was being set up. Someone planted the information. Only the more I dug into it, the more facts I ran across, making shit far too real. By the time I confirmed everything, I was in a dark place. My headspace wasn't healthy, and frankly, I didn't know what to do with the details. I didn't tell my father or any of you because I didn't know how, but I also knew you needed the information. I went to the Marines and delivered the envelope to my father for you. There wasn't much to find. When I started, I did so maliciously, but the more it settled in that Crow was your son, the more it ate at me in a different way. I knew this wasn't the time or place for me, and I needed space to sort myself out. I joined the Marines to have that space, but I didn't want to leave you with a kid, grown or not, flapping in the wind. I did what I did so you had the information. I didn't spread that shit far and wide, and I didn't continue looking into anything on anyone." Cruz clicked his tongue. "You seem to have forgot that to get the evidence, such as the DNA samples, you had to hack into a lot of shit for it." "Yes, I did. I wanted it confirmed before I gave the information to you," I responded. "And what are we supposed to do with all of this? You wanted to hurt the club. Do we just let it go and wash it away?" Cruz asked. "No, sir. I did wrong, and I suffer those consequences." Jack spoke. "He's either high as a fucking kite or the stupidest motherfucker we've had in here." I didn't respond. Training. Only answer the questions asked. Give no more, no less. "I'd vote dumb," Knox chuckled. He wasn't totally wrong either. "Every man here will settle the score with you," Cruz announced. "You will not fight back. If you do, it starts all over again and will only be worse. Do you understand?" "Yes, sir," I answered, wondering for the first time what my father was thinking about all of this. Cruz nodded behind me, and I felt the chair move out from under my ass. Quick reflexes had me standing tall. Cruz was a big man, and not just in size, in his rank as well. His word was everything, and I had a feeling his payback would be the worst. "Pops," Cruz called as he stepped back, and Pops came up in front of me. The man had graying hair and wrinkles around his eyes. He'd once been the president of the club, but about 4 years ago he was shot at a party I attended. He was the father of this group, and everyone respected him. "Saw potential in you, boy, from early on." His words hit me harder than I thought possible. Never had I thought he'd seen anything positive in me. "Always smart, too fucking smart, but you didn't live up to the potential, which was disappointing. Maybe this'll knock some sense into you." The right hook came hard and fast. My first instinct was to lean back out of the way, but I stood firm while he connected with my jaw. For an old man, he had a fierce punch. My neck arched, lip cut open, but I turned back to Pops and faced him. "Sorry I didn't meet the potential you saw in me. I didn't see it in myself." Pops slapped me on the shoulder and stepped back. "GT," Cruz called as I swiped my lip with the back of my hand. Not that it did any good. Face to face, the man stared me down, that angry tick in his temple going to town. You never deserved my Amory. Never. You fucked with her head and hurt her. You brought other girls around to make her feel bad about herself. You never treated her right. No man treats my baby girl that way. Before he finished the last word, his fist connected with my gut just as his other hit me in the face, having me go down to one knee. It took me a few to shake it off. Then I stood tall. You're right. She deserves better, and got better than I could have given her. GT shook his head and stepped back. Buzz, Cruz announced. When I breathed out, blood went to the ground. You little fucker were too fucking good at tech. You broke my code. No one fucking breaks my code and pokes around in shit they don't need to know. No one. Buzz's 3 punches came to my abs and kidney, twice. I felt it deeply as my body shifted, trying to get through the pain. The kidney hits were rough, but somehow I stayed upright. I shouldn't have been in there. My voice never trembled. I was here to atone, and I would. Damn right you shouldn't. Don't do that shit again, he barked before stepping back. Knox, Cruz called as his youngest son stepped in front of me. As a kid, for some reason I looked up to you, but you ended up shitting on everything I believed in. Knox changed it up with a stomp to the foot and an uppercut to the nose. Blood squirted everywhere as the bones in my nose cracked and broke. My eyes started to water as I fell down to one knee again. I could still think, so he hadn't hit the bones into my brain, so that was a good thing, or I'd be dead right now, but it hurt like a son of a bitch. Sorry, I never knew. Knox said nothing but stepped back as I got to my feet again, wiping the water from my eyes. My fucking nose hurt like a bitch. Jax, Cruz called, and all I could think was, oh fuck. He had so much rage against me. He stepped up, nailed me in the liver, put a knee to my chest, and punched the side of my face all in the matter of seconds. His assault made me fall to both knees. Fuck, that hurt. Pain ricocheted inside my body, my organs not liking this shit one bit. That's because you're breathing, Jax spat, then stepped away. Guess enough was said with that one, and while I understood the issues between us, I wasn't about to apologize for breathing. It took me about a minute to steadily get to my feet, but I made it. Deke, Cruz ordered. Did I forget to mention that Deke was a fighter and had tons of knockouts? I probably did. This wouldn't be pretty, but I wanted to at least stay conscious. Of all the rage I've felt with people here, I walked away. More than anyone, I kinda understood you, Micah. You should have walked the fuck away. You did not. You dug into shit you had no place to dig. Deke aimed for my temple, and I could see it in his eyes that he wanted to do it, knock me out cold on the ground. But at the last minute he hit me in the jaw, then turned and put an elbow to the back of my neck. I fell back to my knees, this time with one hand down to steady me. My eyes were burning and blood was running out of everywhere, but I wouldn't back down. I would get back up, so even with every agonizing breath I made my way to my feet. Each time standing up took me a little longer, but eventually I made it up, and I would keep rising over and over. Riker, Cruz called as Riker stepped up. You brought another woman into this club and allowed her to call my woman a bitch. Fuck that shit. I saw his move before he made it, and I tried to brace myself. It didn't work as his leg came out and knocked my shin so hard I felt it move out from under me. When his fist connected with the underside of my jaw, I landed in the dirt on my back. Riker loomed over me. Watch yourself, he warned. It was true. Back in the day I'd brought Jacqueline, a woman who looked similar to Emery, to the clubhouse. She got into it with Austin, and it didn't end pretty. Ravage men didn't allow anything to touch their women, so I understood this. I may not have said the words, but it was as if I did. Slowly I turned to my side, starting to really feel the pain in my body. I forced my mind to drift away so the pain would subside enough for me to get back up. And I did. Reese, Cruz called. This was it. He was probably going to kill me, or close to it. Reese had no room for bullshit. He stood tall, proud, and firm in front of me as I met his eyes. All the while my breathing was starting to become a bit labored. The fact is, You knew the line in the sand, and you chose to cross it. Penance must be paid. Boy or man doesn't matter. Ravage will not be crossed, blood or not. Reese was a big guy. That was the only way to describe him. He was also deadly, extremely deadly. He moved fast with 3 hits, one after the other to my abs and each side, then one to my lips. I fell down hard on my hands and knees. That combination was brutal. I'd rather them pull out my nails and be done with it rather than this. My head swam and my vision became blurry as I fought back the bile that wanted to rise. Micah, get the fuck up now. No one has the power to hold you down, Marine. I listened to that inner voice and did as I was told, unsteadily climbing to my feet to look Reese in the eyes. He said nothing, but there was something behind his. Before I could read it, he backed away. Green, Cruz announced next. Green was one of Cooper's friends who joined the MC. Ravage is everything. You threatened that. You pay, he declared as a left hook hit my face. It was hard, but somehow even though I staggered, I was able to remain on my feet. Cooper, Cruz called his oldest son to the center of the room. Cooper was the oldest of our entire generation. When I was younger, I thought he was the shit, but I was jealous as hell of him. He was the poster child for what a member of the Ravage MC was, and there was no way I could live up to that. As a kid, I pictured it, Micah, how all of us kids would man up, and the legacy of the Ravage MC would be ours to maintain. You crossed that. You fucking tainted it. This shit is a disappointment for everything you were raised to be. Don't give a fuck how mad you were. You crossed family. That shit is not tolerated. Cooper didn't wait to finish what he said, so some of the last part was jumbled up because he hit my ear and it started ringing. Hand to my ear, I didn't protect my ribs as he laid 4 savage hits to them. The pain was so immense, I knew he had to have broken at least one, probably more. My knees hit the dirt as the pain coursed through every single part of me. Seconds ticked by. Hell, minutes could have ticked by before I was able to get my bearings and stand up once again. Raid, Cruz noted next. You're everything I was raised not to be. One hit to the temple and I staggered back. Someone behind me pushed me back into the center of the circle as I shook my head, trying to get the ringing to stop. X, Cruz yelled. Thanks for the lessons in what not to do, he scolded, just as he did a right hook into my jaw. Fuck, I hoped it didn't dislocate that fucker. Breaker, Cruz said. Breaker was always the quiet one. He was there, but in the shadows more than in your face. It also meant that when he did talk, it was something one had to take to heart. With every single inch of my body in pain, it took everything to open my swollen eyes and look at Breaker. A man must be broken from time to see what is right in front of his face. You took for granted everything that matters to all of us. Consider this the fire where you gotta burn to rise up like a phoenix in the ashes, to become what you should have been. I'm here to make you feel shit. Breaker killed me with his words. The hits only added to the torment inside of me. 3 hits to the gut and I wanted to puke, but I held it in and somehow stayed upright. Cruz came before me, the anger in his eyes burning bright. This was it, the one that was going to hurt worse than the others. He had a lot of built-up anger that needed to be burned. Each one of the men had their own reasons for hating me, but Cruz found out about a son, and nothing could top that. I've already said what I had to say. The punches came fast and hard, each one more pummeling than the next. Hits to the face, torso, chest, and back of my neck had me falling to my knees. The knee to the face threw my body backward and into the dirt. The boot to the chest had me sucking in breath to breathe. I couldn't move, physically couldn't do anything but close my eyes. Pain was all around me, but most of all in my heart. The guys were right on everything they said. Hell, some shit I didn't even know they felt. Cruz must have been done because my father filled my blurry vision as he stood over me with his hand out. It was hard. It was painful, but I took his hand as he helped me rise from the ground. The past is gone. We will move forward and create our legacy. Ravage for life. The men around us made noises of agreement, but I truly couldn't hear what they were saying. Standing on my feet was taking every bit of energy I had. "Let's call Doc and get you fixed up," my father drawled, and I wondered if this was for real a new start for me and the Ravage MC. 10. Micah. 6 days and my body still ached all over. They got me good. Doc said I had a broken nose, dislocated shoulder that he snapped back in place, and 2 cracked ribs. Not to mention my face looked like I'd been hit 1,000 times. Oh wait, I had been. It was so much better than it was the day after Doc fixed me all up, then sent me home to recover. For those past 6 days, I didn't do much at all besides allow my body to heal. It had a lot of work to do. Some of the damage would take a while to heal. My mother came over on day 2 and fussed over me, saying my father made her stay away until then. She tried to baby me, but that wasn't my style. All I needed was painkillers and rest, and I'd be fine. Here on day 6, I felt so much better than day 1. It was why I was at the clubhouse cleaning. Pain shot through me when I tried to bend down to pick up the mop bucket, courtesy of the liver and kidney shots, but I didn't let it show. Instead, I followed whatever order I was told to do. There were no complaints. I just did it. That included the disgusting bathrooms. If I had to sit on those toilets to shit, I'd probably catch something. They were all cleaned now, so no worries there. Cleaning didn't bother me. On base, we had to keep our shit tight, and we all had jobs. Cleaning made me feel normal and not like a man in the middle of the desert on some secret mission. Coming out of the bathroom, my eyes caught on something red. I did a double take and swore I saw Cyrus, the woman I'd slept with a few years ago. That night got me through so many more long ones in the desert. I had never before nor after had such an intense connection in a brief encounter. The sex was phenomenal, but this was something I couldn't explain and still felt to this day. Was that Cyrus, or a figment of my imagination? I needed to know. I tried to chase, but suddenly Deke and Knox were there holding me back. "I need to see her. Don't give a fuck." I watched as the woman with the red hair flew out the door. Fucking hell. What was she doing here? Dryerson slapped me on the shoulder, grabbing my attention. "The brunette is mine," he said as he stared out onto the dance floor where several men and women were grinding and sweating. My gaze landed on her instantly. Hands in the air, smile on her face, curves for days as she danced like that floor was there just for her pleasure. The flip of hair and sway of her ass drew every man on the floor to her. I watched as 2 men from different angles tried to dance up on her, but she was skilled at maneuvering herself away from them, not giving them an inch. The woman had moves, that was for damn sure. My lips tipped as men and women alike attempted to interact with her, but the only person she gave the time of day to was a blonde woman who appeared to be with her. That dismissal of those around her made her a temptation that every single person in this bar wanted to conquer. Dryerson had game, but this one wasn't going to happen, for 2 reasons. 1, she'd catch on to him right away and would dismiss him because she wasn't easy. She liked a challenge, too. It was in her eyes. 2nd, she would be mine tonight. There wasn't a single doubt in my mind about it. I fucking loved a good challenge, and she was too hot to pass up. "Go for it," I said, taking a long pull off my beer as Dryerson smiled and took off to the dance floor, weaving through the people to make it to the women. "Fuck, they're hot," Malcolm said, seeing the 2 women as Dryerson reached them, dancing to his own beat. The blonde saw him immediately, and a wide smile grew across her face. Dryerson had his eyes locked in on the brunette, though. Unfortunately for him, the blonde stepped between him and the brunette, grinding her body on Dryerson, and in a millisecond he wasn't thinking of the brunette, who had maneuvered away from him. His attention was swept away pretty damn quick by the blonde, and he was all in. This was not uncommon. When it came to women, his attention span was that of a gnat. "Damn," Malcolm and Tebow said at the same time through laughter, and I joined them. "Fucker got burned." "Doesn't mean he won't tap it after," Camden announced, and he spoke the truth, except when it came to this one. I felt it. It was in her presence, aura, whatever the fuck you wanted to call it. But she didn't want him. Hell, didn't appear like anyone had caught her eye even a little bit, or she didn't want anyone. that would change. The blonde turned her back to the brunette, and it didn't take long before the brunette was dancing by herself. Several men tried to take over where the blonde had left off, but the brunette was having none of that. She looked up to the ceiling, then headed toward the bar, making a path through the throngs of people. "That's me," I called out, getting up from the stool and making my way through the crowd, hearing my brothers behind me. Their teasing about failing like Drierson made me want to laugh. They knew better. I'd learned. Failure wasn't an option. She glided up to the bar, and the bartender gave her an easy smirk that probably got him a lot of pussy in the day. She flashed him a gorgeous smile. I watched as something dark crossed her expression, and when the bartender set her drink down, she took it fast and ordered another by tipping the empty glass at the man. He asked her something, and she gave a fake smile. Whatever it was, the bartender went to make her another drink, leaving her alone again. Another man, this one shorter and having no game at all, tapped her on the shoulder to get her attention. When she turned to him, her eyes rolled to the ceiling as I saw the words, "Go away," mouthed from her beautiful lips. I moved fast, coming up on the other side of the beautiful woman, saying, "Just ignore him." She turned to me, her mouth dropping and eyes going sexy round. It took her a few beats to get her lips to work, but when she did, she rocked me. Now, why would I want to do that? Damn, she was beautiful. The kind of beautiful where she really didn't know how striking she was, which made her all the more pretty. From her small nose and glowing green eyes, she was a force to be reckoned with. "No answer," she retorted when I said nothing. "You're the sexiest woman I've seen in years. You think I'm letting you go?" Fuck, she was something else. Loved her snark. To this, she threw her head back and laughed. "Flattery will get you everywhere. What's your name?" "Micah. You?" "Cyrus. Beautiful name for a beautiful woman." She laughed full out. "Beautiful name? No, more like a life sentence." I leaned into her ear. "Sexy Cyrus. Yeah, I think it's damn perfect." Sexy as fuck. That was exactly what Cyrus was. I wanted to explore, lick, touch, and taste every curve. As she leaned into me, the smell of her perfume pulled me in deeper. It was floral, but not overpowering. Subtle. Nothing like the woman herself. She was a siren. One look and you were hooked. Fuck, I was hooked. "Let's dance," I said, holding out my hand to her. She stared down at it like it was a live wire. I waited. "You want to dance?" she asked, quirking her brow. Leaning in again, my lips brushed her ear. "You can tell by the way a man moves on the dance floor how he'll be in bed. Trust me, you want to know." She shivered as lust spiraled around her. I could actually smell it, and it was utterly tantalizing. "Lead the way, see if you can keep up." Lacing our fingers together, we moved through the crowds of people, and with my bulk, a spot cleared. The song was upbeat and perfect. Wrapping her in my arms, I turned her so her ass was lined up with my cock, and we moved. Seeing her out here earlier was nothing compared to being side by side with her and feeling her lush body move against mine with ease. The first song turned into 4, and by this time we were both a sweaty mess. My cock was aching, and she was looking at me with lust-filled eyes. "You want to get out of here?" I asked after spinning her around so she faced me. Her eyes were the color of bright emeralds and seared onto my brain, never to forget this exact shade. "Where would that be?" My hips pressed harder against her so she could feel what she had done to me. "My hotel?" She studied me for quite a while, contemplating, so much so that I'd thought I'd lost her. Her eyes darted over to her blonde friend, who Drierson had completely occupied. "I'm texting my friend so you can't kill me." Never can be too careful. The following moments were a blur, and the next thing I knew, the hotel door was slamming against the wall as we entered. Her legs were wrapped around me and lips attached to mine. My cock rubbed against her heat, just begging to get attention. Moans escaped her as she felt the grind of my hips on her nub. Her legs released and fell to the ground, and she kicked off her heels, which lowered her a couple inches, but my lips followed. Hands gripped my shirt and pulled it from my body as her hands trailed down my chest. Each touch made something inside me come alive. This was beyond the physical. There was just something about Cyrus. Too bad we only had one night. It wouldn't be enough to satisfy my hunger for her, but it would have to do. Time to make the most of it. We laid on the bed, our breaths labored as we came down from the most incredible high I'd ever thought of. "You seem surprised," I said with my arm over my eyes, trying to catch my breath.
Feeling tired? Let's take 60 seconds to unwind with a song. This free audiobook is here for your relaxation. Thank you for being here with us.
She seemed to have sucked it all out of me. "I've never—" Her breathlessness had my cock hardening once again. I did that to her. I caused it. "Squirted?" I asked. I felt her head nod next to me. "Yeah, that was a first." Rolling into her, I pulled her into my arms. Glad I was a first. Her laugh was as beautiful as she was. It was something I stored inside my head for those long nights ahead of me on tour. Add in her body, and I'd have enough to get me through another year. Yes, there was something special about her. "Don't tell me you're done for the night," she started, but I had her on her back once again, arms pinned over her head, and locked our lips together. Slipping the next condom on, I thrust it inside her once again. She felt like heaven wrapped in silk. The only thing better would be feeling her ungloved, but that shit would not happen. I always wrapped up. The bed banged against the wall as her cries intensified. Her hips rose and met mine with every movement. Fuck, she was perfect. Each second I memorized, each sound, touch, and taste I stored deep inside me. These things I would never forget. The woman didn't know it, but she'd captured a part of me that would always and forever be hers, something I swore I'd never give another woman. Somehow in one night she'd made her way in. Her walls tightened around me as I released in tune with her, letting everything around us fade away but us. Fuck yes. We passed out, her head resting on my chest. Jolting awake, the sound of my alarm rang. Fuck, it was time to head out, and I couldn't be late. She laid soundly, the rise and fall of her chest the only thing I felt. It was a damn good night, but that was all it was, one night together. While I'd love to have more, time was our downfall. I was due back and would be on time. Slipping out of the bed, she laid with the sheet around her waist, her bare skin creamy and on display. I could still taste her on my lips, each spot I kissed and licked. I watched her as I got dressed. Feeling my phone in my back pocket, I took a quick picture of her. Maybe I'd have enough time to get it printed before we needed to report. One could hope. With one last look at the bed, I left, this time knowing deep inside I'd left something with her. I'd never thought in one night meeting a woman would change me forever. It had changed me forever, and she was here, in Sumner. I needed to find her.
11. Ensley. My heart thumped in my chest, threatening to make a break for it. Air came in soft pants as I grabbed Remy from the play area away from the other children and darted to my car. My body moved on its own accord. I didn't stop to think. I simply reacted. We had come too far. Remy and I wouldn't be separated. I couldn't bear it. "Ensley?" Austin called out, but I didn't stop. Feeling the need to escape at all costs, there was no time to stop and explain. Remy was crying, wanting to go back and play with the other kids, so she was fighting me as I pulled the car door open and put her inside. I know, calm down." My tone was frustrated, and I mentally chastised myself because I wasn't that mom, the one who lost her cool with her kid. Ever. I was so blessed to have Remy. I never wanted her to feel my tension. That was something I read in one of the books while I was pregnant. Kids can sense that shit and feed off of it. Only right now, I couldn't calm down. But I needed her to. She didn't take my words to heart, and buckling her in was a challenge as she squirmed, making the task very hard. She didn't understand. She didn't get what had just happened. Hell, I didn't get what had just happened. It was all a confusion of thoughts, creating a war in my head. All I knew was my mama bear instincts kicked into high gear, and I had to get the hell out of here now. Time was precious, and there wasn't a second to waste. "What's going on?" Austin asked as I shut the door to the car with Remy screaming at the top of her lungs as tears ran steadily down her cheeks. She was fighting the straps, but luckily she hadn't figured out how to unlatch them yet. Tiny, contained fury had control of my daughter, who frankly didn't understand the desperation I had to escape. Fight or flight. I wasn't a coward, but this was my little girl. Mine. I wasn't taking any chances. I had no room for error or a single miscalculation. She couldn't comprehend the sheer gravity of our current reality. In a split second, everything changed. No one knew but me, and I needed to keep it that way for Remy. She was tiny, but damn, she was mighty. And she was 100% my reason to breathe. No one was taking her from me. Come hell or high water, I would keep us together. "Get my cousin and come to my house. Now." For the briefest of moments, I thought I would fall apart right here, right now. I didn't have time for all these explanations. I didn't have time to fight with Remy to get in the damn car seat. What I needed was the safety and security of my home, my space. Austin and I were close, but I couldn't give her the answers that she desperately sought. It was written on her face. As soon as I got Remy away from here, the better. And then, calmly, rationally, I would explain everything to Austin, and more importantly to Riker, because he would help me figure out what would come next. Austin eyed me warily, but nodded, then turned on her booted foot and made her way back into the clubhouse. Everything was a blur behind me, but vaguely I could tell there was a bit of chaos. Thank the Lord someone was holding Micah back from coming out here. I couldn't face him, not right now, and possibly not ever. Micah. Shit. How many nights did he fill my dreams? How many days had I looked into Remy's sweet face to see his eyes burn through me once again? One night. We had this one spectacular night that completely changed my life. Where would I be without Micah? Where would I be without Remy? That thought alone had me more than determined to get the hell out of here. Getting in the car, the engine turned over, and we escaped quickly. What in the hell was Micah doing in the clubhouse? This felt wrong in all different ways. I didn't know what I pictured when it came to the moment I could see him again. But it wasn't this. Not only that, his face looked like someone had beat the hell out of him. The man was cut, seriously built like he had spent hours training. How did he manage to get the shit beat out of him? Was he in danger? The more my mind contemplated all that was Micah, the more my heart raced. My hands shook the entire way home as I tried to get my mind to focus on the road in front of us. Fear like no other took root. It was so deeply ingrained I could feel it through every pore of my body. It was like a spider web branching out, threatening to take me completely over. Was he going to take her? Did he know about Remy and that was why he was there? How did he know where we were? So many doubts crept into my thoughts. This could not be happening. It just couldn't. I didn't even know the man's last name, and I was supposed to believe that he'd shown up just out of the blue? There was no way. Things like that didn't happen. There had to be a cause for why he was there, why he just popped up out of the blue. He knew about Remy, and he wanted my daughter. That had to be it. Sumner, Georgia was too small for coincidence. This was deliberate. I clenched my hands around the steering wheel, trying to calm my nerves. No way would he get her. Ever. I'd run to the ends of the earth before that happened. Nothing and no one would take her away from me, even a big guy like him. I'd fight to the death before he took my little girl. "Mama, pay!" Remy cried from the back seat, only adding to the chaos eating away at me. She didn't have a clue that I was losing my shit up here, and her screeches were only making my anxiety worse. While part of me wanted to yell and tell her to stop it, I controlled myself. Remy needed a mom who was stable at all times. I was going to give her that, even if I shattered into a million pieces over and over again inside. My eyes burned with tears. If he thought for 1 second he could take Remy from me, he had another thing coming. My body was on fire from the tips of my toes to the top of my head. Everything coming to life. My body, my head, my heart, my soul. How in the hell was that even possible? Thoughts had shut down, and all I could see, feel, and think was Micah. It was a feeling that had never happened to me in my life. No one had been able to take me away. True, I'd only been with one other man, and that was nothing to get excited about. This was on an entirely different level. Micah picked me up, tossed me onto the bed, and was in a frenzy ripping his and my clothes off that he didn't give me any time to appreciate his build. The man was hard in all the right places, and the ink on him was sexy as hell. The clear plastic on his arm showed the Marine symbol. It must have been where he got his strength. He was on top of me quickly, lips attacking mine and hands all over my body. Not quite sure what to do, I allowed my body to take over.
Do what feels good. Do what feels right.
The passion between us was electric and sparking everywhere, igniting the room. The heat all around me was unreal. His lips trailed down my neck, collarbone, then to the V of my tits. His hands gripped them hard, his teeth taking turns nipping and sucking my nipples. Each movement had my core sizzling. I tried to move my body, but his held me down in so many delicious ways, leaving me unable to find my friction. He was in control. He was in demand. Fingers entered me, and my back bowed off the bed. Micah moved down my body, his eyes coming up to meet mine.
I'm eating this pussy until you can't breathe.
There was no comeback, because his tongue flicked my clit, then sucked it in deep. My entire body exploded in a crescendo of pleasure. I had zero control over my body as it bucked and bent, letting the orgasm wash over me. Micah didn't stop as my screams took over and my body shook. His lips left mine, but I was out of energy as I sagged into the bed. Vaguely, I heard the sound of a foil packet tearing.
Don't give up so soon.
My head popped up at his challenge. Challenges. They'd always been my downfall. It was like a dare. I had to do them. This was no different, except I wanted to do everything Micah could dish out. Show me what you've got. I threw down my own. Micah's sexy grin came back as he grabbed my knees and pulled my ass to the edge of the bed. In one solid thrust, he was deep inside me, thrusting so hard the bed shook. He was so much larger than my first partner, and my body shuddered, trying to stretch to take him fully. The low curl spiraled up again. His cock was so long it hit my cervix repeatedly. Micah flipped me over to my stomach, grabbed my ass, and pushed deep inside once again. This was even deeper, and after several thrusts, this feeling came over me. It was deep in my core, clenching my abs. My fingernails dug into the bed as whatever the hell this was burst, literally out of me. A gush of fluid poured from me as my cries were muffled in the sheets. What in the hell was that? I had very limited experience with sex with only one partner before Micah, and that was nothing like I had experienced with Micah. It was child's play. Micah had explained to me what had happened during my orgasm, and I'd never heard of such a thing even from my books. Later, when I found out I was pregnant, I realized that was the moment when Remy was conceived. Pulling up to the apartment, we parked, and I got Remy out quickly as I tried to soothe her. She'd cried so much she was having trouble keeping her eyes opened. Getting into the apartment and locking the door, I rocked my girl back and forth in my arms, telling her everything was fine and she was okay. It wasn't, but she didn't need to know that. The minutes passed before my girl was out like a light. We'd skipped the afternoon nap to go to the clubhouse, and with the tantrum she threw in the car, it wasn't a surprise she was out. We made our way down the hall and into the bedroom, but I couldn't set her down just yet. I needed to hold her, feel her, know that she was here with me and safe. The weight of her against me was the solid reminder she was with me. Until this moment, when I allowed myself to breathe, I didn't realize how much I needed to hold her. It wasn't about the screaming and crying. My instincts screamed to soothe her. But this was more. This was the intense connection between a mother and her child. After all the fighting we'd had to do to get us to this place in our lives, no way would this change the course of it. No way would this be something that brought us down. I wouldn't let it. We'd come too far to lose momentum now. She was everything to me, the only thing that mattered in my entire existence. To most people, they lived life from one goal to the next. But for me, everything I had ever done right in my life was in this little girl. I didn't know what it was to truly live, feel, and experience until I realized I was pregnant. Her little heartbeat inside of my body. She had relied on me from the moment she was created in my womb to protect her and provide for her. Me. She depended on me. I wouldn't let her down. Remy's soft little noise filled the small space as I rocked her, holding her in my arms so tightly she couldn't move. If it weren't for the knocking on the door, I would have held her like this for hours, just feeling her. Instead, I placed her softly in her crib and shut the door to the room. Once she was awake, she'd let me know in 2 seconds flat, but she didn't need to hear any of what was about to go down. Opening the door, Austin stepped in, as did Riker.
"What the fuck are all these tears about?"
Riker grumbled, shutting the door and coming into the room. Absently, I tried to wipe my face. Austin came up and wrapped her arms around me. It felt good to have a bit of comfort. I really needed her strength. They wouldn't allow anything to happen to Remy or myself. That I knew as fact because of everything they'd done for us to this day. Austin pulled away and swiped at my cheeks. As much as I tried to stop the barrage of tears, they kept coming. She was hard as nails, but possessed this soft heart for the ones she cared about. She was a lot like her mother in that way. They were both hard nuts to crack, but once you did, you were in for life. Walking over and grabbing tissues, I swiped everything from my face and blew my nose, trying to suck in some deep breaths. Answers. I needed answers. Why was Micah at the clubhouse? This question shocked both of them. Austin's mouth fell for a moment, while Riker's eyes turned cold, causing a chill to run up my spine. Please, God, don't tell me that Micah is a psycho killer.
"How do you know Micah?"
Riker asked, rather than giving me my answers. Stepping forward and crossing his arms over his chest. He waited. It was in that domineering way that demanded one pay attention. Riker scared a lot of people. It was his intentions to provoke fear in others in his size and dark scowl alone. But Remy and he'd never hurt us. He'd proven that to us. But it didn't mean he didn't put a slight twinge of fear in the back of my head, just from his stance. Letting out a huff of air, I started. I met him in a bar when I lived back home. Riker's brow lifted, still looking for more answers from me, and my eyes rolled as I thought back. It was almost 3 years ago. I'd snuck out of the house and met my friend Ari. Micah and I saw each other. God. Ari. I hadn't seen her since Katie and I left. Part of me missed her. Part of me missed other things from my previous life as well. But they weren't to be dwelled on. That part needed to be gone. Dead and buried.
"And?"
Riker questioned, his eyes moving to slits. I swallowed down the lump in my throat. He knows me as Cyrus. We spent a night together, and I hadn't seen him again until tonight. I don't even know his last name. Tugger. His last name is Tugger, Austin said, almost reverently, like the wheels in her head were still chugging. When her eyes lit, she knew without me having to say another word. He's Remy's dad. Slowly my head shook, just as Riker let out a "fuck me," while running his hands over his face and through his hair. Everything in the room seemed to amplify now that the secret was out. How do you know him? Why was he there? I let the questions tumble from my lips. It wasn't the time to ask about the beat-up face, but that would come soon enough. There had to be a reason this man just showed up out of nowhere and at a place where Remy and I were. It was too big of a coincidence. Shit like that didn't just happen. Being on edge since we left home, I always watched my surroundings, always locked my doors. For this to happen, wasn't normal. Micah is Tug and Blaze's kid. He just returned from the Marines a few weeks ago and moved back home, Austin announced. Hand in front of my hair, I stilled. Micah was part of the Ravage MC? His dad was Tug? No way. You're shitting me.
Afraid not. Another reason for me to beat the shit out of him again,
Riker said, stunning me. While I knew Riker was strong, I'd never seen him beat the shit, as he called it, out of anyone. I wasn't quite sure how to feel about that. One part of me was warmed to the core to have him care so much that he would protect me from harm. On the other hand, I didn't want Micah beat up. Did I? Ever since I'd reached out to Riker for help, he'd been like a big brother to me, always there and helping me any way he could. We needed it badly in the beginning. And there was no way to ever repay him for his kindness. My body shook as Sybil and I made our way into the gas station. My older sister and I were haggard-looking and only had a black garbage bag each. It was pitiful to only possess enough that one bag would hold the contents of our lives. That was the life we'd led. Simple things. Simple clothes. Simple everything. There were only 2 nights I'd snuck out and let loose. But one of those nights changed everything. One night where I let go of every inhibition and threw caution to the wind. A night where I ended up pregnant. We'd escaped the house, but had nowhere to go. "Can I use the phone, please?" The clerk looked at me strangely, like I'd just jumped out of a movie or something. I knew I looked bad, but how bad was a shocker.
"Sure. You okay?"
the older man asked, his gaze darting between me and my sister. "Yes. I just need to make a call, please." I maneuvered my body so I blocked Sybil from his view. She wasn't to be gawked at. She might have been my older sister, but she was very new to outside life, and no one would take advantage of her. He grabbed a cordless phone and handed it to me.
"Let me know if you need anything."
I didn't waste time. Pulling up the sleeve of my shirt was the number I'd put there earlier in black marker. "Where did you get it?" Sybil asked, eyeing the numbers. "Out of Mom's phone. I don't know why she had it, but she did." I punched in the numbers and then listened to it ring. My hands became clammy and nerves sparked everywhere with each beat that passed. He was our only hope at this point. No one at home would talk to either of us, and he was one of the few we knew who had escaped, got away from the madness. The seconds kept ticking by as a ball of dread hit my gut, making it stir. There was no plan B. There was nothing. Not one thing. He had to answer the phone. Please let him answer the phone, I prayed over and over again in my head.
"Yeah?"
The line picked up, and a deep male voice said on the other side. I was usually never nervous, but I was for this. What I was going to ask him was huge, and I'd probably never be able to thank him if he chose to help us. "Riker, it's Cyrus, Jeremiah's daughter. Do you remember me? Please let him remember me. He'd been gone for so long, and there was a chance he didn't."
"Yeah, I remember."
A relieved breath came out, and a small bit of weight came off my shoulders. "I need your help. Please." That was it. He found out my situation, set us up in a hotel, and picked us up, bringing us to Sumner. I owed Riker so much. So much. More than I'd ever be able to repay him.
"Does he know about Remy?"
Riker asked me. My head shook. No, he doesn't. Fear iced my veins. I tried stilling my shaking, but it was no use. It kept coming in waves. Sure, the man was home from the service, but did that mean once he found out about Remy, he's not going to try to take my girl, right?
Fuck no,
Riker said adamantly.
That fucker comes near either of you, I'll end him.
There appeared to be no love lost between these two men. I didn't know if that was a good thing or bad, but in that moment, I didn't care. All that was important was keeping Remy safe. He can't have her. The words came out on trembled lips. When my father found out I was pregnant, all hell broke loose, and it was the beginning of the end.
Cyrus the virus. Sneaking out and you end up pregnant? That was not God's will. How am I supposed to find a suitable man for you now? No one here will want a child that isn't theirs.
His face was beet red, fists clenched at his sides. While he spoke, small bits of spittle came flying from his lips. Furious didn't even put a dent on how he felt. If everything wasn't perfect in his life, he would blow just like this. Looking back to last night, I wished I could take back the words I told my mother in the dead of night. She heard my tears and came into my room, something she never did. I needed someone. There was so much weighing me down, and I needed to trust someone. My mother was not that someone. That I knew, but my state of mind wasn't the best. I wished she was the mother I'd always needed. But alas, she wasn't. She ran right to my father, telling him everything. In that moment, I'd hated her just as much as myself for trusting her. My father gripped my arms tightly, shaking me back and forth.
I can't believe you,
he yelled in my face, still forcefully maneuvering me. When he threw me to the ground, I curled into a ball on the floor, for I knew what was next. Sure enough, 2 kicks came to my stomach, but hit my knees and arms instead. It hurt, but I was protecting my baby. He might not have loved it, but I did.
No man is going to want you, not even one with 50 wives.
Kick, kick.
You're a little slut.
Stop, I cried out, tears rolling down my face. He reached down and wrenched me up off the floor, my knees buckling from the force of his kicks. It took me a moment to steady myself.
You will never speak about this. You will never tell a soul about this child. Tomorrow you will get rid of this baby.
My eyes widened. Never, ever was a child gotten rid of in our family. We had 33 brothers and sisters, for Pete's sake. It wasn't in our scripture to terminate a pregnancy. Never did I think my father would choose this path. Try to take my baby from me? Yes. Kill it? No way. Why? The slap to the face hit me hard as I fell to my knees on the concrete floor.
You'll ruin our name. My name. We can't have that. You were a prize to potential suitors. No respectable man would ever want to marry you now.
His precious name was gold around here. He could do anything he wanted and get away with it. But this would put all of that power and control in jeopardy. He wasn't willing to risk any of it. He'd do whatever it took to protect his name, even taking care of my baby. All of his children were to be married off to other men in our community. It was prestigious to marry one of us. A sign from God to carry on our last name, an honor for them to mix their blood with ours. It was all a bunch of garbage, a big, stink-infested pile of trash.
Your mother will take you out of state and get you handled. You do not come back into this house with that thing inside of you.
With that, he turned and left the room. My mother said nothing as she followed him out. It was that night I knew my baby and I had to get out of there. We did. Micah couldn't take my baby from me. My body felt as though I were standing in a fire as I burned with dread. My chest hurt as my hand flew up to grasp it. This couldn't be a heart attack, could it? Spots began to form behind my eyelids as I became lightheaded. Scenarios ran through my brain, and none of them were good. They all ended with Micah taking my little girl from me. No, no, no. That couldn't happen. "Are you okay?" Austin asked, guiding me onto the couch. I sat with my head hanging as I tried desperately not to let the darkness overtake me. "He can't know about Remy. He's not on the birth certificate, and as far as he knows, we just slept together. We need to keep it that way." Then something hit me as my thoughts kept rumbling. This means that Tug and Blaze are her grandparents? My eyes widened with shock as I ran through our time here in Sumner. Blaze had watched Remy on a couple of occasions, and Remy knew both of them from the clubhouse. Tears welled in my eyes. My girl had grandparents, something that I never thought would be possible for her. 2 more people to love her. I'd known them since we got here, and they were great people. It was a tug of war. While I was so happy she had grandparents, the flip side of that meant I'd have to tell Micah. "Talk to me," Austin ordered as Riker looked up at the ceiling for what reason I don't know, nor did I have the time to process. I never thought that Remy would have grandparents. My parents disowned me. Even after everything, it hurts that they won't know their granddaughter. But she has family now, and they don't even know it. "Does that mean you're going to tell them?" Austin asked. My head shook. "No." "Yes. I don't know. It's all too confusing right now." I swiped my face, getting the wetness off. "It's all just too much." The energy just came pouring out of me. "I get that," Austin replied. "But you gotta know we won't let anything happen to you or Remy. Hell, not Katie either. You are family, and we protect family. Now, this Micah stuff is rough, but we'll all make this work. No one is taking anyone anywhere, and this is all new and fresh. Sleep on it. Digest it. You still don't want to tell him? That's fine. We'll stand by you. Know we have your back." This I knew, but the fear of losing my baby girl was almost too much to bear. Processing it means I have to think longer on it, which, I'm serious, will probably put me in the hospital with heart failure because it's pumping so hard a damn cheetah couldn't keep up with it. I rambled, needing to let all this junk out of me, this pain, panic, fear, restlessness. I had to get up and move again, so I started pacing the room. My voice kept changing octaves as my words came out in weird rushes. "If we have to leave, where would we go? How could we start all over again? We have great jobs and a nice place. I can't." Chewing on my thumbnail, I was making record time for dashes across my small apartment. Maybe I could be in the Guinness Book of World Records or whatever. That was it. I was certifiable. He'll want to see her because that's my lot in life. Everything I love being taken away. My childhood family. All of it. Poof. My strides were becoming longer, making the back and forth shorter than before. Before I could think better of it, I was at the other end to turn around. Not looking up, I ran right into something, stopping me in my tracks. My head lifted, and I realized it was Austin, as her hands rested on my shoulders. "Breathe, Ensley. You're gonna pass out if you keep this shit up." Tears came once again, and this time they cascaded over, falling down my cheeks and to the floor. Austin wrapped me tight in her arms and held me close. I couldn't stop the rivers of salt. It was so bad that when the hiccups kicked in, I turned into a blubbering mess, my face buried in her neck, and she didn't move an inch as my tears, snot, and whatever else could come out of a person got all over her. Never did she flinch. Never did she step away. She held me tight, letting me get everything out with no judgment. It was one of the best gifts anyone had ever given me. How long we stood like that? I had no clue. My body heat started to regulate. My tears were simmering down. My nose wasn't running as much, but the hiccups wouldn't go away. I pulled out of Austin's embrace, seeing the absolute mess I'd left her shirt in. Well, I can shout it out for you. Austin smiled wide. All good. I'll have Riker do the laundry. That ain't happening, Riker said from the couch. You good now? Walking across the room, I grabbed a box of Kleenex and went to town on my nose and face. Swiping under my eyes, black showed up on the tissue. This meaning I had coon eyes and would scare the shit out of people. Whatever. Good? That's yet to be determined. But I've worked damn hard protecting my little girl since the moment I found out I was pregnant. I won't stop now or ever. I may be scared shitless. I may lose my shit now and again. But I'll do anything and everything to protect my little girl. And I would. Until my dying breath.
12. Micah. What the fuck, man? Cooper had his arms around my chest while Deke stood in front of me. Knox, Green, and Jack stood behind Deke. There was no getting out of the clubhouse with these men blocking my path. I didn't want to hurt her. In fact, I wanted to spend time with her. It had been years, but she was always in the back of my mind. One moment Cyrus was in front of me, the next she was gone like she'd evaporated into thin air. Then these guys were in my face and all over me like white on rice. Who was she to ravage that they would act like this? I just wanted to talk to her. She'd been in my dreams since the night we spent together. Now she was here in the flesh, and they wouldn't let me near her. Why? Surely they weren't protecting her from me. But the more I looked at the men, the more I came to the realization that, yes, they were. Why? What in the hell was going on? Not only that, there was this pull to her. This part of me that wanted to knock every single one of these men down on the ground and go after her. A cosmic pull? Hell, I had no idea, but it was something. More than anything in this world, I wanted to go after her. Chill. Riker said to keep you here. Any reason why? Cooper asked, making it clear he was as clueless as me about the situation. There were many possibilities for why he wanted me to stay at the clubhouse, but my gut told me he was protecting Cyrus. I didn't spend years fighting as a Marine and not learn to go with my instincts. My instincts were screaming at me to go after her. Only I knew I was outnumbered, and this wasn't the time, so I relented and relaxed. You can let go now. Reluctantly, Cooper released me only to come and stand beside Deke. Yeah, plowing through all these guys wouldn't be an easy task, but if I had to, there were ways. I just needed to see her, to make sure it was her. Yes, her hair was red now, but it was those green eyes. The ones I could never get out of my head that came to me in my dreams, that beckoned me. Eyes that I'd missed over the years. That girl who just left, Cyrus, how do you know her? I asked the men, wanting to understand this Big Brother Protection Act. The guys had these looks on their faces, partially puzzled, partially curious. If this weren't an intense-as-fuck moment, I would have laughed at it. Who the fuck is Cyrus? Deke asked, but something told me he knew exactly who I was talking about. His eyes were cold, but the way he asked gave it away that he knew who she was. The woman who just ran out of here, the one Austin chased, and the reason y'all are standing here blocking my view, I countered, knowing that she'd be long gone before this interrogation concluded. My mind started racing with all the computer programs I had to try to find her. "How the fuck do you know her?" Knox asked, staring me down in a way that let me know he wanted to put a bullet in my head, which was always a possibility at this point. Eyes in the back of my head was the motto I was rolling with for the foreseeable future. Good thing I had a shit ton of practice at it. What I didn't like was that all of these men knew who Cyrus was and were giving me shit. "Seriously, why was she here?" I tried again. Green answered, "Friend of the club. Now how do you know her?" Well, he didn't deny she was Cyrus, although he didn't confirm it either, but I could tell there was a fuck of a lot more going on right now, all of it leaving me with the burning need to know why she was here. A friend of the club? How was that possible? Was she one of the mamas? No, she couldn't be. Fuck me, yeah, she could. Maybe she was someone's old lady. Wouldn't that kill? What did I really know about her besides she was good in bed? Nothing, really. But I'd felt it that night, that instant connection that I could never shake, even 2.5 years later, and now she was here. My hometown wasn't big, and yet she landed right here in my world. The clubhouse wasn't a place where women just came to hang out. They always had a reason to be here. My thoughts ran away with me on what Cyrus's reason was. No fucking thank you. We met when I was on leave about 2.5 or 3 years ago. Haven't heard from her or seen her since. Hell, never thought I'd see her again either, let alone here with all of the men of the club. Yeah, I didn't like that shit one bit. The men in front of me didn't say anything, like they were waiting for more, but I didn't have more. We fucked one night and that was it. Only that one night had stayed with me, and nothing had satisfied me since. But fuck if I was going to tell them that shit. "You say 2.5 years ago, huh?" Knox asked, something working behind his eyes. Something I couldn't get a read on even though I tried. "Yeah, why?" There was something off here. Not just that Cyrus was here, but something to do with the time frame as well. I studied their reaction. "No reason," he answered too quickly. Looking at the men around us, their stoic faces weren't giving them away. It was their eyes. Eyes were the windows to the soul. Some could hide it, like Reese, for example. Green and Knox, not so much, which was surprising. Especially Knox. One would think he'd get that from his father, or hell, his mother for that matter. Or maybe he wasn't hiding it for a reason, like he wanted me to know something but couldn't tell me. "What's going on here? What are you not telling me?" The tension, already thick, got even worse at my words. I'd need a damn machete to cut through it, but I stood my ground. "We don't gotta tell you shit," Deke growled low, which I was sure scared the little panties off of men, but I'd been through worse. So much worse. But I didn't egg him on either. Being a dick and fighting with them wasn't going to get me anywhere, but I needed some information here. Time to change tactics. "True. Just want to know how she is, why she ran away from me in a panic." "That shit she'll tell you if she wants to," Cooper added, and I knew I was getting nothing from them. They weren't going to tell me a single thing about Cyrus. While it pissed me off, part of me understood as well. There had to be a reason for this reaction from the brothers. It was now my job to figure out how to get in touch with her. "You want to tell me how to reach her?" I tried, knowing the answer. "Nope," Knox answered for all of them. Before I could form another thought, we were interrupted. "Hey, pussy, stop the girl talk. There's a cleanup in aisle 5, also known as the woman's bathroom. Puke," Princess said, coming up to us without even asking about the ruckus. The men in front of me started chuckling. Puke. Great. Such was my life for a while. Truth be told, this shit didn't matter. Earning their respect back did. I shrugged my shoulders, then looked at each of the men. "I'll be asking again," I said, turning on my boot and tamping down my frustration as I headed to the bathroom. Yeah, I would be asking a lot of questions about Cyrus. That was for sure.
13. Ensley.
"You sure you're all right?"
Benji, a coworker who was in charge of labs, asked. I saw Benji all the time, and therefore he knew me far too well. Hell, anyone who saw me today would know something was up. There was no way to hide the thoughts blackening my life. No amount of makeup would hide the fear of what could happen with Micah. It was weighing me down like a chain around my leg. The more I pulled it to me, the more it clashed and clanged, drawing attention to me. Silly me. I thought my days of this kind of stress, worry, and uncertainty were over. Oh, how wrong I was. Add that in with the lack of sleep, my body felt the fatigue wearing me into the ground. I didn't sleep after Riker and Austin left my apartment last night. I couldn't. No matter what I did, there was no escaping all the racing thoughts going through my brain, the what-ifs, the plans that I could make to keep Remy and I safe. Everything just kept coming from all different angles, threatening to make me collapse. Remy loved the members of the Ravage MC, and taking her away from that would break her heart. But what else was I supposed to do? No way in hell Micah would take my baby. No way in hell I'd allow that. What if the Ravage MC sided with Micah, though? Remy was Micah's daughter, Tug's grandkid. Blood. What was to say the MC wouldn't rally around Micah to get Remy away from me? I knew Riker said it wouldn't happen. But Micah was Tug's son. He had more ties to the club than I had as Riker's cousin. Yes, some of the thoughts, now that I looked back on it, were a bit irrational. Most of them were in panic mode. There were just so many possibilities on how this could and couldn't work out. In this moment, I had 0 answers, and today I wore that fear on my aura. Apparently, everyone could read it. Yeah, I lied, which I hated doing, but I had to. While we were good colleagues, we weren't on a know-everything-about-me level. I kept everything quiet. It was imperative to my family's survival. Therefore, no one knew my business except a very select few, none of whom I worked with. Benji tried more than once to get me to open up to him. After a year of keeping myself closed up tight, he finally backed off. I wasn't stupid. I might not have known a lot about men, but I knew Benji liked me and wanted to ask me out. Every sign I gave him, though, was a no-go, and I had to admit when he got that message, I was elated. The come-ons were becoming way too in my face. I didn't like it, but I was happy we were now on good terms. The last thing I needed was for him to get the wrong idea and think this was his long-awaited shot. I wasn't in the market for a man in my life, and even if I was, Benji wasn't my type. You need anything? Anything at all, you let me know. Benji knocked on the desk twice, then went back to the lab room. Relief filled me. It wasn't a nice thing to feel, but I didn't have the energy to deal with Benji or anyone at this point. The night dragged on with patient after patient getting checked in for this or that. It was a revolving door of sickness. While I was tired, the hustle and bustle of the night left me no room to doze off, which was good. Nothing an employer liked more than catching someone they were paying to be sleeping on the job. I needed this job, and no matter what, I wouldn't fuck it up. Keeping busy made the time tick by quickly. The excitement of the night, if one could call it that, was a GSW, gunshot wound, to a 17-year-old kid. The cops were going in and out of the space, and every time I turned around, there was another one. I had nothing to hide from the cops, but I in no way had the energy to entertain a single one of them. My life might have been a clusterfuck at the moment, but it would work itself out. I didn't know how, but it had to. Failure wasn't an option. No matter what I had to do, I'd make sure Remy was safe. She was my main priority. Had been since I'd found out I was pregnant, and she would be until I took my last breath on this earth. Clocking out didn't come fast enough, but I jumped at the chance to be one of the first ones out. Normally, I'd wait until the next person after me was settled before taking off, just in case they had any questions or needed me. Not tonight. Tonight, I was out of there. Katie had to work, but I needed to talk to her beforehand. Therefore, I drove with a purpose, watching the clock. Luckily, her car was still in the lot as I got out of my car and ran up the stairs to our apartment. Opening the door, she smiled up at me. Her smile died instantly when she saw my face. Katie wasn't home yesterday except for the brief moment in passing when I had to go to work, and she had no idea what was happening. Yet here I was, crumbling and trying with everything inside of me to stand upright. "Remy's dad is part of the Ravage MC," I blurted out in a rush, then looked around the space to make sure Remy wasn't up. That should have been first. But damn it, I needed my sister. She was my rock, and I needed that now more than ever. A thump hit the kitchen counter as her coffee cup came down. The clatter was so loud, it would be surprising if the mug hadn't broken. "What?" She came around the corner, grabbed my hand, and pulled me to the couch, sitting us down. "Talk to me," she said as I kicked off my shoes and ripped off my bra. I hated those damn things. And if there was any time to free the boobies, this would be it. "Is Remy asleep?" I asked first. "Yeah. You'll have a couple of hours to get some rest before she gets up." "Hopefully," I said on a sigh, and then began to tell her the tale of my life over the past day. It just spewed from me, needing to get it out of my system. Katie would get me, she always did. Starting at the first moment I saw Micah at the clubhouse to when I stepped in the door from work, I broke it all down for Katie. We'd been through everything together. She'd know what to do. Or at least both of our heads could come up with a solution. Hope. That was what I had in Katie. The hope that she'd be able to solve this problem and lead me down the right path. Tears ran down my face as Katie pulled me into her arms, hugging me close. "I just don't know what to do, Katie. I'm dying inside, and I don't know how to fix this." "Calm down. I need you to take some deep breaths for me." I followed her instructions, hiccuping the entire way. Once I had myself together, she pulled away from me and stared into my eyes. "Did he say anything?" My body trembled. Was the heat on in this place? Because I was burning up from the inside out. I didn't give him a chance. I ran out before he got 2 steps in my direction. Panic swirled around my heart once again. I had no control over it. The feeling just hit whenever it damn well wanted. To say I didn't like it was an understatement. I'd prided myself with being in control. This was not in control. It was so far out of control, dread was pulling me under. "Okay, what did Riker say to do?" Katie went the logical route, which I appreciated. I went that way lying in bed last night, too, and I wanted to believe he'd handle it. But I also knew I'd have to be the one to fix it. "Just to let him work some things out," I responded on a heavy sigh. "What things?" she asked with a quirk of her brow. Frustration came out in my tone. "I have no idea. But Riker hasn't let us down, and I trust him fully." Which I did. He was there for us when we needed someone. While I might have been all over the damn place with my thoughts and feelings, I had to admit that Riker wouldn't do anything to hurt us. Ever. I do too. Katie's tongue clicked as she asked, "Are you going to talk to Micah?" "Is it?" My head shook, then nodded. Even my head motions were getting confused in this mess. I don't know. I mean, yeah, eventually. I wouldn't want to keep him from his kid, but I don't know. Do you think he'll try to take Remy from me? Katie went on alert. No freaking way. I'll gut him if he even tries. This made me smile. I needed that small bit of Katie to help me. She was my strength when I was weak, and she knew exactly what to say. We'll both cut him. To that she chuckled. So he's back from the Marines and is related to the Ravage MC. How in the hell could that happen? The one place we find safe haven. Then years later, the baby daddy just appears like poof. The exhaustion smacked me hard after laying it all out for Katie. My luck isn't the greatest, but even I couldn't have been prepared for this one. Katie reached over and put her hand on my knee, giving it a squeeze. It'll work out. If Riker says he's going to handle it, he will. We just gotta wait and see what he says to do next. Something else had been weighing on my mind. You don't think he'd come here? Katie's head turned my way. Well, if he doesn't know about Remy, then there's no reason for him to come here. Even if he knows where you live. But Riker would have told you if Micah did. So you need to put that aside, breathe in deep, and go get the 3 hours of sleep before Remy gets up. I don't think I'll be able to sleep. Even though I was dog-tired, sleep would probably evade me again. Katie slapped my knee. You need to, or you're going to crash again while Remy's awake, and she'll draw on the walls. I'm not painting the walls again. A chuckle escaped me. She always had that way with her. Katie was right. I'll try. Katie got up from the couch, and I followed as she wrapped me tight in her arms. Love you, she said in my ear. Love you too. Moments later, Katie was gone, and I fell face first into the bed, passing out instantly.
14. Riker. Son of a motherfucking bitch. My baby cousin was Micah's kid. Fucking Micah. The asshole was coming damn close to getting a bullet between his eyes. He may have come clean, but fuck me, if he weren't Tug's kid, he wouldn't be breathing. So not only did we have to deal with the bullshit he'd told us, but we had to deal with this too. The club knew all about Remy and how she came into our world. I'd never forget it. Fists pounding on the door, I called out, "It's Riker." It took a few beats, and I hoped it was Cyrus checking the damn peephole before opening the door. There was always a way to get through the barrier if someone wanted to bad enough. Seconds later, the locks clicked, knob turned, and the door slowly opened. Small. That was the first thing that flickered through my head. She couldn't be more than 5'3", if that. Her big green eyes showed her fear. Actually, it was radiating off of her. "How you doing?" I felt myself going soft, talking to her like a child instead of in my usual hard tone. Something in me thought she needed a little bit of tenderness. It was a new thing for me. "Riker, thank you." Tears welled in her eyes. Not thinking better of it, I pulled her into my arms and wrapped her up tight as she burst into tears. The scratchy material of her dress reminded me of my mother. It was always the same look for their clothes, all large and baggy, covering them from neck to ankle. Even when it was hot as all hell, they wore those things like armor. I hated them, hated the whole damn religion. Jeremiah, Cyrus's father, was very high up on the food chain, having a shit ton of wives, and who knew how many fucking kids. Way too many was for sure. Didn't care for him, didn't care for many of them, but the one who called me out of the blue in the middle of the night to cry in my arms, her I gave a shit about. An older girl, Sybil, stood with her back against the wall next to the bathroom. She looked scared to fucking death. "It's all right. I'll get you out of here." "Would you let me in?" Austin called from behind me, making Cyrus tense in my arms. "This is my wife, Austin. She's cool, promise." Cyrus pulled out of my arms and looked at Austin. "Hey, hon, let's get you cleaned up," Austin said, guiding Cyrus over to the small bathroom and cleaning up her face. Lord. "Hey, Sybil, promise everything is going to be okay." "He'll come for us," she whispered softly. "He won't just let us leave. He said so. We have his name, and that is all he cares about. He'll find us." "Fuck no, he won't," I growled low, causing her to jump. "Sorry, we'll get you out of here and get you set up." And we did. New identities, different colored hair, and better lives. All of it. The club stood behind me during this change, helping in every way possible. Furniture for their apartment, clothes for their backs, food for their bellies, prenatal care for Remy and Ensley. Don't even get me fucking started on the baby shower. That kid didn't need diapers for a year. The old ladies did it up big for them. The three of them had been through so much in their lives. They really didn't need any more. But this was now thrown down at their feet like a scorpion ready to strike. No matter what, Micah wasn't hurting Ensley or Remy. He'd be dead before he could blink, and I'd fucking enjoy it. "Come to order," Cruz called from the front of the table, getting all of our attention. Church had to be expanded with all the new members coming in. When it was just Cruz, GT, Reese, Buzz, and Breaker, they didn't need much space. Now we had an entire other generation that needed to be included. We kept the area where church was held in the clubhouse. It was right off the bar area. Needing it bigger, we took out the 3 bedrooms that were on the other side of the wall from the church room. Instant space. Sure, it was shaped like a letter L, but who the fuck cared? There were more pictures on the walls. The Ravage insignia was moved to the large straight area and hung on the wall right behind where our president sat. Since the table was custom-made, we didn't touch that shit. The carvings were absolutely stunning, with the Ravage skulls with flames coming from its head in the center. We just added on to it, creating a long enough space for all of us to sit around. The American flag flew in the corner, along with the Marines and Army flags as well. We had veterans, and we're proud of that. As the room came to order, I looked over at Tug, worrying how he would take this information. Finding out he had a grandkid out of the damn blue that he'd actually spent time with would be a blow. It would tear him up inside, knowing his blood was right in front of his face and he didn't recognize it. It seemed crazy to think that way, but I understood completely. We were all a family here. Blood was on a different level, especially for babies. Even though it would cut him deep, and I didn't enjoy having to tell Tug, he'd pull through. He was a strong man and carried a lot on his shoulders over the years. Blaze, on the other hand, glad he would deal with that shit. She would go ballistic. No fucking thank you. We went through runs, product, businesses, and Micah, which was my cue. "I've got something," I called, holding my index and middle finger up in a half wave. This wasn't something I wanted to spring on my brothers, but they needed to know. What Ensley did was on her, but my brothers would know this information. There were no secrets such as this between the Ravage MC. We didn't hold shit like this back from one another. Everything with the club could mean life or death. We worked as a team, and everyone needed to be informed. If they weren't, they couldn't protect each other. As much as I hated laying this at all their feet, I wasn't about to start keeping shit from them. Cruz looked at me. Yeah. A situation came to light. My eyes went over to Tug. He had the most to gain and lose from this. It's about Micah, too. Tug's back straightened, and his eyes got this protective glaze over them. He loved his boy, that was clear, but he was also getting damn tired of all the shit floating around him. He'd had to clean up one thing after another with that boy. I felt for him. Micah had a shitstorm that he didn't even know what was going to hit him because I knew Ensley would tell him. It may take a bit, but she would. "Let's hear it," Tug said, his complete and utter focus on me. He was my brother, but I couldn't help but think that Tug might actually blow and we'd come to a head. We loved each other, don't get me wrong. That didn't mean we didn't fight. Just like any other family, we had our differences. But the kicker was we got over them and fast. Cruz ran a tight ship and made very sure of that fact. Sucking in a deep breath, I spoke directly to Tug. "Shit's complicated. It's about Ensley. Apparently Micah and Ensley hooked up about 3 years ago when he was on leave. That's how she knows Micah." Tug leaned back in his chair like I'd hit him with a concrete boulder as he started piecing everything together. He was a damn smart man, and I knew the instant he came to the correct conclusion because his breathing picked up a bit like he couldn't get enough air. I threw down the hammer, and from that came Remy. "You're fucking shitting me," Tug growled, hands low on the table as he slammed them down to the wood. A few of the brothers sat back. "He has a kid and didn't tell me." If fire could have come from his eyes, it would have. There was no doubt that Tug would have Micah's ass for not telling his parents about his child. Except this time I couldn't let Tug think it. Right was right and wrong was wrong. The kind of man I was didn't let another man take a hit for something he really had not one clue about. He doesn't know. Tug heard the words, but he was stunned, so I continued, They were together one night. She got knocked up and never saw him again until after the party. She didn't know his last name or even a damn phone number. Not knowing him, his connection to the club, well, Ansley panicked. She's afraid that Micah is here to take Remy. Tug's head shook, hands clenched and fists so tight his knuckles were white. He'd never... He started, but I held my hands up. There was no need for Tug to defend his boy on this one. While I wasn't anywhere close to a fan of Micah, he didn't strike me as one to try to take Remy. I had lived and learned enough in my time with Ravage to get a read on people. Micah fucked up, sure, but he wasn't a prick that would take a kid from her mom without merit. Well, I didn't get that feel from him, and if he was stupid enough to try, I would end him, so I had no need to worry. I told her that, but with her history and the life she left, she's scared. Crossing my arms over my chest, it felt good to get that shit out. These men always had my back. I didn't want to hold anything in from any of them. Tug deserved to know. I have a granddaughter, Tug said through a deep breath, like he couldn't believe it, like this was unimaginable to him. His hand raked through his hair, then he looked at the table and closed his eyes. Lord only knew what was going through the man's head. It appears so, I responded and looked around the table at my brothers. Gotta have it known so things are clear, but Micah doesn't know. Ansley, she's in shock. Not saying she plans to keep this shit in, but for me it's her play and she ain't ready to make it yet, I explained, keeping my eyes locked on Tug's. I knew I was putting him in a hard place, but Ansley was family and had a level of respect for the club we hadn't yet confirmed Micah was capable of. To me, she got the same respect back to tell the man on her terms and not anyone else's. Cruz spoke, grabbing all of our attention. All right, let's make this clear. Micah and Ansley hooked up and made Remy. He doesn't know, and somehow she landed in our laps. Anyone else find this odd? While I didn't believe in happenstance or coincidence, I knew how Ansley grew up. There was nothing about this situation that was a setup on her end. Micah was clearly in shock to see her again, so I didn't see how he had a play in planning this. However, I had been wrong in my past, and while I didn't feel wrong right now, it didn't mean there wasn't something going on I had missed. Cruz was always thinking from all different angles, trying to line everything up. Knowledge was his thing. It was how he kept everyone safe. I understood his concerns because I questioned them myself. Loved my cousin, but she snuck out and just happened to find Micah. It took me getting to know Ansley to find out she had zero connections to the Ravage MC. Only me. Brother, I started. I know it sounds like shit, but Ansley wouldn't lie. I believe her. It was just a twist of fate because she didn't know Micah was even known around here. She about passed out when I told her. And that fear of him taking her girl, I could feel it in my bones. No, she didn't know one bit. His reaction to seeing her, he had no clue she would be here. Hell, they didn't even exchange last names, so there was no way for him to track her or her to find him. Cruz gave a sharp nod. We'll need to check all this shit out. Just make sure everything is straight. He turned to Cooper, his kid. Make that happen. Cooper nodded. Wait until Blaze hears this shit, Tug said, slowly swiping his face with his hands and pulling at his skin. We've watched that little girl, and she's ours, our fucking blood. As a man, this was the hard shit, telling another man that he had to keep something that impacted his family hard close to the vest. Yeah, man, sorry about this shit. I was as surprised as you. You tell Blaze because no man gets to come into another man's marriage and tell him how to handle his old lady. But I gotta ask that you wait until Ansley tells Micah before this shit blows up all around the clubhouse. Ansley will come around and find her own way to share. There's a kid involved, and who knows how she or he'll react. I want to give Ansley time to get there on her own, and while I don't think any of us in this room are too concerned with Micah's feelings, for the sake of shit between them, I think this is best if it comes from Ansley. Understandable, but shit needs to come out soon, Tug warned. In a good place with my son. He's a man now, and as a man that kind of shit doesn't need to be buried. On a nod, I said, I'll talk to her. Fuck me, Tug groaned, and I felt the same damn way. This was a clusterfuck. As if I didn't already want to kill the bastard, now he'd knocked up my cousin. His time would come. It appeared this time we had a secret concerning him. The tide sure had changed.
15. Ensley.
The brothers know.
My stomach dropped to my feet. One single sentence, and suddenly the world felt like I was free-falling into a black hole. While I knew it was coming, part of me hoped I'd be in on the plan. I needed time. The brothers of the Ravage MC were close. They knew about my past, yet had taken all of us in with open arms. They all deserved the truth. It had to be shocking. I was twisted up inside. The brothers knew. Tug, though. Shit. He would tell Blaze and Micah. I just knew it. He couldn't. I wasn't ready. Would Micah be pissed? Would he want us to disappear? This was his family, and I had barged right in, unwelcomed possibly. My palms began to sweat as my stomach rolled, threatening to pull up my dinner.
Settle,
Riker said, seeing the look on my face and the tightness in my body. What's going to happen? The words tumbled out as my voice cracked.
Nothing you don't fucking want, Ensley. But you gotta talk to him and tell him. Bought you some time to sort your shit. It'll get to him soon enough, and you should be the one to tell him.
I fell onto my couch. While I knew what Riker said was true, I wasn't sure I could do this. So that's that. Remy's going to have a dad? Uncertainty kicked me in the gut. I'd been fighting for my little girl since I knew I was pregnant. I'd just started to let my guard down just a bit, and then bam, everything had changed once again. How was I supposed to trust him with my little girl? How was I going to open up our lives to a stranger? While I knew Tug and Blaze were good people, that didn't mean they wouldn't support their son in taking Remy. My heart raced, and I felt as though my lungs were constricted.
Only if you want that shit to happen. But Tug and Blaze will want to know their grandkid. Can't tell you what to do, Ensley. Can't tell you what's best for your kid. Just know things always have a way of revealing themselves. So best I can tell you, put it out there and take whatever comes as it comes.
My thumb started to throb from biting it so far down, and it was sure to start bleeding. I pulled it out of my mouth and wrapped my arms around my body, willing the thumping to slow down. Having a heart attack would only add to the shitstorm around me. Why did it always feel as though I had to fight to make my way through this life? When were things going to get easier? Be calmer? This right here was not that time. Fight was my middle name. You know him. Is he going to want to be a part of Remy's life?
Know him?
Riker's lip tipped.
He's a shit. Said some things about the club when he was a kid. You'll hear all about it eventually. I ain't fucking gossiping shit. You get that shit from Austin or whoever. Micah came back, but I'm not 100% convinced he's changed yet. But this is for damn certain. Remy goes nowhere without your permission. I'll make sure that shit is known, should he question it.
The tight bindings around me didn't loosen, but didn't tighten either. His words were comfort, but I was still on edge and would be until I found out Micah's intentions. Everything around me felt like a deck of cards that had been thrown in the air, and I watched nervously as the cards flittered to the ground. Whichever one popped up would be our future. It was so overwhelming. I had these plans, found this solid place in life for Remy and myself. Fate, karma, life, whatever the greater power was, royally fucked me once again. Thanks. It was one night, Riker. One. It was the second time I'd snuck out to meet with Ari. And bam, I'm pregnant. I moved here, and now he's here. What am I supposed to think about that? That can't be a coincidence. I choked back a sob. How do I know he is not going to take her from me? How do I know what his intentions are?
Don't know. But shit happens in life, and we roll with it. I believe the both of you had no idea the other was here. He wasn't stalking you or anything like that. Austin called it fate, whatever in the fuck. I agree with you, though. I don't like the randomness, and I don't believe in coincidence. I'm looking into shit with him just to make sure.
The air in my lungs finally started to release. I wasn't crazy. I wasn't seeing something not there. Riker felt the same as me. The fact that us being in the exact same place sounded fishy. He could find out more about it than I could, and I needed that reassurance. But there was something that needed to be done, regardless of why we were both here and what the future held. I had to face this. Do you have a way for me to get a hold of him? Not that I wanted it, but it was time to pull up my big girl panties and figure this shit out. I wasn't going to live my life in fear. It put too much stress on me. It made me crazy, and that wasn't an option. He needed to know and learn where I stood about the whole thing. Then we'd figure it out. With Riker and Austin on my side, I felt a little bit better about it. Riker pulled out a slip of paper from the inside of his cut and held it out to me between his two fingers. It felt like a damn snake ready to bite me in the ass at any given second. One strike, and I'd fall to the ground. The weight of my world was in the numbers on this tiny scrap of paper. I could do this. I would do this. Reaching out, I took the paper and opened it to see numbers. The actual line to Remy's father. Damn if that wasn't something I'd never thought would happen. When I first found out I was pregnant, I used to daydream that I could call him, and he would swoop in and take me out of my nightmare. Who knew the Ravage MC would be my saving grace from that situation and the foundation under my daughter's life? It all felt surreal.
Sorry, cuz, but this shit needs to be sorted.
Right. Riker kissed the top of my head, and he was gone. Hours I spent pondering at that damn piece of paper. Remy tried several times to steal it from me, but luckily I was quicker. She at least took my mind off of Micah for a little bit. We played whack-a-mole, where you hit the moles with a plastic hammer. She loved that game and laughed through it. We had to stop midway through to catch some Mickey Mouse Clubhouse, and I may have told her that the trolls were sleeping tonight. Cut me a break, it was a long day. I didn't need another round of troll chaos tonight. It wasn't until the door closed on our bedroom with Remy fast asleep in her crib that I pulled out the paper and read the digits as I clasped my phone. My palms were clammy, and I fought to hold the device steady. Just do it. You can do this. That was so much easier said than done. The minutes ticked by, and the more they did, the more anxious I became. A single phone call was going to change my entire life. Good or bad, I didn't know. I only knew the freedom I had found this short time in Sumner, Georgia, would change the moment the call connected. Blowing out a deep breath, I punched in the numbers, my thumb hovering over the green call button. Closing my eyes and wishing on a prayer, I hit the button. It rang and I almost hung up, scared to death but hoping it wouldn't come out that way over the phone.
Hello.
The deep voice I remembered all too well said into the phone, bringing back so many memories of that night we'd spent together. That night where he made me feel special. That night when I acted like someone else just to have fun. That night that no matter what I did, I could never forget, and not just because of Remy. Micah. My damn voice cracked and I cleared my throat, wanting to sound put together but failing miserably. It was so damn dry, like sandpaper scraping me.
Yeah, who's this?
There was some shifting on the other end, maybe the phone being switched between hands. Nerves crawled like thousands of ants all over my skin. Could I really do this? Ansley. My thumb went to my mouth again as I started chewing the nail. That damn habit was tough to break, and even as I thought about it, I still continued to chew because the pacing was doing nothing to calm me.
Don't know an Ansley,
he responded frankly. My heart sunk. Fuck. No, he didn't. He didn't know me by that name. He knew me from my previous life, not the one I'd made for us here in Sumner. Cyrus was who he knew. He had no idea the lengths I had to go through to keep Remy safe. He knew nothing. Just my old name. How was I supposed to explain this all to him? This was so damn jacked up and I didn't even know where to start.
Hello, you want to tell me who you are?
He asked, since I was apparently taking too long to reply. What did I tell him? How did I begin this? Guess it would be my name. A name I'd always hated. A name I was happy to get rid of. One I hated even thinking about, let alone to actually say out loud. I sucked in a deep breath, taking my hand away from my mouth as I spoke. You know me as Cyrus. The words were so quiet I didn't think he heard me. But apparently he did because he responded immediately, making me jump just a touch. It was wishful thinking that he hadn't heard me, I guess.
I swore that was you at the clubhouse. I called out, wanted to talk to you. Why did you run away from me?
He sounded a little mad and a lot concerned. Or at least, that was what I'd hoped it was. The other way around didn't bode well. Damn, the first things out of his mouth were about me running. How did you know it was me? That was the million-dollar question I needed an answer to. Hiding had been all I'd thought about since we'd left. No one recognized me as Cyrus. I thought I'd covered my bases, but apparently I hadn't. This was my biggest concern. I couldn't let them find me. I couldn't let him find me.
Your eyes. When you stared in my eyes for that brief second, I knew it was you.
His response had my heart picking up speed, the thumping so loud he could probably hear it over the phone. I needed to get off this call. The intensity of my own emotions was almost too much. His voice made me come alive. Even with so much unspoken between us, I felt the ghost flickers of his touch. God, I would never forget this man. Right now, I needed to remain focused because my entire future in Sumner depended on Micah's intentions. Like a Band-Aid, I'd best rip this open fast. Can we meet to talk tomorrow? His deep voice seemed friendly, but I was still so unsure.
We can, but we can also talk over the phone.
I didn't know how to feel about this.
Why did you change your name?
He fired at me, still friendly, but now a little more demanding. Please, I would rather do this face to face. I wished I could say that I was this badass woman who didn't shed a tear and this wasn't eating me up completely. But I wasn't. I was a mom who would protect her cub no matter the cost. A mom who would do anything, including running and changing our names again. Anything to protect my kid. And there was too much to talk about to do it over the phone. It had to be face to face. I needed to be able to get a read on him. Body language told more than words could ever speak. And I needed to read his. There was a slight breeze on the other end of the phone, making me think he was standing outside.
Sure. Do you want me to come and pick you up?
No. It came out so fast there was no stopping it. He couldn't see Remy, not yet. It wasn't time. Hell, would any time be right? We had to talk first. I wasn't ready for any of this. I wasn't prepared to have my world turned upside down, not when Sumner had become home. Silent tears fell down my cheeks. Control was quickly slipping away, and the struggle seized my thoughts.
Okay,
He drawled out, probably thinking I was crazy as fuck.
then where do you want me to meet you?
Pull your shit together. Mentally, I had to talk myself through this. Neutral territory. We needed to be in a place where we both felt safe. While I wasn't sure how to define that for him, I knew the space that I could confidently handle the truth at. Do you know where Riker and Austin live? There was a pause.
Yeah.
I didn't know if I was relieved he knew the spot or scared as hell that he knew where to meet me. Damn, I was a mess. At the picnic table in the far corner of the pond. We can meet there.
Okay, but why there?
He asked. And it was a good question. But I needed to shut this down. My entire body trembled as the anxiety inside of me continued to climb higher and higher. I can explain it all when I see you at 3. My heart thundered in my chest, and sweat beaded on my brow. I could do this. I would do this. My pace became sprints with how long my damn legs were stretching. My thighs burned from the continual movement. I had never been so on edge in my life, not even the night I escaped my father's home. We were actually going to meet. I was going to stand face to face with Remy's father for the first time since her conception.
I'll see you then, Ensley.
That name, coming from him, felt weird. But all I said was, "Bye," and hung up the phone, tossing it down to the couch. As soon as the device hit the fabric, I rubbed my sweaty palm down my pants. Yeah, I was really doing this, and sheer terror gripped my insides. While it was the right thing to do, I wanted to cover Remy up and take her away from all this madness. Except that wasn't an option. We loved it here, and had made it our home. The truth shall set one free. But was there really freedom in the history I had? There were too many unknowns right now. But one thing was for damn sure. He would not take my baby from me. That I'd write in blood.
16. Micah. The water moved with the wind as the sun shone down, lighting it up. It was beautiful out here, but it also brought back memories of the times I'd spent here before I left. Funny how that felt like a lifetime ago, being here now. There were 2 homes on this property, Austin and Riker's centered in the land. Off to the side of that was Emery and Jax's place. Back when Riker built this place for Austin, he had the other house built for Emery, so the 2 best friends weren't too far away from each other. Turning just a bit, I could see Emery's place in the distance on the other side of the lake. Before leaving for the Marines, I spent time in her home, talking, laughing, eating pizza, and what I thought was winning her over. I'd wanted her to be mine, but looking back it was more of a we were meant to be together crap. But we weren't, and I wished I would have seen it then. My childhood was spent with me torn inside. I remembered our mothers joking about us growing up and getting married. Part of me wanted that to happen and to have this ravaged family acceptance. I had this expectation with Emery that she was it for me and I for her without question or fail. Only I didn't account for the individuals we had grown into, nor did I take the time to really analyze chasing some childhood dream versus what fit best in reality. She hung the moon and stars for me. When she rejected me, it killed, but I couldn't say where I ended up was a bad thing. The Marines saved me in more ways than one. The man I was and the man I had become, neither were a fit for Emery the way Jack's was. I'd never tell him that, but now I saw it all clearly. Time away did that, gave me clarity. It didn't mean I didn't think about her while I was gone, because I did, wondering if she was safe, if she was happy with Jax. After a year or two, it finally felt as though I was over Emery. Sure, I'd always have a special place for her, but that love, if you call it that, just went away. There was so much I'd come to put in perspective over the years. Emery was a major one. She was this given in my life, a staple, a solid place to fall. Emery accepted me as the awkward kid who didn't fit in and the rebel who rode in to stir shit up. No matter how bad I fucked up, Emery still looked at me with light. There was power in that. I didn't understand it all then. Hindsight being 20/20 was the damn truth. Sitting on top of the table, my eyes wandered from Emery's and back to the water. I pulled out a stick of gum and began chewing it. There weren't many vices out in the field. Unfortunately, smoking became mine for quite some time. Booze was never good while you were on duty. Smoking didn't impair your attention. Not to mention cigarettes were very easy to come by. That pull and first inhale always woke me up, no matter how fatigued my body was. The steady inhale and exhale of the nicotine calmed me in the most tense of situations. When I got back stateside, I told myself I was going to quit, but quitting was proving to be a difficult task. Gum helped curb the cravings, but not by much. My fingers still twitched to have a smoke between them. I had a stash in my SUV, and part of me wanted to go and bust into it, but I didn't. All I wanted was to keep my mind off the fact that Cyrus was coming. Cyrus. Fuck me. And she'd changed her name to Ensley. There had to be a hell of a story there. How in the world did she get to Sumner, Georgia? How did she know the Ravage MC? Who was Riker to her, considering he was the one who gave the order to keep me back from going after her? Of all the places, she ended up here? How was that even possible? Hearing her coming up the drive, I turned my head as she parked her Impala and got out, shutting the door behind her. She was still as beautiful as I remembered, with her long red hair, but this time it looked as though she colored it, giving it a darker appearance. She had on jean shorts and a tee that fit her very well. It was nothing flashy, but it caught my attention. Her hands clutched around the keys so tight her knuckles were white. She had a look of dread or fear, and that wasn't what I wanted to see on her face. Better yet, why would she fear me? Our night together was fantastic. She had no reason to feel as though I'd hurt her in any way. I hopped down from the table and met her halfway. Hey. She gave me a small, sexy smirk, and her beauty hit me like a punch to the gut. The thing about her was she didn't know how beautiful she was. I could tell that by the way she tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear. Hey yourself. Come on. She walked to the table that I'd just vacated, hopped up on the top, and faced the water. I joined her, leaving a bit of space between us. Sure, I'd kissed and licked every part of her body, but that didn't mean she would be open to going a second round. She was here, and I wasn't going to push my luck. Instead of inviting, she looked like she was going to jump out of her skin at any given moment. She reminded me of a scared jackrabbit ready to scurry away at any given time. We sat in quiet for a bit, watching the light reflect off the water. I couldn't help but wonder what she was playing at. After our night together, she had no reason to distrust me. What was going on in her head? Why was she scared? What happened to make her that way? So many scenarios ran through my head that they all became jumbled. Whatever the answers were, I needed to know she didn't fear me. That was the one emotion that ate at me. Needing to have answers, I had to get the ball rolling. First, it's great seeing you, but I gotta know, why did you run when you saw me at the clubhouse? She let out a huff of breath as her hands clenched together in front of her. If I knew what the hell was going on, I'd reach out and put my hand over hers, trying to give her just a beat of reassurance. Her actions were puzzling me, almost as if she had this huge secret that she was holding inside. While I wanted to know right then and there, she needed patience and to tell me when she felt the time was right. You surprised me. I didn't think I'd ever see you again, and poof, there you were out of the blue in the last place I ever thought you'd be. Her voice came out quiet, just like it sounded over the phone. Timid, unsure, frightened, nothing like the night we'd spent together. This part of Cyrus I couldn't wrap my head around. What she'd said, though, was a plausible answer. It was the emotions rolling off of her that concerned me. I get the shock, but why run? I'd never hurt you. There's no reason to think I'd ever lay a hand on you. Her head tipped to the side, her stunning green eyes coming to me for a brief moment before going back out to the water. There are a lot of things I need to talk to you about, Micah. Her tone was heavy and laced with fear, which rolled off of her in waves. I didn't like this one bit. All my instincts came to the forefront. I've got all the time in the world for you, Cyrus. It was the honest-to-God truth. Now that I'd seen her, there was nothing more I wanted to do than to spend time with her. Her body jolted and her head whipped around to me so fast it surprised me, which wasn't something that happened to me these days. But the sudden change in her closed-off nature to alert and in control wasn't expected. No, you can't call me that, Micah. That girl doesn't exist anymore. She's dead and buried and will remain there forever. Fear mixed with anger came through loud and clear. That tight pit in my gut twisted. There were only certain reasons a person would change their name, and the most prevalent was somebody was after them. Every protective instinct came to the surface. Are you in trouble? Yes. I mean, no, not anymore, really. Her head shook, and I could tell this was hard on her, that she didn't know what end was up and what end was down. I felt her terror and uncertainty returning like whatever was on her shoulders was weighty and bogging her down. I felt the desperate need to take all of that from her and carry it on my shoulders, for her to take a breath and let me make all of this disappear for her. Even not knowing what had her twisted up, it was right where I wanted to be. Turning my body toward her, my knee went up to the table as I grabbed her hand, getting her to turn to me. She didn't pull away, but she tensed and let me hold it. I wanted to give her my strength to get through whatever she had to tell me, and for her to feel safe in doing so. Talk to me. She let out a burst of air, her hand gripping mine tightly, then releasing. A sign she wanted to talk to me and let it all hang out. At least I'd hoped. Right, you have questions and deserve answers. She took a deep breath, and her back straightened as if she were preparing. For what? I had no clue yet. Cyrus was from my old life, a life that doesn't exist anymore and needs to stay in the past. You can never call me that again. It's Ensley. The other name is long dead and buried. That's not telling me why. She turned fully to me, propping her knee up on the table as well, still allowing me to hold her hand. I counted this tiny gesture as progress, small but still there. Part of me wanted to plead with her to tell me, but I refrained. Do you know about Riker's family? Her brow arched in question. This confused me because of the switch in topic so quickly. The Ravage family, yeah. She shook her head, her beautiful red hair moving with her. No, before the Ravage MC, what he was born into, the family he was raised in. My brain shifted back, trying to recall if my father ever said anything to me about Riker. Then it clicked. The conversation was short but memorable. Riker came from a family where his father had like a dozen wives, and there were a ton of kids. Some kind of religious cult or something that he'd left a long time ago. That was about all I knew. Yes, some of it. Her eyes met mine as if she was waiting to gauge my reaction. Riker is my cousin. I didn't let go of her hand, but this had my body jerking back as the shock overtook me. Cousin? No way. That couldn't be true, could it? What the fuck? That couldn't be because she'd be in a life completely different. Seriously? I asked, feeling incredulous. Yes. Long story short, I grew up in that life. That way of thinking wasn't for me, and I had to run away. Riker helped me and my sister Katie break away and brought us here to live. Her hands started to tremble, and I could feel her start to pull away from me, but I held firm and grabbed the other hand as well. While I had no first-hand knowledge of this religion, I'd watched enough television shows to know she looked nothing like them. She didn't wear the dresses that covered her from top to toe, nor did she have her hair in a bun thing on the top of her head. But that night we met, you had on party clothes and didn't act like I'd think someone from a religious cult would act. She was all over me as I was her on the dance floor and in the room. Never would I have thought she had such a primitive upbringing. Fuck, I was loving that damn smirk on her face. Even as confusing as this situation was, I couldn't help but take the time to admire her. Oh, if my parents would have seen me, there would have been hell to pay. That night, I'd snuck out with a friend of mine, Ari. It was only the second time we'd done it. I had a bit of a rebel in me. What were the odds that we would see each other in a bar and end up here, especially for someone who didn't go out and had a very conservative upbringing? It was strange, but it also felt honest. I was getting no vibes that Ensley, was lying about any of it. The name thing would definitely take some getting used to, but in all of this, I felt she was sincere, and my bullshit meter was pretty spot on. Her hands felt soft against my rough ones. My thumb slowly stroked her skin as I held her. More than anything in that moment, I wanted her to feel comfortable and safe with me. Must have. Why did you leave? Maybe her group wasn't like the others I'd heard about. Maybe they were nice and more open. Hell if I knew, but it was a very valid question, and one I needed the answers to. This time, her hands clutched mine tightly as she turned her body to meet mine, garnering every bit of my attention. Her focus was intense, like whatever she had to say next meant more to her than anything. I felt myself go on high alert, but I didn't let it show. Another trick I'd gained from Uncle Sam. But the next words that came out of her mouth would change my life forever. No amount of decorum or stoic blank faces could have helped me in this situation. Because my father wanted me to abort my baby. Baby? I asked, puzzled as my heart started to thump heavy in my chest. The world seemed to shift. The air grew thick. Her gaze never left mine, and it felt as though she was trying to get inside my head and figure out what I was thinking. Me? I didn't even know what I was thinking. That night we had together, Micah, we made a little girl. My world stopped for a moment and tipped on its axis, spinning so out of control it threatened to explode. My damn stomach never got butterflies, but fuck if I didn't feel them now. Baby, a child. We had a child? What? She held onto my hands this time, as if I was going to run away and leave, but I was too rooted to this spot to even think of going anywhere. Nothing would get me to leave at this point. There were too many unanswered questions. My chest got so damn tight. A tiny human was mine? Really? Looking to her car, in the back seat was a baby seat as all the pieces of my life started falling. Everything I thought I knew seemed to change in the blink of an eye. Fucking hell. Ensley looked at me with such hope in her eyes. Hope that I'd believe her. Hope that I'd want to be part of my child's life. Hope I wouldn't screw her life up. Hell, I didn't know at this point. And here I thought making amends with a Ravage MC was going to be a heavy load to carry. She hesitated momentarily, biting her lip before repeating herself. You have a daughter, Micah. Her name is Remy. I was pretty sure she'd have to tell me this about 1,000,000 more times before I could wrap my head around it. The news rocked me to my core. I pulled away from her and got up from the table, running hands through my short hair. A kid. I had a damn kid. A living, breathing human being with my DNA. How was that even possible? We used protection. That I was for certain because never had I gone ungloved. Mentally, I needed to process this news. Fuck, I was trained to handle any situation, but they didn't teach this shit. Confused, worried, scared, happy? Hell, I didn't know how I was feeling. Visions of a baby crying, poopy diapers, and vomit pelted me like rocks. I misheard her. I had to. There was no way I had a kid, was there? I turned to her. I have a daughter? I asked, to clarify that my ears were not deceiving me, that someone wasn't going to jump out and yell, "You're punked," because it would be one hell of a prank, that was for damn sure. But that didn't happen. No clowns with banners saying "gotcha" or whatever the fuck. Yes, she's the love of my life. I could feel those words down to the marrow in my bones. She meant each and every word. My feet moved on their own accord, and I found myself pacing in front of the picnic table, head down and mind reeling from this news. My mind needed time to process. I needed a cigarette, a shot of something strong, hell, even a bag to punch, something to let out whatever this was swirling inside of me. A child. We'd created a baby. Shocked and stunned, it took me a few beats before I could gather my thoughts, and even then I wasn't sure if anything I said would make sense. Were you ever going to tell me? Why this question was so pertinent I didn't have time to evaluate, but it was the first one that popped in my head. I fought back the bitter feeling inside of me that I could have spent my entire life without ever knowing I had a precious little one. This wasn't about what could have been, but rather the here and now. No, she said with brutal honesty as I stood in front of her, my hand in the pockets of my jeans. I had no way of getting a hold of you and didn't even know your last name, Micah, until Riker told me. I didn't know where you were from, where you were stationed, where you were training. Nothing. I was blind when it came to you. This was understandable. We didn't exchange much information during our time together. Now looking back, I regretted not telling her at least my name. She could have found me. What the hell was I thinking? Not that she'd get pregnant, but fuck me, she could have found me if I would have spoken up. How old is she? 2, almost 2.5. My heart began pounding just a bit faster. 2 was still little. Not a baby, but not very big either. I have a 2-year-old little girl. Damn, I felt like a bumbling idiot trying to process all of this. Yeah. Her voice was quiet, and I looked at her. Fear, bright and bold, shone from her eyes, and I hated that she felt that from me. The pieces started to fall in place of this crazy-ass puzzle my life had become in the last few minutes. And that's why you ran from me? Because of her? She nodded. Fuck. The shit was getting thicker and thicker. Soon it would be quicksand and suck us both down. Does she know anything about me? Her throat moved like she swallowed hard, giving me the answer without the words. She gave them anyway. No, I've never told her. She doesn't know that Tug and Blaze are her grandparents either. I just found both of those things out myself. I had no pictures of you to show Remy. We just never talked about dads, and she's still young enough to not ask questions. Fuck. My mom and dad were going to flip. And why the hell did it hurt like a knife to the heart that my kid didn't even know I existed? I wanted to know my child, and more importantly, I wanted her to know me. The next question came out a bit choked as I tried to push down the emotions as I thought of my parents and how they'd take this news. Do they know Remy? Ensley nodded as she replied, Yeah, Remy's known them since she was born. They've watched Remy a few times when Katie and I both worked at the same time and needed someone to watch her. They stepped in, no questions asked, and Remy loves them. While part of me felt really good about my parents being part of her life, the other part was angry they missed treating her like their grandbaby. Shit, they've watched their grandkid and didn't even know it. I couldn't believe any of this was happening. I'd prided myself on keeping my cool, but fuck me, it was hard. Riker knows all about it? Yeah. I ran my hands over my scalp, stopping at the back of my neck and looking up at the tree swaying in the soft breeze. Shit, that means he told the brothers and my father. They all knew by now, and it would be up to me to get to my mother first. If she heard from anyone but me, she'd be hurt, and fuck if I hadn't done enough to cause her pain over the years. I didn't want any more on my conscience. Ensley's back straightened. It was like this instant snap. One moment she was soft, and the next moment she was hard as nails. You don't have to have anything to do with her, Micah. Remy is mine, all mine, and I'll take care of her. What she said made that thing in my gut tighten, and I moved to stand tall in front of her, so she had to look up at me. She read me wrong. No, that's not what I meant at all. What I should have said was that my father knew before I could tell him. It's just something I would have liked to talk to him and my mother about. And I know if he knows, he's told my mom. It's not you or Remy. I would like to be the one to tell them, and that opportunity may be completely dashed. Me? I want to meet her. Get to know her. She's mine, she said defensively, like a lion protecting her cub. That I could appreciate, but I'd never take Remy from her mother. I know she is, and I'd never take her away from you, Ensley. But I would like to meet her and be a part of her life. I want to add to it, not take anything away. You do? She asked, surprised eyes glassing over with unshed tears. I reached out and embraced her hands, holding them to my chest. This caused her to lean into me just a bit. Yes, absolutely. I may not have known about her until a few minutes ago, but she's mine too. and I already love her. Maybe I should have demanded to know the child was mine and get a DNA test, but there was something about Ensley's honesty that I couldn't ignore. Not to mention, why in the fuck would she spring this on me now if she never intended on telling me in the first place? She could have just lied, saying that Remy was from a previous relationship. Like it or not, I was officially a father to a 2-year-old girl, and I had no clue how to be one. Yes, my dad was a good dad. We butted heads a lot, but he was a good man. Hopefully I'd learned something from him on this. Or maybe there were classes or YouTube videos. Something. Anything at this point.
It has to be slow. I've never talked about you to her. She'll have no idea what's going on. So we start with you meeting up with us as my friend. We do not tell her that you're her father until I'm ready. Do you understand?
Demanding thing and so damn fierce. I loved that. Her protective streak for her girl was unprecedented. It was another reason I knew Remy was mine. This woman in front of me would die before hurting that little girl. She wouldn't bring me into the fold if she thought I'd cause Remy harm. Our girl. While part of me wanted to jump with both feet in, I knew that if I didn't go at her pace, there was a real chance she'd cut and run. Ensley couldn't run. She had Remy, and I didn't want either of them going anywhere. We'll go slow. I'm not here to fuck up your life, Ensley. It felt weird calling her that, but I needed to get used to it so I didn't slip up. Just want to know my daughter. I could tell this was hard on her. It was written all over her face.
Right. Your parents, Micah, I've known them for a while now, and they know Remy well. But I want to wait to tell her that they are her grandparents until she gets to know you better. She's young, but that doesn't mean she won't be confused as hell with all of this.
My hands squeezed hers that were still on my chest. She'd made no attempts to move them, and I made no attempts to push them away. I'll talk to them, but let me tell you, once my mom finds out she has a grandbaby, it'll be hard as fuck to keep her away. I'll do my damnedest, but know that they will want to hang out with her more and spoil her rotten, even if they can't tell her yet that they are Grandma and Grandpa. That was the honest as hell truth. My mom loved me with everything inside of her. Knew it, and she never let me forget it. Remy would be the same way with her, maybe even more since my mom would love having a baby girl.
This is going to be an adjustment for all of us. I get it. I just don't want to freak Remy out. This'll be a lot. Hell, it's a lot for me,
Ensley said with a small smile tilting the right side of her lip. You and me both. Fuck. I was a father.
17. Ensley. My heart thumped in my chest so fast it threatened to jump out and take off on a marathon.
Micah was being really cool with all of this, but I knew all too well how things changed on a dime, spiraling out of control.
I couldn't let that happen to Remy. She was innocent in all of this. I'd spent all night coming up with a game plan of what would be best for Remy. Just tossing her into, here's your daddy, wasn't an option. Slow and steady. That was how we had to approach this. I was terrified enough. It would be the best for both of us.
Deep in my gut, I knew he'd want to be a part of Remy's life, having spent so much time planning, but not as much in the telling him he was a dad portion.
I know there's a lot to go over, and we need to get to know one another.
Micah squeezed my hands, then let them go as he came to sit next to me on the table.
But believe me, we will.
He sounded so confident and assured, like he knew who he was as a person in the world, as if he snapped his fingers and whatever he wanted would be. He was so different than the men back home. Hell, he was in another realm compared to them. It had been a long time since we'd been together, but no way would I ever forget it. It may have been once, but it helped me get through some rough times. When I put my focus on the baby growing inside my belly, I'd think of his brown eyes and hope that Remy would get them. And she did.
So you're really Riker's cousin, huh?
He asked, and I could feel my lips tip. I liked that he was letting this part lay for a bit,
giving us both a breather. He seemed to know what to do at the right moment. Yeah, can you believe it? Nope, he said on a chuckle, leaning into me and bumping my shoulder in a playful touch. It was nice having him close, safe, comfortable, free. Yeah, Riker's dad and mine are brothers. After my dad found out about Remy, he was beyond pissed. So angry he scared me silly. When he told me what he had planned for my little girl, I had to get out. There was no other choice. Luckily, Riker took the three of us in and set us up. The three of you? Never did I think I'd be sitting here in this beautiful spot, talking to the man I'd spent the night with all those years ago about my past. I didn't talk about it, rather wanting to forget it even happened. But here I was, pouring it all out. My older sister Katie came with us. She's my rock and best friend. I don't know what I would have done without her. She helps me with Remy and watches her when I work. It's worked out well, which I'm completely grateful for. Even though at the time Remy was in my stomach, she was the main reason for every choice and decision I've made since finding out about her. Protecting my baby was my #1 priority. He switched up the subject by asking, "Where do you work?" It felt as though this was our first date or something. But I had to remind myself, this wasn't some matchmaking perfect man finding thing. He wanted to know about me so he could know his kid. I got that and needed to keep reminding myself, apparently. This wasn't a damn date. It was reality. My new reality. No matter how handsome the man was, my mind needed to stay focused on the endgame. At Kerrigan Hospital, I'm an intake clerk. The knot in my chest started to loosen just a touch. It was nice of him to get rid of the heavy for a while. Again, it was like he knew I needed a small break and gave it to me without a word. Around all the sick people, huh? I chuckled. You have no idea. You haven't lived until a drunk guy comes in and pukes all over your desk and computer, including the keyboard. That was exciting to clean out. Fun times, I tell ya. That was not a fun memory by any means. It made my stomach queasy just thinking of it. Elbows to his knees, he looked out at the water and asked, "Do you like it?" Yeah, it's good for me. It keeps me busy and the time goes by fast. It's a job, pays decent, and there is great insurance for Remy and me. A major plus. The hours aren't that great, but they allow me to do 3 12-hour shifts like nurses do a week. So even though the shift is long, it goes by quickly. And another bonus is I get to spend more time with Remy. Somehow it all worked out well. I did love my job for those reasons. Of course, getting the 3 12s wasn't easy. I had to go to the board and state my case. Riker showed up for each one of those meetings, and something told me he had just a bit to do with getting it passed. I never asked him, though. If he wanted to tell me, he would. It was best for me to be in the dark. Speaking of that, I have money that is yours and Remy's. Whatever you need, I've got it. I felt my back go ramrod straight, my nose flared out, and fire threatened to come from my lips. Money? Seriously? Did he think I wanted a sugar daddy? I didn't tell you about Remy to get money out of you. My bark was as big as my bite, at least on this issue. I'd worked hard to put a roof over our heads and food in our bellies. We weren't rolling in it, but we were doing just fine. Living paycheck to paycheck was how most people lived. There was a lot of pride in building this life, coming from nothing but a black garbage bag over my shoulder. He couldn't darken that. I wouldn't let him. He reached over and touched my knee softly, letting it rest there. Instantly, with his touch, I was able to breathe for a moment.
The fire was still there, but it knocked back a few notches.
Know that I respect that so damn much, Ensley. Just want you to know I'm paying my share of Remy's expenses, whatever those may be. That includes where you live, insurance, diapers, or whatever a little girl needs. What I have can give you a savings now for what you've covered all this time.
This was too much. Remy and I were doing just fine. My head shook, but he kept talking, already knowing what I was going to say.
Please, let me do this. I've already missed her being a baby and growing for 2 years. Please, let me do this. Let me make up for the time I wasn't here. It's not much, but it's the only thing I can do to make up for that time. And even this doesn't feel like enough.
A sigh escaped me as my heart hurt for the man. I could tell by his tone that he was completely genuine, and it made me feel bad that he missed those parts of Remy. He missed the late-night feeds and the colic. He missed the first smiles, and when she grabbed onto my finger, he even missed seeing her in my stomach moving around. That would have creeped him the hell out. It looked like there was a little alien in there.
You do whatever you feel you need to do.
He also missed her first steps, first tooth, first bottle, first night in her crib, first everything. It made me sad that he did, but there was no way to turn back time and fix it. Time was all we had in the end, and it seemed to go fast no matter how much you wanted to stop it. If this was his way of coping with that loss, who was I to stop him? Not that I'd spend the money. It would go in a savings account for now, but I wanted to respect his wishes on this. Thank you. He wrapped his arms around me and gave me a squeeze, then released me. Instantly, the loss of his heat hit me somewhere deep. I liked it. A lot. It also got my mind swirling, and where it took me wasn't the best headspace. Katie loved watching those shows where they did paternity tests, and the "you are not the father" or the opposite reveals in this big, dramatic way. People would storm off screen to find out their baby wasn't theirs, or they'd cry when the baby was. This kind of felt like one of those moments. It plagued me, and now was as good a time as any to ask him, "How do you know Remy's yours?" For all he knew, I could be some floozy who slept with everyone and not know who my baby daddy was. He met me at a club, for God's sakes, and I'd fucked him without thinking twice. Sure, we'd used condoms, but I could be lying through my teeth to get his... Hell, I didn't even know what he had, but you get the point.
Your eyes,
he said, mysteriously confusing me. What the hell did my eyes have to do with anything? Huh? He gazed at me, his focus so intense I forgot to breathe.
They don't lie. You have this spark in your green eyes that isn't cold, damp, gray, or negative. It's light, sunshine, and honest.
My heart stopped a beat as he continued.
Been to a lot of places over the last 4 years and picked up some good skills. One is reading people, and the easiest way to do that is through their eyes.
He paused.
And the fact that if it wasn't true, you wouldn't put your little girl through meeting a stranger. You love her. That much is absolute. I have a feeling you'd do absolutely anything to protect her. Just like you leaving your home to keep her. You wouldn't lie about something of this magnitude. You're not that kind of girl.
Relief flooded me. I didn't realize until he answered the question how much that answer would mean to me. No, I wouldn't. But know that you were the only one I slept with during that time.
During that time?
His brow quirked.
What are we talking here?
My head shook as I let out a chuckle. I'm not getting into my sexual history right now. Just know that you were the only option to be Remy's father. Truth was,
I'd only had one guy before him. It was years before, and it was horrible beyond belief. Everything else I learned through the books I hid in my room, proving, once again, I was not cut out for the life my parents wanted me to have. All these glaring signs, and it took my baby to get me the hell away from there.
Good to know,
he said on a slight grin.
So you've been here in Sumner for a while then?
Yeah, we moved here when Remy was only 12 weeks inside of me and haven't looked back.
Do you miss your folks?
He asked, turning to look at me. That was a loaded question with so many different answers that it made my head spin. I didn't know if I could answer it completely. Yes and no. His brow quirked. He had a serious thing with the brow quirk, and it was becoming very cute. Knock it off, Enz. He's just getting to know you for Remy. I continued. I mean, I miss the idea of a mother and father. I miss the idea of a family unit. I miss having a group of people around to help. But that's the thing. They were all ideas to me, never a reality. My father had 7 wives and so many kids it was crazy. I'd look around at times and wonder how this was my life, wondered how I could have 7 mothers and more half-siblings than a football team. It was unreal to me. Even being born into it didn't change my thoughts on the matter.
Isn't that what the religion states?
He asked, surprising me. I wondered if he knew about us. That's what we're taught from the time we're born. Men need to spread their seed and make as many children as possible to keep God's word going. Women are there to procreate and take whatever the husband gives them and isn't to complain. It was a very strange way to grow up. Me, I'd always been the oddball, but learned very early not to question anything out loud, only to do it in private. Boy, did I ever learn.
What the hell does that mean? They hurt you?
He asked with a bite to his words, as if he were going to jump up from this table, hunt down my family, and beat the ever-loving daylights out of them. Was it twisted that I found I really liked that notion? That it made me like him more and even admire him just for thinking it? I gazed over the water, watching it sparkle in the sunlight. This was one of my favorite places to be. Austin and Riker even had a playset put in off to the side for Remy because we loved it here so much and spent a ton of time here. It was like going to the park, but minus the bad parts, like germs. It wasn't a nice place sometimes, Micah. But what doesn't kill us makes us stronger. And it did, in the end.
I would have never guessed you came from that type of family the night we met.
That would be the truth. I ditched my neck to ankle coverings and exposed a lot of skin that night we were together. No one would know where I came from. It was a way to be someone else, to think about what my life could have been if I hadn't been born to this family. That was the point. It was a chance to go out and just have fun. Just so happens I met a hot guy and, well, I trailed off. At his shoulder bump, I giggled. Yeah, things happen and we just have to make the most of them.
You've done remarkably well for yourself.
I shrugged, loving the compliment, but my pride wouldn't let me acknowledge that. If it weren't for Riker and the entire Ravage MC, I don't know where we'd be right now. We left with a garbage bag and nothing else. Riker was a lifeline, helping us change our names and disappearing into a puff of smoke. Never once did he say we were a pain in his ass or that he was tired of doing this or that. He just put on a smile and acted his crazy self, never skipping a beat, and we needed that at the time. There was too much heavy going on, and Riker lightening the load helped tons.
It took guts to leave everything you know and not have a clue what the next steps were, all to protect Remy. What did your parents say they were going to do when they found out you were pregnant?
I'd purposely avoided this when talking earlier, because I hated even the thought of it. They were going to take me to the clinic to kill her. His hand darted out, resting on my knee as if this news rocked him down to his foundation.
So fucking happy you got out of there. By the way, that's a kick-ass name.
This warmed me straight to my core. Thanks. Katie and I were searching and it popped up. As soon as I saw it, I knew this little girl would be Remy. Its origin comes from the French and is intended to be a boy's name. Me? It was my girl. He smiled bright.
You know you're not alone in this anymore, Ensley. I'm here. I want to be a part of Remy's life. I'll work with you on how that happens, but I want to help you in any way I can, whether it be monetary or my time. I'll take what you let me have.
This should scare me like it did the other night, but sitting here talking to him, it didn't. He had a way of putting me at ease, and talking to him came natural. He wasn't going to take away my little girl. He just wanted to help and get to know her. That meant the world to me. It would also take a lot of getting used to as well. I want you to know her too. She's a bundle of energy. I reached in my back pocket and pulled out my phone, pulling up a picture of her and handing it to Micah. This is her. I probably looked like the crazy mom who just wanted to shove pictures in everyone's face, but I was proud of my little girl. He took the phone from my hands and stared at the screen for a moment, not saying anything. He just touched the screen reverently, like he was memorizing the photo. I'd thought I had lost him there for a moment until he spoke.
She's beautiful. A little blonde baby. Who would have thought that one, with both of us being dark-haired? She is my eyes.
I swore I saw him swipe the corner of his eye. This was really getting to him, and I respected that. She does have your eyes, and they are beautiful. But she has this horrible habit of sucking her thumb quite a bit, and I've given up trying to break her of it. It's not worth the fight. He chuckled.
Learning to pick your battles. Totally get that one.
He paused.
Gotta tell you, I admire you and what you've done to protect Remy and yourself. Not a lot of women would go to such lengths. And she's the most precious thing I've ever seen. I can't believe I helped make her.
This made me chuckle. And it also had those warm feelings flowing through me once again. I liked the thought. Yeah, you did. But she must have your wild streak, because no way she got that from me. I couldn't even keep a straight face saying it. The way we met kind of blew that out of the water. She and I were rebels. I could live with that.
Never.
He smiled, and it was gorgeous. The kind that should be on a magazine cover. It lit up his face, turning his defined features a bit softer and way too hot. Pull yourself together, woman. So you were in the Marines? I tried changing the subject, hoping that he'd let me. There was so much heavy again. Luckily, he did.
Yeah, been all over.
What did you do there? I had zero clue about what Marines did at any place or time. No one around me growing up was in the service. Hell, we didn't even learn about it. But since being out on my own, I'd watched enough television to know bullets flew, and it was a huge risk of one's life.
Computers and tech. I was on the ground in the field a lot.
Did you like it?
Yep. I'd done computer stuff before going in, and the Marines knew I had skills there and used them to their advantage. They did. When it was time to leave, they asked me to stay on another 4 years, but I bowed out.
That was interesting. Could one actually bow out of the military? Really?
Yeah. It was time to come home.
They just let you leave? He aimed his sexy smile my way, causing flutters in my stomach.
Yeah. I'd finished my contract with them. It was my choice to stay or go. I chose to go.
That was a good thing. I liked he was home now. What do you do now, then?
For a job, I mean. Computers, still. I have clients that I work with. Some that were from before I left, others new from reference. This sounded seriously intriguing, and I wanted to know more. Doing what? He smirked. Can't get into all that, Ensley. There are some things that are better that you don't know. With my clients, there is a strict confidentiality, and both ends must follow it. Same with when I was inside. I can't tell you about those missions because they were and are classified. This shocked me as something hit me. Are you doing illegal stuff? His head shook. Just stuff that's confidential. Somehow I didn't think he was telling me the whole truth, but I understood confidential stuff. It didn't mean I had to like it. I liked knowing everything around me as much as possible. This would be one of those things up in the air that I hoped didn't fall and hit me in the damn head. Okay. I looked to my watch, seeing the time. Shit. I have to get home. Katie has to go to work. She took a late shift since I had the day off. When can I meet Remy? My heart thumped hard in my chest and hesitation hit me. Him talking about seeing her and actually doing it were two different things. But it had to happen no matter how much it worried me. She could not get hurt in all of this. I'm off on Friday. Can we meet up then? Maybe here? We'll make this work, Ensley, he said. And I felt like he was telling the truth. As scary as all this was, we would make it through. We hopped off the picnic table and he walked me to my car.
Yeah, we will. This was going to be a challenge because being with him, those old feelings rose from that night together. I had to squash them down and lock them up tight. Us being together was only because of Remy, and I needed to keep that on the front burner in my mind. This was Remy's dad. Nothing more, nothing less. Now if I could just tell my brain and body that. 18. Ensley. So tell me all about it, Katie excitedly yelled as Remy ran to me, clutching onto my leg as I bent down and picked her up into my arms. While Micah and my time together was good, I was happy to be home. Even as overwhelmed and scared as I felt about everything circling around me, Remy always made everything better. It went all right. He's really easy to talk to, I replied, giving Remy a big hug, letting her wrap herself around me and soaking in her baby scent. And he's not into the whole taking away thing, she said in code so Remy wouldn't understand. It was one good thing at this age. They didn't know yet when shit was about to hit the fan. Those days would be greatly missed when she could spell or understand our codes. No, he just wants to be a part of her life, and that's good. She'll love that. Remy's hands came to either side of my face, grabbing my attention. As soon as I looked at her, she smacked me with a kiss and said, "Mama," with a bright smile causing me to giggle. Hey, baby. Did you have a good time with Auntie Katie? She bobbed her little head. Cookies. We frosted some, but more went on the table and in her mouth than anything. But we had fun. A mess, but fun. Katie replied, taking a seat on the couch. I looked over to the small kitchen table, and it was clean. And had time to clean it up, too. Thanks for that. Huge relief for that. Today with Micah didn't leave a lot of energy left. I felt wiped and drained both in uncertainty and relief, if that were a plausible combination. Katie shrugged. All good. She had fun. That's all that matters. So, stop delaying. Tell me about him. She patted the seat next to her. I followed. I don't really know a whole lot about him yet. He was a Marine, which you knew. He worked in computers and tech. He still does computers now. His family is part of the club. That's about all. Does he live with his parents or have his own place? I thought on that for a moment. I don't know. We didn't get down to talking about him too much. We focused more on Remy and me. Well, you'd better get to know him really well with him coming into our lives, Aunt. Remy kicked her little feet and I put her down to watch her run through the apartment. I pulled the throw pillow up and hugged it. I will. All this will take time. Can't jump into everything at once. He knows this and said he'll talk to his parents too. He seems to really understand where I'm coming from here. I get that. Look, I gotta run, I'm sorry, Katie said, looking at her watch and jumping up. Have a good night with her. Oh, and sorry she's bouncing off the walls. Sugar and all. Gee, thanks. The crash would be harsh for my little girl. The good with the bad. She'd learn eventually. Not a problem. Katie dashed off, and I finally felt like I could breathe. It wasn't until later that night, after Remy was asleep, that what Katie asked me ran through my head. Tossing and turning, I was getting nowhere with sleep. Tired of fighting it, I decided something had to be done. I grabbed my phone and went to the recent list. Tapping on Micah's number, my fingers flew over the keypad, needing to do this, but terrified all the same. Ensley. Hey, it's Ensley. Are you around? It only took a minute before the little bubbles showed on my screen, letting me know he was typing. My stomach felt in knots, even more than when I met him today. How that was possible, I did not know. My thumb started to come to my mouth, but I stopped it. It was a habit I was going to break. Micah. Yep, what's up? What's up? Every damn thing in my life seemed to be tilted at the moment. Everything was up in the air like a bunch of balls, and if I didn't juggle them just right, they'd all fall to the ground, smashing this life I'd built. If I didn't blow up before this was dealt with, it would be a miracle. Ensley, do you live at home with your parents? Micah, gotta say that wasn't the question I thought you'd ask, but no. I have my own place. Closed on it and already moved in. You can come see it any time. A flutter came to my belly as I typed. Ensley, I'd like that. Do you live alone? Micah, normally, yeah, but my buddy Drierson is staying with me for the time being. Ensley, is that a guy or a girl? I instantly backspaced that before hitting send and retyped. Ensley, gotcha. I'll let you go then. Micah, no need. How's Remy doing? It totally warmed my heart that he was thinking about Remy and if she was okay. Sitting in my bed, I snapped a picture of Remy sleeping in her crib and sent it to him. Ensley, sleeping like a baby. Micah, she's even more beautiful sleeping. Ensley, just wait until you have to chase her naked little butt around because she won't put on clothes. Micah, no, you can't see this, but I'm seriously laughing. Ensley, good, but it won't be a joke once it happens. Micah, so you're raising a streaker? It was my turn to laugh, but I did it quietly as not to wake up Sleeping Beauty. Ensley, not trying to, but it's looking like it. I'm hoping it's a phase. Micah, as long as it's just in your place. No one sees my little girl like that. Taken aback by the power of what he said, I put the phone down in my lap and stared up at the ceiling. His little girl. Wow. He probably had no idea how much those words hit me. Remy had always been mine, and only mine. Mine to take care of, mine to clothe and bathe, mine to comfort and soothe, mine to love and cherish. Now things were becoming different. This wouldn't be like an Aunt Katie. This was a father connecting with his daughter. Coming to terms that she was someone else's too felt different, but great at the same time. Ensley, just around the house. If she'd used the potty, I wouldn't mind, but cleaning up pee everywhere is not fun.
Micah. Yeah, I'm seriously laughing now. No, that wouldn't be good.
Ensley, wait until it's down your leg or you step in it. You won't be laughing then.
Micah. Probably not.
Talking to him, even through texts, was easy. And I had to admit I enjoyed it way too much. Even though we were typing, there was a banter there I liked. Ensley, sorry to drop the bomb on you about Remy out of the blue. Know you deserve better, but I really had no idea what your last name was. And in all honesty, I didn't think you'd want anything to do with her. I let out a heavy breath. That last statement was as real as it got. It took long moments before those little dots showed up that said he was typing. The anticipation made my stomach do cartwheels.
Micah, I'm glad that I know. I want to be her dad, and I'll help you in any way I can.
More truths. Here we go. Ensley, my first thought was that you were going to try and take her from me. There was another pause, and I bit my damn nail, trying to calm my nerves, and didn't pull it back. Since pacing was out of the question, I needed to do something through all this tension.
Micah, never. Do I want to see her, get to know her, and be her dad? Yes. But take her from you? No way in hell. That's not the man I am.
Relief washed over me like a lead weight lifted from my shoulders. All that fuss before and fear was undeserved. Could I make a bigger mess of this? Ensley, I appreciate that more than I can say.
Micah, no one will ever take that little girl away from you or me. That I guarantee.
He guaranteed it? That was a very bold statement, and deep inside I knew it was true. His entire demeanor today was right on target with this statement. Ensley, thank you. I'm heading to bed. See you on Friday.
Micah, sweet dreams, and call or text me anytime.
Ensley, right. Night. I held the phone in my hands for the longest time, staring at the old, faded ceiling. Maybe this would be a new chapter in Remy and my life. Or at least it would in Remy's, that was for sure. Mine. I needed to keep an even-keeled grasp on my reality. He was here for Remy, not me. It was best never to forget it. Maybe putting post-it notes all over would help. Who was I kidding? Did you see the man?
19. Micah. Hello? I called into my childhood home as I entered it the next day. As much as I wanted to continue texting Ensley, she wanted off, so be it. There would be more times ahead of us where we could get to know one another, and doing it in person rather than text was my preferred way. I'd spoken to my father earlier this morning about the news of me being a father. "Son?" my father asked as he answered the call, but I could hear the smile in his tone. Yes, he knew. "Guess I'm a father." He chuckled full out. "Heard that. How you feeling about being a dad?" Wasn't that the million-dollar question? It's a fuck of a shock, not what I was expecting at all, but I'll learn. "Boy, you have a time coming, can't fucking wait." His tone sombered a bit. "Know you have a lot going through that head of yours. Just know that your mom and I have your back on this." He had no idea what those words meant to me and how much I loved them. "Thanks. You tell Mom yet?" "Fuck no," he said, shocking the shit right out of me. I thought for sure as soon as he knew he'd run to Mom and tell her everything. Part of me was happy he didn't. It was exciting news, and seeing the look on my mom's face would be priceless, especially when I told her the whole story. She wouldn't care and just want to spoil Remy as much as she could. She was that way. "Why fuck no?" I asked. "Because that's your story to tell. She'll be pissed as hell for me not telling her, but this is her first grandchild and she needs to hear that from you. It's worth her ire for a while, but she'll burn out quick because she'll be too excited." It was my turn to chuckle. "Yeah, she'll be happy. I'm coming by in a bit to tell her. Good with you? The sooner you get here, the sooner I'm not keeping something from your mom. Later." I felt relieved after the phone and was excited to tell my mom and see her reaction to being a grandma.
Micah,
My mother called from the kitchen, coming out and heading right to me, then wrapping her arms around me, holding me tight.
I was so excited when your father said you were coming for dinner,
she said, pulling away and smiling up at me. The way she beamed her light on me made me appreciate every second of it. Couldn't resist a home-cooked meal, Ma. I miss those damn things.
Well, I have one of your favorites, roast, potatoes, and carrots. Are you ready to eat? She asked, pulling away from me. My father entered the room, and I lifted my chin to him and returned the gesture. Can we sit and talk for a minute? I asked her, and the smile started to fall from her face as she looked to my father, then back to me, assessing, judging. And the verdict is? What's wrong?
She asked immediately. Nothing's wrong. Let's just sit. I have some news for you. My mother moved to the couch with a bit of hesitation in her step. While I hated she felt that way even for a moment, it would be over soon. I sat next to her, and my father sat in his recliner.
Do you know about this?
She asked my father, who shrugged. Her eyes narrowed on him, giving him that look. Yeah, he was going to get shit for this, that was for damn sure. Glad I'd be gone for that one.
Spill,
my mom ordered me. Even pissed off, she was beautiful. The glint in her eye told me that if I didn't start talking soon, she'd smack me. Loved her and all, but I wasn't a fan of getting smacked by my mama. And make no mistake, she only threatened what she'd actually do. A couple of years ago, I met a chick at a bar. My mother held her hand up in my face.
No, just no. I don't want to hear about you fucking someone, Micah. What's wrong with you?
I chuckled at her quick answer. Bear with me for a minute, okay? She nodded but sucked in a deep breath and let it out slowly. She had nothing to worry about. I didn't want her knowing my sex life either. It was on a need-to-know basis. Right, so me and this chick had one night together. My mom held up her hand to interrupt, but I kept going. At this rate, she'd never find out, and I'd be here for a damn week trying to get the words out. A few nights ago at the clubhouse, I saw her for a brief moment. When we talked yesterday, she had something very interesting to tell me.
What, she had herpes and wanted to make sure you got tested?
Mom clipped, not hiding her frustration or impatience. Another laugh escaped. Damn, she was funny. No, it turns out we have a baby together. My mother said nothing, but her jaw dropped to the floor, eyes bugged out, and she reached out and clutched my arm so tight her nails were digging into my skin.
What?
She breathed, not knowing if she heard me right. You're a grandma. Surprise, I teased, because frankly I didn't know how else to really put it out there. It felt really good, and pride filled me at this announcement. Almost like I was stepping out of the dark and into the light, acknowledging I was a daddy.
I'm, Grandma?
She stumbled out, and my father chuckled. Mom ignored him, which was a good thing because there were magazines on the coffee table, and I had no doubt she'd throw one at him. Yep, to a 2-year-old little girl.
2 years?
She almost screeched the number.
I missed 2 years? You missed 2 years?
She was starting to get upset on my behalf. Damn, I loved my mom. See, that's the thing. Yes, I missed out on 2 years, but apparently you haven't. Confusion crinkled her face as I could tell the wheels in her head were spinning, but she wasn't coming up with anything. Her next question confirmed it.
What are you talking about, Micah? You're making no sense.
Stay with me, Mom.
I'm with you,
she responded. Surprisingly, my father, except for his occasional laughter, stayed quiet. The little girl that's around the clubhouse sometimes, Remy. You know her, right? My mother's eyes went wide, her hand coming to her chest as she inhaled so deep I thought the oxygen in the room was gone for a moment.
No, little Remy?
Yeah, little Remy. Her mother, Ensley, was the one I hooked up with, and Remy is mine. My mom's head shook as her eyes glassed over with unshed tears.
No, there's no way. How would I not know my own grandkid?
She sounded like she was beating herself up for not knowing about the baby. But it wasn't her cross to bear. She had nothing to be upset about. Ensley didn't know this was my home. When she saw me, she freaked out. We talked and she told me why. I get to meet Remy on Friday. Her eyes went molten, the fire starting to burn bright in them, and I knew I didn't have much time or she was going to blow.
She wasn't going to tell you?
My head shook, but I reached out and pulled my mom's hands to me when she started to get up from her seat, holding her in place. I needed her to hear me, needed her to understand that Ensley wasn't the bad guy in this scenario. No one was. When she found out she was pregnant, she had no way of getting in touch with me. She didn't even know my last name, Ma. The only thing she knew about me was I was Micah and in the Marines. That's all. So she's not the bad guy here. It's all in the past now, and we're going to move on from it.
I've watched her, Micah. She's been in this house before. We played ponies on the dining table, and she's my grandbaby?
My mom's hands started to shake, and I held them tighter, trying to comfort her. The fire went out of her features, and sadness started to creep in. If I could wipe that away, I would. I know, and now you'll get to know her as your grandbaby. You good with that? A tear fell from her eye, rolling down her cheek. Then more followed as a flood took her over. I scooted over and wrapped her in my arms. She lay on my shoulder, her body shaking from her pain. It'll be okay. Everything is going to be good. Ensley and I are going to work together on this.
I can't believe it.
Her body started shaking harder, and I held on tighter.
This is like the best present anyone has ever given me.
I pulled her away from me and kissed the top of her head, then started to wipe her tears. Me too. Me too. It took a bit before she gathered herself. She blew out a huff of air, then wiped her face. Mom, Dad, we're going to tell Remy slowly. You can't let her know that you're her grandparents. Not yet.
What?
My mom barked, surprising me from the crying jag she just got over. It won't be too long, but Ensley asked me to go at her pace when introducing Remy to us. She's cautious, and I'm glad she is. It shows what a good mother she is to Remy. Mom's bite went down a bit.
Fine, but don't think for a second that when I see that little baby, I'm not spending time with her. She's mine now. I won't tell her, but she's mine.
I smiled. Thanks. Then she focused on my father, turning to him. It was like a switch flipped. If daggers could have came from her eyeballs, Dad would be dead.
You, she pointed her finger at him, are in deep shit. You kept this from me. You...
She got up and started moving to him. Dad put his hands up in surrender. And aren't you glad I did?
Expect poison in your food.
To this my father chuckled, and my mother left the room. Needless to say, I didn't eat at their house that night. You're a motherfucking dad? Drierson said from my couch after returning from my parents' place. There wasn't time to talk before I left. Just a brief, I'm a daddy, was all I got out, leaving Drierson with his mouth agape when I left. If I'd had time, I would have snapped a picture just to torture him with it later. Yep, crazy, isn't it? I took a hard pull on my beer as we sat in the living room watching the football game. The Ravens were playing the Bears, and we were all over that. When we were on duty and had a bit of downtime, we played football. Needless to say, my first year there, the guys teased the fuck out of me because I didn't know how to play. I taught them, though, not to underestimate me. Within a few months, they were begging to be my partner. You have got to tell me what in the fuck is going on here. He was my buddy, and I'd give my life for his, so I started to spill everything. From the time I picked her up in the bar, which he slightly remembered, but only because he got turned down by Ensley's friend, to the meeting at the clubhouse, our time by the lake, and the fact I get to meet Remy on Friday. There sure was a hell of a lot to this story, and Drierson may have gotten a bit more detail on the night with Ensley, but not much. Fuck, brother, what are you gonna do now? In the middle of my story, he'd sat up on the couch, elbows to knees, and just stared at me. He was invested in this too, and showed it without reservation. Be a dad. Told Ensley I'd go at her pace with Remy, but I'll be her father. I'll support her, get to know her, and be her rock. What if she won't let you see her? This hadn't crossed my mind, but I hadn't done anything to ignite this thought either. I'll cross that bridge if it comes. Right now, it's not there. You sure this is your kid? I mean, it's strange. You fuck her, knock her up, and she ends up here. I didn't include Ensley's life before she came to Sumner. That was something we hadn't discussed yet, and I wanted to be on the same page with her. When we talked yesterday, she was pretty adamant in not letting people know of her past. I respected that. It is strange, but she's not lying to me. She met me with eye contact, and I could see her soul behind them. It's the truth. You're not going to get a paternity test? Fuck no, she's mine. End of discussion. Damn, brother, you've got your plate full. First with your folks, then the club, now a baby mama with a baby. Better make sure it doesn't tip over. I got this, and I have to say having Remy as mine is the best thing that's happened to me. And it was. I hadn't even met the kid yet, but I loved her. I would die for her. I would protect her and keep her safe no matter the cost. Too bad I didn't know what that cost would come out to be. If I'd only known then.
20. Ensley. "You little stinker!" Austin Play yelled at Remy, chasing her through the kitchen and dining room of her house. They had been playing this game for the past 20 minutes, and Austin wasn't a bit tired. Instead, she wiggled her fingers in front of her like a magician doing a trick, and chased Remy faster. Austin would make an amazing mom one day. She took to Remy instantly and had never once tired of anything my little one wanted, whether it was walking for hours while being held as an infant or being chased or tickled as a toddler. Austin was all in all the time for Remy. I was happy for the reprieve because I was about to jump out of my skin. Nerves? No, try millions of fire ants crawling over every inch of my body and times it by 10. Today was the day. The big day when Micah would meet Remy, and I was scared out of my ever-loving mind. Sleep did not come last night. Instead, I tossed and turned and turned and tossed. It wasn't a fear of Micah or him trying to take Remy. No. It was the thoughts of what I'd do if they didn't connect, if Remy hated Micah or if Micah thought bad about Remy. How would I handle it? What would I do? How would Micah's parents feel if they didn't connect? It may have been irrational, but I couldn't help it. All night the thoughts wouldn't stop, and I never fell off into dreamland. Every tick of the clock only struck another chord on my nerves. So when I woke up this morning, I was so damn tight I could bust at the seams at any given moment. 1 hour was all I had to pull my shit together so my little girl didn't get the scared as hell vibes off of me. Kids were weird that way, always feeling what their parents or the people around them did. If they were having a bad day, the child would understand immediately. It was like a built-in radar. Remy would pick up on it right away, and this was too big of an event for her to feel anything but safe. I wanted that for her, desperately. Austin grabbed Remy and threw her up into the air, Remy laughing the entire time. My little girl loved Austin. Remy had a lot of love to give, and spread it around to everyone. She had a soft spot for Austin. Hell, so did I. The woman was a godsend. "You know, he's lucky he has an awesome kid," Austin said before blowing a raspberry into Remy's neck and swinging her from side to side. What if they don't like each other? It was crazy how my fear went from Micah taking Remy away to now them not getting along. I was seriously losing my shit. Hell, I couldn't even believe I just asked this. She was going to think I was a nutcase. They will. There's a bond between a daughter and her father. Daddy's little girl. I have no doubt this one. She poked Remy in the belly to Remy's giggles. We'll have him wrapped around her little finger 5 seconds after meeting her. Austin and I didn't have a code with words like Katie and I did. It wasn't something that Austin did. She was straightforward and honest to a fault, and never would I ask her to change that. I just hoped Remy didn't put 2 and 2 together. She was still young, right? Life is hard, I complained, and she laughed. You haven't seen anything yet, girl. Just wait. Fuck. If it was already like this, I needed a vacation. Maybe a sandy beach with only Remy, Katie, and me. Somewhere no one would ever find us, and we'd lay in the sun drinking margaritas. Those were pipe dreams. No one had the money for that, especially not us. The hour went by way too fast. So much faster than I wanted it to. It was amazing that, when you wanted time to hurry up, it ticked so damn slow you'd want to scream. Then, when you'd want it to slow way down, that damn thing sped up, making you want to scream even louder. "It's time," I told Austin, who came up to me and wrapped her arms around me tight. She whispered in my ear, "He does anything you don't like, you tell me, and I'll take care of him. Not joking around. I'm at your back. Anytime." Damn, I loved that. Loved it so much it made me want to cry. Not once since the moment her and Riker picked us up had she ever let me down. She was the best friend a girl could have. She loved us unconditionally since the moment we met in that sleazy hotel. "Thank you. We'll be under the tree by the playground. Thought it would be good for Remy to be in a space she's comfortable." "Smart woman," Austin said, pulling away, and then she ran up to Remy and grabbed her. "You have fun playing, all right?" Nervously, I pulled my t-shirt down, even though it hadn't risen up. The time was here. It felt like this moment was pivotal in mine and Remy's lives, that it would change the course of it forever. And it scared the living shit out of me.
S.
The S came with some wonderful slobber all over Austin's face. She took it like a champ, though, as she sat my little girl down and swiped her arm over her face. "Go on, it'll be good," she encouraged me, giving me that last bit of strength I didn't know I needed. "Thank you. You're the best." Austin waved her hand and teased, "Don't I know it?" I left her house, laughing. Hand in hand, Remy and I walked from Austin's home to the tree. I'd parked over there earlier and went to the car, opening the door and pulling out Remy's sippy cup. "You thirsty?" She nodded, and I handed her the cup. She immediately started guzzling. I was a big ball of knots, and my stomach wanted to throw up. This was not the time for that. I'd be mortified. Closing my eyes, I took in several deep breaths. Calm down, or Remy will know something's up. Breathe. In and out. Out and in. You got this, Ensley. You're strong. You're determined. You've got this. When I saw the SUV coming our way, I forgot to breathe. I mean, who needed to breathe anyway? Surely not me. Even with all the positive words I'd given myself, it didn't stop the tremble in my hand. Luckily, it was the one Remy wasn't holding on to. I knelt down, getting on Remy's level, and pointed to the SUV. "Remy, that's Mommy's friend, Micah. He came to see you and play with us today." My focus was on Remy and her reaction to my words, wanting to get a read on my little girl. If this was too much for her, I'd pull the plug and we'd be gone. I jumped when I felt someone behind me. Looking over my shoulder, Micah was bending down to one knee next to me and held out his hand to Remy. "Hey, Remy. I'm Micah. Nice to meet you." He engulfed her little bitty hand in his and actually shook it as if she was an adult. My heart melted at the sight. I hoped with everything inside of me that this meeting meant as much to him as it did to us. "I," Remy said with a flap of her other hand. "That means a hi," I translated, rising to my feet and seeing Remy was perfectly fine with meeting Micah. Remy's speak was hard to understand until you got the hang of it. It wouldn't be long, though, before I'd probably want to put cotton balls in my ears because of her talking so much, so I wasn't complaining. Her time would come. Micah smiled up at me. It was the most beautiful thing I'd ever seen on a man. Perfectly white, but a small chip off the tooth next to the canine. Made me wonder why he didn't get it fixed. Then I wanted to slap myself for even thinking that way. It wasn't my business in the first damn place. "Remy, remember he's here for her." Micah pulled his hand away, but there was a glint in his eye. Pride. Happiness. I wasn't sure which one or if none of those were it. "You know, you're the most beautiful little girl I've ever seen." Remy smiled, then looked to me.
Oh,
Micah's brow went up as he looked at me to tell him what she meant. She wants her trolls out of the car. Let me run and get them.
You play with trolls?
Micah asked her as I reached in the car and pulled out the 2 little figurines. One was blue, the other pink. She loved these damn things, and considering they both only had about 4 strings of hair left, they'd be bald very soon.
S.
I chuckled as Micah lifted his hand and wiped Remy's spittle off of him. Oh, the things he'd learn. But he said nothing to her, like, don't do that or stop it. He just smiled and put his hand out for the toys. I gave them to him and he bent down to Remy.
Do these little guys have names?
He asked Remy, who grabbed them from Micah's grasp. She loved her trolls and was a bit territorial over them. She didn't let just anyone have them.
O's,
Remy told him,
then said, pay.
She calls them both trolls, and she wants to go and play. I translated again. Micah grinned and held out his hand to Remy. Surprisingly, she grabbed it, and they made their way over to the playset.
Let's play.
Remy had never seen this man before, yet she was willing to take his hand and go play. She already had some trust in him. That blew my mind. Maybe Austin was right about the daddy-daughter connection. Or maybe I was just reading too much into this. It was their first meeting. Surely Remy didn't feel that way yet. She couldn't, could she? I really didn't know the answer to that question. I stood back a bit and observed them, watched their interactions, saw how Remy melted into him with so much ease it was almost terrifying. Just in the sense that she wouldn't do that with a stranger she met while playing in the park or anything. It was definitely a lesson that needed to be learned, and quickly. Not wanting that to dampen my thoughts, I watched as Micah helped Remy up the ladder for the slide. His hands appeared to skitter almost like he didn't know where to touch Remy, which I found cute. He really had no experience with children. It was going to be a fun ride, watching him learn. He settled on her little hips, and seeing that she was having a ton of trouble considering her legs were little, he picked her up with ease and set her down at the top of the ladder.
Have a seat, and I'll be at the other end to get you,
he told her as Remy nodded and sat at the top of the slide. Faster than I'd seen a man move, he was at the bottom of the slide, ready to catch her.
You ready?
He asked. There was a small cover on the top of the slide, so I couldn't see Remy's reaction. But when Micah clapped and said, "Come and get me," I knew it was a go. 2 seconds later, my adorable little girl came screaming with glee down the slide, and Micah was there to catch her. He tossed her up in the air and made some funny laughing noises, causing Remy to burst out in laughter.
Want to go again?
Remy nodded, then said,
S.
"Let's do it," Micah replied, taking her back to the ladder. He let her try a few rungs, then he lifted her up and put her on the top of the slide. He ran back to the bottom and caught her every time. This went on probably 10 more times, and not once did Micah bail on her. He let Remy lead him without a word. He had to be getting tired, though, because I was, and I was sitting on the picnic table not running after a 2-year-old. I decided to give him a bit of a break. Getting up from the table, I brushed my bottom to get the dirt off and made my way to the playset. How about we swing for a bit? At least with the swing, you were in one place and not running all around town. He was a Marine, so I thought he could hack it, but we all needed a break.
Ing!
Remy cried out. Then she did something that made me stop and take notice. She ran over to Micah, grabbed his hand, and led him over to the swing. When Remy held out her trolls for Micah to hold, tears pricked my eyes. She already gave him her approval and trust. It was what I'd always hoped for my little girl to have one day. And here it was, right in front of my eyes. Micah put the trolls in his pocket, not really understanding the significance of what had just happened. Austin had put in one of those toddler swings, and it was one of Remy's favorite things to do. Remy turned to Micah and put her hands up in the air for him to pick her up. He hesitated for only a second before picking her up and bringing her to his chest, like he'd done it 1,000,000 times before, and this wasn't the first. Remy made a motion to the swing.
You want to swing, huh?
She nodded.
We can do that.
Micah looked at the swing for a moment and knew exactly how to place Remy in it and how to buckle up the safety belts. I had to give it to the man. He was a fast learner. Standing behind them, I struck up a conversation with Micah. I'd given them a little bit of time to get to know one another before I joined in. There was no manual or rule book on how these things went. All I could rely on was my gut and hope I didn't screw this up more than I'd already had. "So, you having fun?" I asked him. He turned to me on a smile, pushing Remy back and forth.
Yeah, more than fun. It's like finally having something that you never knew you wanted, and she's wrapped up in this adorable package. You've done an amazing job with her.
My heart warmed and expanded. Thanks. We've tried the best we can, Katie and I mean.
You're not alone anymore, Ensley. I'm here for you and for her.
I smiled, loving that. Before I could say more, Remy was screaming, ready to get out of the swing. Her attention span wasn't the greatest. The fact she lasted so long on the slide was a miracle. "Tag, you're it," I said, tapping Remy's shoulder after Micah pulled her out. She smiled wide, but didn't come after me like she normally did. No, she went after Micah with a vengeance. It took Micah a moment to catch on, and he pretended to dodge her and made these silly faces at her. We were laughing and enjoying each other, running around and playing tag. Remy thought it was a hoot when she caught Micah. He, of course, let her. Yeah, Daddy's little girl was right. Just like Austin said, Remy had Micah wrapped around her finger so tight it was going to be a hoot to see what he did with her when she had one of her terrible 2 moments. Everything happened at once. The ground below us started to shake as bright lights came from Austin's home. The loudest sound I'd ever heard echoed through the skies, making my eardrums ring. 1 minute, we were standing. The next, Micah had us down on the ground, his body over both of us like a human shield. Remy started crying. I tried soothing her, but I had no idea from what at that point. Looking over at Austin and Emery's homes, they were both on fire. This concludes Bound by Consequences by Ryan Michele. Narrated by Samantha Summers and Tim Page. Copyright 2019-2020 by Ryan Michele. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Ryan Michele and was produced in the year 2021 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.